was going to participate, but
I'll
I
put that
didn't
on my
think I'd be
second
around.
mode. Didn't you shoutcast it last time? Or was that just a voice thing? Wait. What's the current state of the game? Can two-hander... Can you... Like, how do item swaps work
Yeah,
right now?
They work.
Okay. Because that would be pretty impactful.
Ghost is just going to crap on people, so it's okay. Everyone's just pugs minus like 2 teams.
Why is that? Poor showing compared to last.
I think there's so many egos involved. As soon as like some teams sign up that people aren't sure that they can beat, they're quite reluctant on signing up.
No, it's not that.
No?
It's just everyone. It's just mostly no one's really running right now that much, except for a couple teams together all the time. And so everything is just a group of good players, which doesn't mean they have the best synergy having played all the time. Like. Oh yeah, like there's the Hallibell group and stuff.
I thought Woke was considered to be one of the best. Yeah. Not S tier though. He's just
Who did you say the other guy? V something? Which does he play minstrel?
Dude, this is B-Zone, man. You wouldn't want to be here on your Viking without Survivor Glyph.
Really?
There's so many bees, holy lord.
You sure? I can insta-kill them.
Yeah, and
there's like...
start shooting as you run towards them.
Should I really not do it?
I mean, you can...
Must I?
Probably do it, I don't know.
I mean, I got 100 to 0'd.
In a key dungeon?
Yeah, I mean, you might be okay. But if you get like Giga Shotgun, I'm not sure what will happen.
I mean, if I die in Hell 1 with this gear, it's D3 time.
Yeah, survival Glyph might be like key. I don't know. I just have B PTSD because they. But I mean, I had like 4.5k HP.
No, I got like double them.
I mean, these are.
And it was a key dungeon. You'll probably be fine.
In Hell 1, I'm in Hell 3 right now,
and you'll kill them so fast that they'll barely attack.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say there was this one guy. He's like I think he was like a pretty young guy, and I saw he only streamed for like a day or two, and he was soloing on minstrel, and he was like really good at it. But I just don't remember his name. He was in the Alp Guild. Shit, they had like the yellowish cloak. What they were called again?
Wasn't that the nice cockroaches?
Dark Dawn?
No, not Dark Dawn, not nice costumes. Season 2 yellowish cloak, like brown yellowish.
Wasn't that fucking Cotton's Guild?
Cotton? No. That was yellow purple. I can't think of it, but yeah.
Hello.
I've always wanted to know that guy was.
Dawn?
No.
Oh, I cleared the Satanic Zone without knowing this is it.
Oh well.
There you go.
I just ran through it and I'm in Pyramid 2 now. Like, where's the zone? I just ran right through it.
Fireball.
Yeah, I was supposed to be in Lisa's team. Lisa's team. Do you know who that is, Gav? Yeah, I was supposed to be on that team, but I don't know if it's the greatest group of players, so I'm not sad. It had like VKX and Wagyu, and I think Dorky might be in it. And
That doesn't sound like a great time.
I was gonna play Thurgist, and I was like, okay, but yeah. Well, I got another good fighter magi grips.
I need that. I need that
It
bad.
plus 340 version.
My great Rustin, you can have it all. Chest,
Mm.
gloves, the wand.
Everything your heart could desire.
What am I farming for on the Viking? I'm full bliss already.
Are you?
No. It's pretty fucking strong though.
I mean, you'd be fighting for just Glyph I guess, and stuff at that point. And levels.
Technically, I could get a better weapon, but St. Draxus seems pretty fucking good.
I want that stupid mace. Just go buy it, it'll be done.
Yeah, Lucy's Day. Haven't found one either.
Oh,
I found it twice.
found 3 now?
If I had one, I probably would have made a Viking. Maybe not. Didn't have a chest either. Well, I don't have a chest on this as well, so. Yeah, this certainly farms a lot easier without gear.
I like this dungeon, it's not bees, even though it's the bee zone.
I'm definitely doing this dungeon quicker than my Stormweaver could.
Oh yeah, it's just so small. It's just a line.
It is so good, this dungeon. I just run along the edge and keep running. And then vacuum the last room all together, and it's done.
14 keys for it. Oh wait, that's Ancient City. I need Forgotten City keys, otherwise it wasn't taken.
Yeah, if I get a Levy and a Lucy, I might make a Viking as well, TBH. I've been
What's this key?
been wanting to play it. A Mystic key.
Mystic. I might not have any. Mystic. I don't have any.
It's been the zone a couple of times recently.
Oh, okay. Ah, you gotta play Viking. You just clear as you move 100.
Like before I made this, I didn't really have any gear for it, but I'm starting to look pretty decent what I have for it.
Nice. But you've got all the Stormweaver gear now too.
The what?
You've got all the Stormweaver gear now too.
No, I don't. I have more gear for Viking than I do for Stormweaver.
That's the beauty of not Smart Loot. Smart Loot is less fun in a lot of ways. If a gear is interesting in the game. It's kind of the key. If gear doesn't inspire you to make another character, then you want Smart Loot.
Yeah. I just like a good levy would take me a long way, so I can actually enchant so I can actually AoC.
Oh, I hated this before the enchant. Like not having to be like right on top of mobs makes a big difference.
Also, I have not found a survivor or a zapper glyph yet.
Gav? Jake's, you there?
All right, guys. I guess we better get this show started just so I can continue warming up my voice and, I don't know, try to break things so that I can remember how the hell to stream after 7 years of not doing it. That's not even where I should be. Okay, I'm going to see if I can get the regular spectator mode working. just so that I can join matches. I don't have all the names of all the leaders of the groups to jump to them yet, but I'll get that started soon. Hello, everybody in chat. Thank you for joining early. We've got the Spring Open 8v8 qualifier coming up in, about 20 minutes. It is absolutely freezing cold in my house. I got the heater running, but I don't know, this big glass door and old building, no insulation, just leaks right out. The heck, man. Cannot seem to get up on top of this thing. There we go. Alright, let's see if I can get this working regular. Activate spectator mode. Alright, so anybody that would like to fly around EV in the meantime as spectators, you can do so here. You should be also able to join the matches. I don't know for sure if that's going to work, but in a perfect world, you can use the spectator instructor, so just port to EV and join the matches. They should list down at the bottom here. I am planning to save the VOD, yeah. So if you do miss anything, you can hop back and watch. I'll try and update all the data on screen over here as we go. But yeah, haven't done this in a very, very long time, so bear with me. Usually rely on somebody else to stream, and I just do some of the shoutcasting. That's already difficult enough for me. My old cold hands don't move like they used to. Okay, so with a little bit of luck, as the matches start, numbers will pop up here, 1, 2, 3, 4, for the 4 matches that are going at any given time. So if Marnix and Polly match up, there should be the leader of their group's names and then 1 next to it. So if anybody wants to jump on PTR and watch for themselves, you're more than welcome to do so. With a little bit of luck, you'll be able to spectate and watch. Otherwise, of course, you can watch right here, and I'm going to try and catch as many of them as I can, because there's going to be 4 fights going on, roughly simultaneously. We want to get through this, and there's 3 fights, of, let's say, Marnix and Team Poly, before we move to the next round, but there's 3 fights of each of those 4, matches going on at once. And so, that's probably about 30 minutes, at least that's what I'm being told. So, getting through 9 of those is going to take quite some time. And that means I'm probably going to not nearly catch all the fights. Something like 108 fights total today. So I'll get as many as I can and jump around as best I can. Once I have the names of the group leaders, I'll be able to do it a little bit more fluidly with a little bit of luck. If any of the group leaders are watching and would be willing to send me your group leader's in-game name, I need their name, of the character that they're going to be playing in-game. That way I can jump to them. I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, I'll catch them on the fly. I wasn't clicking anybody earlier because I'm trying to be respectful of the group makeups. They're not known yet. I kind of made a mistake on this last time when I did the World Cup. I sought down all the groups and wanted to check out their group makeups because they were not provided up before then. I think people were making some last-minute adjustments, and everybody wanted to kind of meta it out and kind of have secret builds and such. And they were, a couple of them were quite creative. The winning team, Team France, for their final round against Team UK, they went 7 rounds without a shaman, right? So no shaman in their build. That's not a traditional mid design by any means. It's not something that you see on the island very often, and so that was kind of their ace up their sleeve. And so we'll see what kind of interesting designs come this time. I thought it was a very strong build, extremely reliant on their AUG to make sure to catch those heals, and of course the pack being very aggressive with CC and having some backup heals for his he was playing kind of front left flank, and that was a very, very difficult thing to do for putting a lot of reliance on that AUG to catch those heals and make sure that nobody got in the back to mess with him. And they were able to clench that one. On the list here, I guess now's a good time to go through it. We do have Team Karina, aka Salty Mike, who was the MVP of the World Cup. So big accolades there. Huge congratulations for winning the World Cup tournament in 2023. I think that was November. And there's 5 people from the winning team on Karina's build here in Karina's group. We've got Shitty, we got Ningolo, Lankia, and Korth. So just a huge amount of the players from that winning team. Jim D looks like imported over from Team UK, from Lad Pandas on over to Karina's group this time. Woke, absolutely fantastic player. Always give him big kudos. Makes some great videos, a lot of live DAoC videos, as well as some shard ones. Vidge I'm not super familiar with. I know him, but don't have the largest knowledge base about his playstyle or whatnot. Some of these other groups are a little bit more pug heavy. We've got Team Quickcast here, which is going to have Nilag in it this time. And we got Bakunin in here, Dan, which I assume is our Dan from the 8v8 channel. Arkness, Gonaltina, Toy Boy I'm also not familiar with, but really looking for some great showings. I'm really happy with how many teams that were able to get together for this weekend and potentially next weekend. This takes a lot of work to put together, so huge kudos to the people who set this all up, which is Draw, Fantasy, Miza, and team. They just really put in the work to make these things happen. I mean, none of these things happen naturally, right? Getting everybody together on PTR, characters built, to come do this type of event is tens of hours at least in setup, if not more, right? I mean, everything seems to be quick and easy until you start to do it and you go, oh my god. That's there's more work in getting all this together than anybody could possibly imagine. So thank you for doing this, not only once but also during the World Cup as well. Really brings a lot of attention to Dark Age Camelot and our server Eden, which is really ripping and roaring at the moment. If you're not already a player of Eden, definitely come check it out. For all those that are currently playing, I think this is going to be some kind of on the high end of play across these groups. We're going to see some really good tactics. We do have some pugs that maybe haven't played together as much, maybe a few subs in the group than what they would normally be playing with, or who they would normally be playing with, and that might make for a little bit of a challenge against some of the groups that have been running together a little bit more. I have a question mark here on Team Josh. I don't know who Alicia is, Alicia. I haven't heard anything yet. But there's a question mark player there, not familiar. But we have Josh, Kuj in that team, Casper, amazing players, Brokes, Halle Bell, one of my few. I don't give S tier marks for many players, but Torm, Halle Bell, they are as good as it gets in Dark Age of Camelot. I have a few other people in the S tier list, but they don't play Eden, so not particularly worth mentioning. But yeah, these are the only two that I would put on just the absolute precipice of what Dark Age of Camelot, what can be done inside of Dark Age of Camelot. And there's some people, up here, especially in the Team Karina, that really approach that level as well. Nezo, Buji, nothing bad to say. Incredibly high skill players, always good output. Always definitely challenging themselves and trying to learn and take on new tactics and stuff. PvP is an evolving type of environment, right? What works today in the meta may not work tomorrow. You have to be ready to make adjustments, and we might even be seeing some of that right here during this event, though the meta has started to really kind of find the winners and the losers at this point. For the Eden schedule, we're pretty far into Season 2. Season 2 started December 2nd, 2023, and so, we're 5 full months into that now. Is that right? Is that how that works? 4? Yeah, 4 full months in. And that's, that adds plenty of time for people to kind of figure out, what works, what doesn't work in regards to builds. And then it's all about, of course, executing those builds as well. Some of the other players in here, looks like this is Tool. It doesn't say Toolie, so I'm going to assume that is Tool and not Toolie, but he's in Nightcap's group, which Toolie usually plays with. So maybe that is Toolie there. Mikey in here too. Okay, so this looks like a couple of players from the Plumbers group that have moved over to this group. We have a few players from Plumbers up here in Clownface as well. So Clownface, KD, Chamion. We got Stylists as well as Smex and Noah. Noah, who I've played with extensively through other shards, Phoenix and Atlas, as well as Celestius. If memory serves, and just a fantastic player. Smex running around on that Scald a second ago. Trigger Joe, just very ubiquitous in the DAoC environment. Really a well-known player, can really put it down on some classes that are usually not the easiest to play. I really like Smex on a MA caster. He's very vocal, picks great targets, and then as well as his prowess on Scald in particular is, I think, very well known within the DAoC community. So we've got some other players here. Looks like Lael. We got Mezbaby. So this is a guild group that runs more or less pretty often. It's doing very well in the meta. For some reason, the name's not coming to me right this second. I'm sure somebody's going to say it in chat for me. Thank you. I think we're probably going to... Yeah, Gosu, thank you. The Gosu is probably going to do some real work here. We have a lot of players that play together often versus a lot of the other groups that are a little bit more puck heavy. Another group that plays together often, we've got the Italian group here, Marnix, Tebrix, Pol, Mark, Signorix, Master of Healers, Scania, Laurasia, and Mia Wallace. Did fantastic during the World Cup playing Alb. Really, I think I said it many, many times during that stream, put on a clinic on what Alb Pol can do. Really impressive showing overall. Had a little bit of trouble versus some of the tankers, but just barely didn't make it into the World Cup finals. And I think they were only down by maybe 2 wins or something. And but that's the Hib 4-4 was just a little bit too much for them to handle versus like UK, and didn't quite get them the points they needed to move on. We've got another group down here: Kaz, Botu, Reanimate. This is not a group that I'm familiar with running on a daily basis, but Reanimate often out there in the frontier, out there during prime times, Tuesday, Thursday, a lot of times more than that. Really happy to see how many groups are still coming out. As the season moves on, a lot of things aren't as new as they once were, and sometimes losing players. Myself, I haven't been able to play for maybe a month now, real life, and then as well as just my group not being having the players out, everybody's kind of playing different games at the moment. So have not seen my 5-man out there for probably a whole month now. But getting everybody together for this event, I'm really happy with. And then the last group down here, I already spoke about Josh and Cooge group. We have Lee's, Ed's, Bigio, and I just saw them running around over here. I was trying not to click their group to keep their build at least somewhat unknown. Though I guess you guys probably saw a little bit of it as pets were being spammed and such. But they've got VKX on their group, in the group Wagyu, who I've played with extensively, Methods, who I've played against quite a bit, 5v5 and such, Kylie, Bigio, also played with a lot at the beginning of the season over on HIB, doing King of the Hill and such. Had a great time doing that. My team was over on HIB for the first week, and then switched to ALB. But the time over on HIB, we did a lot of pugging with a lot of the players in this group here. All right. Other things that I wanted to talk about before we get started. Looks like we're running about 10 minutes late. I think I already brought attention to that the Team 1 here has 5 of France's World Cup 1 winners. Again, I think that a lot of people are putting them in first slot top seed. Maybe they're the team to beat overall, but of course the other team to beat would be the pre-made, A and S tier friends team to beat Josh, Cooge, and crew. Just always extremely high tier play. Really clinical in regards to positioning and making sure that they're covering all their bases, both with the setup and how they operate. So these are kind of tier 1 and tier 2, possibly 3 down here, because Gosu plays together and so often and has just great synergy. So really looking for them to pull off what they're known to do on EV kind of on a daily basis, which is just be extremely reliable. So I would kind of agree in chat here with tier 1, 2, 3 seeds for that Lego's writing here. Very, very close to that. Maybe 2 and 3 are contentious. Have I considered Halle Bell's mighty girth in my prediction? No, I haven't thought of it that angle particularly, but definitely his play. Definitely brings a lot to the table. Really depends on kind of what's being played. Actually, I guess for Halle Bell it doesn't. He was on a Warden, a couple months back and just killing it, right? I mean, just playing the role of 2 players at once. From the enemy's perspective, I was not enjoying, how quickly I was being locked down. I don't remember what I was playing at the time. I think I was playing. No, don't remember. But probably a support. Yeah, Warden's having root. Lot that a Warden can be doing, but gosh, usually Warden's not the reason why a group is, just running you over. And with Halle Bell on Warden, it felt that way. It felt like he was responsible. Hot tub streamer. Yeah, maybe one day. Got a hot tub out there. Love my hot tub. If anybody else would like to stream, it would be fantastic to have a few more points of view. I don't think I'm going to be catching all of the fights, so just to have a catalog of some of the fights that I can't get to because there's going to be so many going on at once. It might be worth having a few other people stream, even if streaming in private, just to link to later for VOD review. I guess I haven't heard who else is streaming kind of officially yet, but usually the names are Thule, who's seems to be playing in one of the groups, Stunning Styles, which I don't believe was available this weekend, and Drac. I've invited Drac, but it was kind of last minute. So if he can join, that would be fantastic. Smex says he has a stream up, so that's fantastic. Yep, so that's really, really good as well. Smex will be first-person streaming during his fights, I guess, but also, you know, if anybody else wants to do some overhead view as a spectator. Some of the other notable absences, I didn't see Gorv in the list here, slides, as well from the France team World Cup winners. So, you know, unless they're under other pseudonames above, I don't think that they're going to be playing this round. Possibly Torm as another possible absence, unless there's a pseudonym going on. Just for a recap on the World Cup, it was Team France's mid-hybrid, which was a 2BD SM Thane, Warrior Valk. Thanes have kind of fallen out of favor a little bit in the recent meta. You know, obviously still a powerful class and stuff, but not as prominent as they once were. BDs definitely very vogue right now. A lot of questions around how many BDs, how many mid groups are there going to be. We'll have to see about that. This design really was predicated, especially with the Valkyrie on Valk, if memory serves, on the no shaman design. I don't think you can have all of the components that they have here while still having the shaman, so you have to kind of make some adjustments, right? You know, the warrior or the Valk probably has to be replaced. There's no Scald there, so no sauce. Was a very you know, kind of design against the current meta, design against what they expected to fight, and worked quite well over, but you know, still went to the 7th round against England's Al build, which was a 3-3, which with 3 mercs, 2 Sorks and a Thurg. Also very kind of challenging the meta at the time. No Minstrel is a unique design. I think the Minstrel would have been a way to kind of punish the no shaman, because if anybody was able to get in the back, you know, to mess with the AUG, those were really the only heals in the back line. So, you know, it wouldn't happen right away because they got instas and stuff, but that would have been a way to possibly punish the no shaman design a little bit more, but maybe not. You know, 3 mercs were very, very strong at the time, especially with the kind of early astral weapons that had just been introduced, and people were still feeling those out. Team Germany did win 3-2 against Team USA during the World Cup, and they took 3rd and 4th place respectively. All right, well, we're getting a few minutes past the mark here. Let's go see if things are getting started. Oh, 3-0 somebody says even. 3-0, oh wow, I have to rewrite that. Okay, let's see. We've got supposedly a group right around here, maybe they're underneath. And another group joining EV here. Oh, right. Big thanks to staff for providing me yet again this GM account, so I can fly around and see everything and jump to anywhere I need to. Unfortunately, I'm not very comfortable with the controls on all the high-level stuff, the slash commands and stuff. I don't know them very well. Done this a few times now, but still getting comfortable with it all. I guess maybe some people that have done Dole stuff, you know, that's the source of all this is original Dole commands that have just been modified over time. Dawn of Light servers, what all the free shards are kind of originally designed on. I guess this is kind of giving a little bit of information about groups, but sorry about that. If this is who I think it is, Frick, he's another player that I did want to note if it's Frick from Live, just absolutely fantastic player. Has some really good videos on YouTube if you haven't watched. Definitely go watch. Very, very skilled. Okay, just looking for some updates here. On the other screen, while we get ready, I'll leave this up, I guess, the teams here. Looks like we have some minor adjustments on possibly the first bye. I think we have a player or two missing as we go into the first set of the first match here. Oh no, I hope it's not VKX. Yeah, I'm seeing the groups in the other window over here, the different teams. There's a special Discord for the Eden 8v8 so that everybody can be in the same Discord and kind of chatting with their group, but then if they need to jump to another group to talk to them real quick, they can. I think that's a really good idea for kind of a tournament as kind of structured as this one is. Really important to have everybody in one place. I don't know if you guys can hear it very well in the background, but I do have some of the Dark Age of Camelot music playing in the background here. And actually this one jumped on over to another one. How did that happen? That was Neverwinter Nights playing. Let me go back to Dark Age of Camelot. There we go. Actually, looks like we're missing a couple players. Might have to have some last-minute substitutions. You know, it's tough to get 72 players together for for an event like this, and then of course we have you know, the coordinators and such. So maybe about 80 people total to make this happen between the 9 teams of 72 players and extras. Not easy to get everybody to be able to show up at the exact time and such. VKX, if he is missing, can't hold it against him too much. He plays from a different part of the world, and you know, his hours of sleep can be quite highly variable to the rest of us. But reliable player when he is in game. I've been playing with VKX quite a lot recently, and you know, really putting some good work in on Minstrel in my group. He's been playing Heretic a lot recently as well. So I do hope he's able to show up for Team Lays. Ice. Yeah, if anybody does get a hold of Dracula and he has any time to come in, even if we're, you know, an hour or two in, would love to have him on stream. It's great to bounce off somebody, and you know, no one person can see everything going on from, you know, 8 players in 2 different groups. There's plenty of opportunity to miss plays being made. Okay, we should be coming right about to the point where I should be able to jump into the first fight here. Um, Tendies are getting cold. Okay, well. Okay, it doesn't look like anybody's in instance yet. So Ellen Bonnen is, the island, right? Formerly Agramon, now EV, but the instance room, if they're using EV, is called Manon's room. Manon McClure, which is the guy underneath the ice down here. Where's the entrance? On live, he's somebody that you can fight in an instance or as this guy underneath the ice. I don't know if anybody knew that he was down here. A lot of times this gets missed, but this is a enemy that you fight in the EV Keep on live, and then there's also an instance to go fight him as well. If I believe if your realm owns EV. Manon McClure. It's 1N. 1N-A-N-N. Okay, looks like I've got a list of the group leaders' names. Thank you so much, Fantasy. And that will allow me to jump around. I'm just going to go ahead and make some macros. Let's just make sure that these work. And they do. I will continue to hide that because unfortunately it was on the screen for a second, but trying to keep these as secret as I can. Oops. You guys can see my extremely slow typing here from the other screen. Okay, let's just make sure that these are working. A little bit of information being displayed with this, but kind of important. And this will all be known in just a moment here. Doesn't look like quite as many. Oh, yeah, actually, I lied. A fair number of mid groups, fair number of al groups. Did I see any hib groups? Yikes. Hib 2 week for the spring open? I don't know. Oh, we got a VOD review out here. Okay, so we do have the group makeups. It's not public yet, but I think it will be in a moment. The groups do know what they're up against, at least, so they can take a look at that. We do have one hib group. After all, I guess I should have noticed that I ported over to hib. And 1, 2, 3, 4 mid groups, and 1, 2, 3 out groups. So, wait a minute, is that correct? 5 mid groups. No, there's actually another out group here. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4 out groups, 4 mid groups, and 1 hib. So hib not super represented in this spring open, at least for this round. I don't know the rules on between rounds, but if you're, or at least between this Sunday and next. Okay, nobody in Mannins yet, but looks like everybody's just about ready. Sorry for the delay, everybody. Okay, looks like we are going to have Drac for some or all of this, which is absolutely fantastic. He should be able to join my group here. Oh, actually, maybe that's ETA 5 minutes for... I don't know. We'll find out in a minute what that means. ETA 5 minutes on something. Yeah, I need my big mouse icon. Yep, old eyes indeed. And I was just saying in Eden Discord, you know, I know you guys are going to hate me, but I'll be using new icons. I guess I could switch to old icons, but the old icons, new icons, they're both are okay for me, but the colors around the icons, yeah, I know, sorry. Actually, I guess I could switch. Yeah, a little bit of trouble for myself with colors of things. Like I can see that this, you know, Hib Korzah Tower is green, and that this one's blue. But when you know they're on the Realm War map or something like that, you know, like this one right here, that could easily be Hib to me. In fact, I don't know if it is Hib. Maybe. Yeah, that might be Hib. So green and blue, really tough for me, and some of the icon borders are very difficult for me. 155 viewers, oh wow. All sorts of viewers. Yeah, I really should try a couple of the kind of in-between old and new icons, right? So old icons, but with, you know, kind of a modern twist on them. They do exist, and I should definitely try them, because especially if I'm going to be doing more shoutcasting, I know people prefer old icons. For me, you know, I know no one is going to agree with me when I say, to me, they look the same. I know the new ones are definitely a bit more loud, but they kind of have the same, you know, kind of, things within the icons, or at least for some amount of them. But I know 95% of people would disagree with me on that statement. I know I'm in the minority. Yeah, same general art, right? Takes a while to get used to the new ones, especially if you don't play with them on a daily basis or haven't played with them ever from shards and whatnot. Okay, let's check Mannon's room here. Oh, we have people in Mannon's room. Looks like we are starting. So let me go ahead and jump to Gorv. I think I have to double jump. Yeah, there we go. Okay, first fights are getting set up. We have 26 people in Mannon's room, so looks like everybody's just about to move into their first fights here of their first match. Looks like I'll be watching Gosu, which is Lael, versus, so they're on their mids over there with a build of, it looks like single BD, Scald Valk, so no warrior. That's going to be a spirit train or spirit energy body train from them, at least one would assume. They do have the Rune Master, so it could technically be cold, but I'd be relatively surprised. not without possibility with BD having the snare nuke in dark now. It's entirely possible. And then over here from the Hibs, we have what some people called a heretic build with a single Merc Thurg. Actually, 2 heretics, double heretic build, and heretic named Reaver. All right, we're starting off with a bang here. We've got Minstrel Lynn, Kaylee on Minstrel. Minstrel pets being taken already, down to 29 dead. We have being held back pretty well the pets on the mid side. We've got a couple of carrots flying in there from one of the ticks. Other tick not able to connect at the moment. It's got to deal with some player stuff over there in the center. Mez Baby Healer trying to put some pressure. Actually, Albs are putting on all the pressure at the moment, but at the same time, they're taking a little bit of damage. Got their Minstrel Mez out, just came out. Kaylee, double minced on the Alb side. I did not see that at first. Double minced, double tick Merc. So kind of a pretty unconventional build here. The Merc up front here, kind of in no man's land and taken out. The rest of his group not quite able to make it up there yet with the Valk, or the Scald in their backfield, doing some damage to him. A little stacked in the center here, might be taking some area CC. If it even comes down to that, looks like they're going to lose too many people before they get to that point. Gosu really doing some work here, good separation, kind of killing mostly back to front, so they're back forward. Going to be a very difficult fight, I think, to get through, kind of the pets on the mid side. It's going to be kind of difficult to get in as well. I'm going to switch my spectator mode here so you guys don't have to see all the other spectators. But yes, it does look like spectator is working if anybody wants to come and watch themselves. It looks like you'll be able to use the spectator NPCs on EV to jump right in. I think we just had a pretty dominant showing here from the mids. Damage done 13,000, which is almost as much combined. So just from the Bone Dancer, almost as much combined from the Alb group. So, gonna be a little bit of a hurdle to get over there. I'm trying to think of what the tactic that the Albs can use here. They've definitely got a bit of a push group with the double minced, with the double tick, and yet, I guess with tick rank 5, they can buy themselves some time, but I don't think it's going to give them the opportunity for kills against the mids that they're looking for. It's going to have to be kind of one with CC, which minstrels are capable of doing. I don't know exactly how they're gonna put pressure in here the way that they need to, at least from that first fight going forward. Taking a month off of DAoC and not watching many 8-man fights recently, I think I would be more attuned if I'd been playing more recently as to what an Alb group like this can do in this situation. There's some adversity that I can't really think of a way out of. Okay, so switching my view here to so that you guys don't have to see the other people flying around. Demo has provided me an alternative rock song made by AI for the tournament, so we'll listen to that at some point here. Alright, we've got the next fight starting here. We've got a bit of pressure going on from the mids, trying to see if they could snipe a root or two. BD's out front. His pets are in. This is a great opportunity to drop those pets. A couple of third pets coming in. I think mids may have been, Gosu may have been a little aggressive here. They might have sacrificed a bit of positioning on Ink here. I don't think it's the play right now to take the BD. The BD pets are pretty far in, or at least were for a moment there. They had a brief period where they could have taken those. They are putting great pressure. The Albs are putting great pressure on the back of the mids, on the back of Gosu here. We have the Reaver group really, trying to just be a nuisance to everything, really using those DDs, really using everything they can to put pressure, but at the same time, they're sitting full diseases here. Their clerics are not quite able to keep up. Or cleric, singular. Yeah, there goes one in the front on the Merc. This pressure is going to be a little difficult to keep on now. Mids have the separation. This large distance here is just going to create too big of a gap. Anybody that steps out here is just going to be, right into the fray. They're just going to get absolutely pinpointed and taken down. So, going to be a little difficult to hang on to this going into this third fight. I think even with the sacrifice position by the mids, even though they didn't quite get what they were looking for with kind of that initial push, try and snipe a root or whatnot, or at least not that I saw, it didn't really matter. They were able to sustain through, kind of the interrupts of the early fight. They were able to keep their pets up, and that just spelled a slow demise of the Alps. I think this is going to be a particularly strong group. Gosu here plays together quite a lot. If you weren't in the stream earlier, I went through the fact that they're probably the least pug of any of the groups that are playing today. They have a lot of their consistent members, at least as far as I can tell. We do have a person that's not supposed to be here. Looks like has looks like he's getting out of the way. Okay. Sometimes spectator mode on these instances bugs, something that I know that they're working on, but we're still having a little bit of issue with it. I don't know the slash commands to maybe make him invisible again, make him a spectator. I'm sure there is one, but I don't know how to do it. If there's any other people flying around with those permissions, please feel free to turn Yuri there into a spectator. All right, we're going to be going into the third round here. I think you can see from the damage output again that just hasn't been the opportunity to pinpoint the damage with the heretics. You got to slam something in range. Have some way of holding somebody back at the same time that you're putting pressure on their back and keeping Rups out. Ramping up with the ticks. It takes time, right? And so you have to have a big window available for that, and I think that's something that Gosu's ready for. I don't think that they've been able to have any of these opportunities yet. So let's see in this third round if they're able to find something. We do have both minstrel pets being padfoots, and then just a body sork pet back here, Torcan. Not so much to deal with. It would be some amount, right? So not everybody gets to run 3 pets, but I mean that's less pets than the BD has on his own, right? So those BD pets just a real high priority target, forcing the BD to refresh his pets over and over again is a state that you want to be in, right? He spends a lot of time recasting those pets. If you can get the first one down and the second one down, that's how you're going to find a win here. Getting him to send them in is going to be difficult. He's been holding them back really well. Just that second fight there where they were in because he was in. We do have an LD on the side of the Alps, so that's going to probably take a minute to get back. So they'll sit here for a moment. I'm going to see if I can catch another fight while we're doing that. Looks like we got a fight in progress. I'm going to jump over to the Lankia Arc fight. Oh, looks like that one just ended. I'm going to judge by the damage here that the mids won. That's the Karina group. Looks like they were able to take the win off of Quick Cast group in this last round. Let's see who else is fight in progress. Let's see who Manon. Let me just jump around, I guess. Oh, here we go. We've got a fight in progress again of Big Mechs, and we've got the Alb So this is Alb v Alb here that we've got going on. We've got the Alb group Italians, Marn putting some pressure on the Alb group Big Mex, which is a Netis, so Dan and a few others. Or not Dan. Yeah, we've got Mocked Sork in the center. Third just dropped on the side of the Big Mex group. Yeah, it looks like the Marn group is just kind of cleaning up here. A few too many pets, few too much pressure on the Big Mex Alb group here with Frick and friends. Some of these names are a little bit different than the names in the list here, but yeah, so that's Marnex there. Oops. Marnex there versus Would be very convenient if the leaders' names were their names, but that's okay. Oh, right, Frick was up towards the top here, right? There, Polly. So these two fighting. Alright, let's jump back to the Gorb fight if they're about ready. The one that we were watching originally, which is Gosu versus the Reaver group here, which is double Heretic, double Minced. Alright, the Albs being a little bit more cautious here, hanging back a little bit more. Merc's still in front, taking... Ooh, actually, Merc is way in. Taking a little bit of damage. Looks like Cleric is able to get in position for him, flying in over there to try and catch some of those heals. He is... one of the Heretics was rooted out. Looks like he may have purged. We have kind of Cleric in the mid part of the fight here, putting some shears out and such. Takes a mez, gets demez very quickly. Yeah, really, mid's fallen back quite a bit. This is the best showing so far by the Albs, but it looks like they're running out of pressure already. Maybe they had, a tick rank 5 up or whatnot, but we have the first death by the Alb group. First Sauce, and Sauce gets not really much distance there. They're not able to put much pressure on. I think it's already kind of too late. Mids were just able to open up and free cast a little bit there. Just seems a little bit too difficult to get the CC out against these the mid groups. I didn't really see much CC landing on the mids. They just have enough pressure to hold everybody back, take out those pets, and then start taking out players. So a bit of a dominant showing by Gosu here. Solid 3-0. The Alb group here had messaged me that they'd be warming up against these. Again, we have a pug a bit versus a group that's plays together extremely often. So a bit of an expected outcome, but at the same time, good on the Albs for putting that type of group together. That's definitely certainly not a meta group that you'd see out often on EV. Alright, let's jump to one of the other fights. We're just watching. Let's see if we can catch the end of Karina's group. Yep. Karina fight going on here. Karina on their mids. Warriors called Valk. Oh my. Triple Valk. Holy crap. Wow. What a design for the beginning of the fights. But they are putting some damage in on the quick cast Bakunin group. And it looks like the pressure might be too much for the kind of traditional caster build. But with Savage and Valk. Maybe not traditional caster, but slightly augmented Savage Valk mid-caster group, quick cast group to handle. 2 dead, the Shaman out. That's going to be all your uncharged buffs down. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get that Shaman up either. So that's going to be a bit of a slow death if the Karina group can keep the pressure up. They do have a healer back there, but it doesn't look like he has his PR up for that Shaman. It looks like he's going to drop back there too to whatever that may be back there, maybe a Scald. No, that's a Warrior back there, Karina, on him. And just a full pressure push group with this triple Valk Scald Warrior. Wow. double skulls as well. Holy crap! So again, no shaman from the Frenchies here. So double healer, triple Valk, double scald warrior. Wow. This does remind me of the builds that I used to run on live back at this patch level. In fact, 1.9x early 1.100. And my builds were generally double Valk, single healer, and a bunch of Scalds. Not because Scalds were OP or anything, but it's what I had at the time. At my playtimes, there was limited access to players, but at a bunch of high rank players back then that may not have been the strongest players, but we made it work. Gosh, so during testing, we were able to ensure that everything was working correctly. I should say we Draw and everybody was put in a bunch of time to make sure that this was all going to work right. Unfortunately, it does look like RAs have been resetting between rounds, which is good for people using timered RAs. Somebody like this Valk group may not benefit from that as much, right? The Scald rank 5s would reset each round anyway when, they shave off 4 minutes between rounds, and Scald rank 5 is only a 5-minute timer, but the Valk rank 5 not doing too much. Healer rank 5s, healer other, RAs are definitely going to be helpful. I don't know if the Warrior's running Soldier's Barricade and stuff, but I guess we could check. No, it looks like a very heavy offensive output and dashing defense. Dashing defense, great choice. Dashing defense, very, very strong right now with the new guard mechanics and everything. Being able to guard somebody and block for them, very reliably. Not quite at the level of maybe bodyguard or something, but you are able to move around. Guard is a very, very, very strong attribute now after the recent changes a few weeks ago. Guard is now as much as 30% stronger, not than it was before, but than your slash bonuses would indicate in its raw value. So if you have, let's say 40% in your bonuses of chance to block, you're going to have 70% before your enemy's penetration if you have block 3, guard 3 rather, and put it on a player and are standing in range with your shield out. So just obviously their defense penetration is going to cut that down quite a bit, but you can really get up to some high block rates against dual wielders. That's going to get dropped a bit too. There's another 25% multiplicatively shaved off against block when it's against a dual wielder, but still reliable against savages, against mercs and BMs have been meta recently. So being able to get those blocks in and then dashing defense for people that are not nearby to at least buy yourself some time defensively, I think is a very good choice. Not helping them maybe a ton in this matchup, just a Savage and a Valk, but I don't think they also need it too much here either. The pressure that Karina's group is able to put on with all these cones going, with all these Valks, I mean, just look at this. Saucing in, just, as they say, full Mongo. Just all the way in the back. Warrior first in, really nothing able to slow that down. You just one BD down more or less on ink, and not much that the other mid group here can do about it either. Quick cast dropping now too. There's not a whole lot of responses to that type of opener. Saucing the other direction would be a way to do it, but they don't have a Scald, so no opportunity to counter sauce. Even if they did, the Karina group has 2 sauces, which it sounds like are going to be available to them each round. If we're having RAs resetting each round, which is a bit unfortunate, but sometimes bugs happen, and we just got to play through it. Got to do it live. Yeah, a bit of recovery here from Quickcast Group. I'm really happy to see. I didn't expect them to still be standing at this point with losing the BD and the SM so early. It does look like the BD might be dropping again here towards the kind of left-hand flank of the fight from their perspective. He really needs to move back here. We got a few roots out. That is a root on a warrior, which isn't going to last the longest, but hey, bought some time. CC on the Valks. it will last a little while. They've only got Stoicism 1, and so if you can stick some of that CC, it'll last at least a little bit of time. But it looks like everybody has somebody on them or somebody coning them at the moment, so it's only going to be instas. And we see one of the healers dropping. Yeah, Shaman kind of out there as well. It looks like this is just dominoes at this point. Yeah, nice recovery. Able to at least get some space. Some CC bought them a little bit of time, but it just looks like this interrupt potential from all these Valks and such is more than the mid, more traditional hybrid group was able to handle. This is exactly what we would go for when I would play, and of course some of that was maybe ethical hill hits, unethical hill hits back then, playing at this patch level with my double Valk group, but that's the same type of result we were going for, just very Mongo, very aggressive, making sure everything was erupted all the time. We were often playing against what I can, pretty easily say was stronger groups, right? Stronger players than what I had in my group. So if we made it so that they couldn't use their abilities, then we at least had a chance. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me see if I can jump over to another fight. Doesn't look like any other fights are going. That seems to be the end of the first round here, and we should have results coming in. I listed the results link, but it was way up at the top. I'll go ahead and repost that. Oh, Casper's saying that he'd prefer it if I was on the ground. Sure, yeah, I can fight or watch from the ground basis a little bit more often. No problem. That would be just fine. Yeah, I'd like to have an idea of who this Alyssa is. Don't know how to do polls, but if anybody would like to speculate, I'd be interested. Okay, second round is going to be booting up. We're going to be moving right along because we were a little bit late originally, and we're already technically 45 minutes in. So let's I'll see who jumps into Manon's room here and start to watch the next fights. I'll try and catch different players fighting. So in this last set, we saw quite a bit of Quick Cast. We saw quite a bit of Karina, Gosu as well. I didn't catch a few of these other groups, so Marn we caught at least a short amount, Polly as well. So I'll try and catch a bit of Josh and Kaz as well as Lace group if I can find them. Let's see what the results were from round one. Okay, looks like they have just been updated on the screen here. I'll go ahead and bring this on over. Excuse me. We have, a lot of 3-0s. So 3 wins from Team Lael, 3 wins from Marn, 3 wins from Karina. I was hoping there'd be a little bit more of a split between the different groups in wins and losses, but it was a little bit expected as well, right? Some of the groups play together more often, some of the groups are a bit more pug heavy, and it looks like those were the matchups where we didn't get as many, at least in this round, of the groups that play together more often with the groups that also play together more often. So maybe in the next round we'll see a little bit more of that, and maybe we'll see a little bit better split between groups going 2-1 instead of 3-0. I'm hoping for a bit more contention in this next round. Not to say that any of these groups couldn't, with enough time, battle it out and win with the setups that they've brought and with the players that they've brought. I don't think that there's that big of a spread in regards to overall skill level. It's just cohesion more than anything else. Oh, not Italian setup. Oh, I'm half Spanish, half Italian. All right. Well, thank you, Marn. I appreciate that. So Marnik's group is half Spanish. And actually, you know what? Now that you say that, I knew that, and I apologize because I knew that already. Somebody corrected me last time regarding that. Okay, so and Clownface did have a bye. I was going to say I didn't find a fight with them in it, but yeah, they did have the bye this round. Oh, good question. How many mid groups lost versus Albs or Hibs? Gosh, let me check. I'll have to cross-reference that with the information from the groups. I did not write what each group is. I really should do that, though. Let me take a moment and do that. Yep, okay, nobody started fighting yet, so let me do that real quick. I'll leave this up on the screen while I fix this. And actually, I guess I can do this at the same time. Alright. And these were the initial makeups. They may have been slightly modified because people were looking for players last minute to fill some slots. If you are listening, Fantasy, you have a fantastic screen here. If you did want to... I don't know, I don't think it's necessary, but if you did want to mark which team, by color, maybe their name color could be what realm they are. You could probably do like a Control F, find their names, and then highlight them all to be, let's say if it's Lice, right, their Alb, the names could be red to show Albion, and blue for mid, green for Hib. Might make it a little easy to see as an overview of what teams and what realms are succeeding and not. Thank you. Much appreciated. I miss anybody? Josh. Oh, and Karina. The hell? All right. Okay, well, we're going to see if the next round is getting close to being ready. Thank you for doing that, Fantasy. Much appreciated. He's updating live the wins and losses here. So it does look like Mid's Lael team did win over the Albs Lice. Did have Mid's team Karina also win over Mid's Quick Cast. I didn't see the Josh versus Kaz fight, but Kaz is the only Hib group, so that's mids over Hibs. And then Albs versus Albs, Marn versus Polly. So yeah, mid's taking it at the moment, with the only Alb group winning over another Alb group. Is that accurate? No. What's Quickcast? Oh, you're right. They're on the other side. Okay. Looks like we're getting ready. So I'm gonna jump over to Clown group. Oops, that's Karina. All right, double hopped over to Clown Group, and we'll be watching Clown Face, which is kind of a mixture of some of the Plumbers groups, Plumbers team members, and some strong players as well in Smex and Stylus, Frecky, also known as Noah. I don't know if they all play together very often. Late Night US, a lot of those players are Late Night US, and I haven't been able to watch fights during that time. But yeah, they all are from that kind of time window generally, so maybe they have been playing together in the evenings. Looks like their LD is back. They had an LD going into this, and they're going to be fighting against the Marn Alb group, who is coming off of a 3-0 victory. In their half Italian, half Spanish group. All right, we've got playing the range game here. Trigger Joe doing a fantastic job on Scald, making sure his DDs are in range to rupt. I'm going to go ahead and drop down for you so we can watch the fight on the ground level here. We're going to push with the mids, who were pulling a second ago from the Albs, and wow, they dropped the Minstrel there. They'd already dropped the pet. You see the Vargas down at my feet. Templar coming in. This Templar is untethered. He's going to get dropped as well. Got to hold those pets back when you can. You're not always going to get the opportunity to do that. Trigger's a little bit out there, but at the same time, I think it was worth it. It did force the Alb sauce in. Wow, great rank 5 from the Thurgist. That's going to put just an incredible amount of pressure on the mids. That thing ticking a few times there. I only saw it tick twice, actually, which is a little bit unusual. The Albs, though, even though they are directly on top of the mids are still finding opportunities to cast. We saw the Minstrel go down again. Mids are kind of, this is 100% just a stand and mock fight, it seems, at the moment. Even though I actually didn't see that many mocks go off. Everybody's trying to rupt as best they can, but the Albs are being held back pretty well here. Mids are going to let some ground happen here. They do have a mock on the pack at the moment. Clownface, Shaman being kept alive just barely. And there he drops. This is the opportunity for Albs to take a bit of advantage. They get their Sork up, or their Minstrel up, but their Sork just dropped. Kind of in the center of the fight there. He was the furthest one forward other than Marn. A little bit of a difficult position to hold for any length of time, especially as the mids get their bearings back. They were able to sneak in and get their Shaman up. I am going to fly again here to get a little bit better positioning. I got to give myself some more speed for the next fight. We do have plenty of Thurgist pets coming out here. That's going to Clownface's mock as well over at this point. Trigger Joe is going to drop. Ooh, he did not. Wow, fantastic healing. I saw the... this time he's going to drop. I did see the shell on there, which bought them a lot of time. The Shaman getting up, getting everybody buffed, and getting a shell out on that Scald. Great use of it. This is anybody's fight at the moment. Albs have fully recovered. Mids have almost fully recovered. I do maybe see some buffs missing up on the top of the bar here, but not many. Everybody has important dexes. Wow, Spearmaster Scald dropping again. He's probably not going to be resable this time. And there goes the Spirit Master. It does look like Albs have got this one on lock, even with the Minstrel in and taking some damage. Clerics are in position. There's really no chance of losing anybody at this point. The only way to recover would be heavy CC on the back, but it's just too little too late at this point. not going to get the opportunity with the amount of pressure that Albs are putting on right this minute. So, yet again, just like the World Cup qualifiers, Marn Group putting on a clinic. Mark's fantastic at playing the range game, much in the way that Smex is. I think they found their match here a little bit. Really able to put pressure on, get in, do the damage, make your enemy fall back, but not be so far in that you're out of heal range. Playing that range game is a skill. It's a skill that both those players have in spades. I'm going to go ahead and take a moment to read some comments to get caught up a little bit. I guess I can give you guys the damage totals here on screen so that you can review that in the meantime. Oh, can I make it daytime? Fuck, can I? Yeah, I think so. Let me think about that. I think it's just /time. I hope this doesn't do it for the whole fucking server. That would be a shame. I think it's just like that. Maybe? Oh, that's just /time. Oh, I'm not P level 5. So let me adjust the time. Oh, what do we got going on here? Clown has a DC, okay. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that it's not permaday. Usually it is on EV. Let me go look up that. Okay, well, we'll come back to that. We have to get the next fight starting. It looks like they were able to get their player back in, the DC, on Clownface Group. And we're going to watch this from the opposite perspective here. We've got it from the Alves perspective. This time mids are putting quite a bit of pressure in. They did not fall back early. Mia Wallace was kind of out there. Marn trying to put some damage in, having to pull back just in time. That was, I mean, if he stayed in one more second, it would have been difficult to heal him there. So just in time coming out. We've got their Minstrel playing the left-hand flank, but they did lose their Bargus pet. But the mids also lost one of their BD pets there. Were they able to get up a new one? No, they only have, yeah, there's the second BD pet back up. But they do have the 2 BDs, so I'm going to switch back here. A lot of pressure coming in, but this is starting to turn into a circle fight again. Albs are able to hold the line. Both groups really able to do almost equal amounts of push here, which is going to mean that gaining any ground is going to be very difficult. I think I saw the Thurgis rank 5 come out there again. He was able to push up and put some pressure and drop that rank 5. It would normally not be up yet, a 15-minute reuse timer, but again, we're having that issue with RAs resetting each round, which benefits certain classes over others, but it is what it is, unfortunately. We have Clownface in the center with Mock up again. I guess that makes each fight a bit more interesting. It does mean that it's kind of an RA fest. At rank 8, you're going to have access to plenty of RAs with 70 realm skill points. So it sounds like that's going to benefit people using more active RAs at the moment by quite a margin. Classes that can and players that choose to. We do have the SM pet back here whacking on the Cabalist. Merc is able to get taken out there. He wasn't in a bad spot. It's just a lot of pressure coming out. Looks like one of the BD pets is coming in. We do have just like a single BD pet over on the right. I'm sure that this is driving Marn absolutely bonkers over there. but it does look like the mids are going to take this round. The Albs are just not quite able to hold their ground here and find the find the CC, find the positioning to take advantage of the mid's aggressive push. Both BD pets, just doing that slow push, that kind of march inward is just a terrible thing to see on the receiving end. But yeah, this fight is all but over. I'm going to see if I can catch another fight in the meantime. Let's go jump over to Josh group. Looks like they are in the midst of a fight. We have the Triple Valk group of Karina versus the Friar Alb group of Jabo and Brooks, as well as Nazo. We've got Coog in here too. So that's Josh's kind of pre-made pug. Got a lot of the same names in this type of group, but it's still technically a pug. We do have Lankia going down here. The push just not quite having the same effect against the Alb build here that it did on the mid caster. Mid caster a little bit more vulnerable to heavy rupt, where I think maybe the way that this group is being played, and also just the design of the group, the single tick is able to hold it back a little bit better here. And it does look like Josh group is going to take this win off of Karina. I don't know if that's their first or second win here. Let's see if we can reference the sheet. Not quite updated yet, but maybe soon, in a minute here. So at least one win. I'll leave this on screen. And let's take a look at that damage. Yeah, just wow, huge damage done by Karina too. Wow, this was a long, drawn-out fight. It looks like that we missed here. 52,000 damage by Klug. Klug, what? Kuj rather, not Klug. Different person. 52k damage by a mercenary. Holy crap! And then multiple 20ks in here as well. We have one of the Sorks. I assume that's the more body-heavy Sork, and the warrior here, getting up in those 20k range of damage. Ah, okay. So at the end of each round, they'll be updated. Gotcha. And that totally makes sense. And I mean, I put a Torum question mark on Alicia before anybody said anything, but I don't know. I don't think that is too surprising. That is definitely going to push, especially if the Josh group here is able to to take this round, all three fights potentially, off of Karina group. That is going to push them up into top seed performance. They will for sure be the group to beat at that point. I think that the very aggressive mid build that Karina has gone with here is really good against the field, but this is definitely one of the groups where it's going to be not as good of a matchup as the more hybridy groups that the other realms can make. The third is going to be able to be far enough back to maybe drop some pets on some key targets. The heretic doesn't mind your cones as much, and has the tools to peel a Valk off of himself the way no other caster really does. With slam or maybe a snare or whatnot. It's insta-snare as well, very effective against tanks in general, but especially non-full stoicism tanks. Alright, let's watch this from the Karina side here. Get on the ground and watch the push. Both groups taking advantage of the center of the fight here, not leaving any space open. We have Kuj all the way in. It's not going to get punished for this, right? Because there's no casters in the back here. to punish the Merc from being all the way in. If this was an armsman or something, in many fights, he might not have the mobility to kind of get back or whatnot, but he has no problem getting in there, doing some damage, and making it back, getting some guards in as he's walking by. That was a good kind of on-the-fly guard as he walked through some of his fellow players. Karina group really putting on a lot of pressure here, as their group has to. Getting on that Thurgist is going to be really important. But with this PBT going, these one-handed attacks, even with melee procs, style procs, it's just not going to be a ton of damage. Alicia here just sitting at basically full health on the tick, not really taking any pressure from that. Might be running a little bit slow, but not a whole lot of heals having to come out. We do have a Friar in this Alb group keeping up his hot, very, very valuable to have that hot rolling. And there it is, up towards the top there. Just ticking at all times, 73 health. Just a lot of healing coming from that hot. If you can pinpoint damage, if you can get a couple of Valks on something and have their support rupted, that's going to be your kill opportunity from the mid multiple Valk group. But if you're just putting incremental damage in, one person on each player in the other group, that's where that hot is going to shine. A group heal here and there is going to be enough to hold everybody up without really having to plant and single target heal, right? So that's really a benefit to having the Friar in the build at the moment. They're putting just enough damage in on the Sork there that an insta comes out. Yet again, spreading that damage. That's going to mean that people aren't able to cast. There's not a lot of pets coming out. Do still have the pets up on the Alb side, though. We still have the 2 Templars and the Barghest doing some work on Korth there. Probably doesn't feel good to have all those pets on your support, but there's also not too much that the mid group can do about that. We do see that looks like the Augular Fall on the mid side there. Still, no real damage, to speak about being done on the Alb group here. Valks maybe not known for their, just burst at the moment, not at this patch level at least. On Celestius, they were pretty bursty with those higher delve damage, single style. But at this patch level where it has been buffed a little bit compared to where it would normally be, it's just still not as much, kind of reliable of a kill window. It's not going to be a short kill window. It's going to be kind of a prolonged one, and the Friar just extends that even further. Both groups still, everybody up. Still putting the pressure on. The last fight, it seems to have gone extremely long with Kuj having 52k damage. That must have been, 5-minute plus fight at least, and it seems like we're heading towards that inevitability here as well. We do have one Scald going down up in the front line, some pinpoint damage coming out on one of the Valks. They are going to try and take out French Woke out of this group, and they are able to do so. So they've had the Scald and the Valk drop, another Valk dropping. So they're going to try and go one by one here through the roster and take out one of the Valks at a time, one of the Scalds at a time. We got Kuj doing massive damage over there on one of the other Valks, and it looks like that's enough for a concession. We have people sitting on the Karina group, on the Karina side of the roster. Okay, well, credit where credit's due. Very strong showing by this Alb group. Friar groups perform better. Is that a meme that I can say and have be applicable in this context? But showing it, right? As much as it is maybe not as common in the meta at the moment, in this particular matchup, very, very strong. Minstrel and Sork's really doing a great job of holding their pets back, not giving them up for the the meleeers on the mid side to kind of take out early, and the style procs and stuff can be pretty strong against these pets, but if they have to go stick their neck out to go after the pets, they're probably not going to be in cone range to keep it much else interrupted on the side of the Albs. You're really looking for somebody to mess up with their pets, somebody to send in their pet, have it on defensive. You'd be able to use a DD charge or one of the Valk DDs landing on one of those Sorks or something, and for that Templar to come running in. That's the ideal scenario. We saw that from the Marn group at one point, even though I think they won that fight, but one of their Sork pets just ended up flying in, getting untethered from its owner, and getting downed really early in the fight because of that. I don't think that we're going to see those types of mistakes from Josh group. I think they're really trying to play technical here, but anything's possible. It's easy to get up on a bit of a high horse when you got a few wins under your belt and miss some of the basics, right, and make a mistake. So I'm kind of hoping here that Karina's group is able to really pull it together and grab a win here. I'd like to see a 2-1. That would be very, I don't know, but keeping things in contention. We have a lot of 3-0s at the moment so far in these matchups. I'm glad that these fights are very long. The fights from these two being very long shows that there's relatively equal skill on both sides, and then it comes down a little bit to the setup choices that were made and how they happen to match up in the individual fight. All right, yeah, pet being held back again. It's out in the center of the fight here, but it's doing work. It's right there next to the minstrel. He's keeping it close. We do have looks like we might have an LD or something on. Yes, we do, on the side of Karina's group. So we're gonna look for a reset here, and try and start that over. I didn't see any big RAs being popped at the beginning of that. This is going to be the opportunity where if you did pop something, it won't be up for the next fight, where they have been refreshed each round up until now. Didn't see a Thurgis rank 5. I'm not Thurgis rank 5, sorry, Heretic rank 5 there. I don't think they needed it, not that quick early in the fight, but something like a sauce could have been used early to try and cover some ground and get in like they did in some of the other fights against the mids last round. You might want to use one of those early, but I didn't see it get used here. Not that it didn't, but I just didn't see it. Yeah, that Kuj damage was definitely quite a lot. Light tanks outputting really high at the moment in general, but I think it says something when his damage was double anybody else's plus some in that first round. That uptime is just really, really freaking high. I don't think a Valk is going to be on average able to do that much damage even without PBT. But Kuj isn't going up against PBT. They're not running an RM on the mid side, but they do have that PBT running on the Alb side, and so that's going to reduce it a little bit. But even without it, I don't think that a Valk keeps up, even with similar uptime in DPS to what a Merc can output at the moment. Got red PBT going. Looks like they're going to reposition for a reset here. Well, I have the opportunity to maybe drink some of my water here. Last time I got really hoarse, and I feel that happening again. So we're an hour and 20 minutes into this stream so far. To recap, we've seen the first round, and the second round is basically over here. I think this is probably the last fight of the second round. We have Karina, who's currently 0-2 against the Josh group. And it looks like most of the other scores have been updated for round 2. Each round, ideally about 30 minutes, and we're keeping pretty close to that. This one might go a little tiny bit longer, but we started about 15-20 minutes late, and we're, you know, an hour in and finishing the second round. So I think whoever estimated that did a good job. Yeah, mid's just not able to put the pressure in like they did last time here. A lot of openings. We have the one of the Sorks open in the center here. He did take a CC, which was really important right there. And he might get left a little. Hopefully we're able to play keep away here with Kuj. He gets one swipe on Korth, and he's having to run into the back to protect. Still not a lot of damage happening on the health bars here of the Alb group. Yeah, it's just that damage spread, right? It's manageable. Where the damage coming out on the mids here is much more pinpoint. We've got the Heretic putting some damage in, presumably Torm on tick there, playing keep away with Ngolo. And Koog putting in some damage to the point that he has to sauce on out of there, or no, not sauce, excuse me, charge on out of there. Oh, actually, no, he's a Scald. What the hell? What was that? Maybe that was a sauce and I just didn't see the animation. Yeah, the fight's turning over the other direction. Looks like Albs have decided to do a run-through. They've dropped an ST in the center here, give themselves some space. Alicia didn't quite get the slam in on there before slammed by Lankia. He's going to sit over there for a few seconds. We do have 2 mezzed out on the Alb side here. Sork did get demez there, and he was able to clear the Minstrel, or Minstrel may have been hit. I didn't quite see. Broke's not really in a bad spot there. You know, he is the furthest one up at the moment, but you know, just the damage isn't a lot. It's, I think there's enough debuffs out, there's enough PBT getting in the way that even though Karina was open on him, it just wasn't doing much damage. Or actually, I guess that was one of the Valks that was on him. We do see an Icor onto the Albs here to try and hold their pull. Icor gets broken, and they get out of that relatively quickly. We do have a mocked Sork here on the right-hand side of the fight. Takes a slam for it, does purge, and continues trying to DPS, actually. He's trying to pinpoint out Trollo, the Scald back there, which I think is a good target. He is going to get out of range. Oh, he ran back in. You know, maybe there's going to be some opportunities to use this mock for a little bit of CC here pretty soon, but he does look to be, you know, heavy matter spec or debuffing and matter nuking here. Maybe not too high matter, but enough to do some damage. At the moment, I'm actually not sure who's pushing who anymore. Albs have pushed, I mean, mids have pushed so far through the Albs that it seems like Albs are pushing back through, are continuing to go north here, but the direction of the fight got a little confusing. Yet, in fact, the Albs got confused and decided to sauce back through to the south here. Maybe they didn't get confused, but they made a judgment call to sauce back through and go to the south. They could tell that it was getting a little bit fuzzy on which direction. This is again a very long fight. You know, we're 4 minutes in and finally starting to show some running out of toys, it seems like, on the side of the mids. Just never able to quite capitalize on the pressure that they were putting down, not through any fault of their own, just through, you know, kind of a bit of a setup mismatch more than anything. and that's going to spell the end for the mid group. So that is a clean 3-0 for the Alb group ran by Josh here on Friar, and yeah, long fights. Long fights are always fun to watch. Just somebody not getting bowled over instantly, though they were a bit one-sided on these fights. There's a bit of a pet meta at the moment. Obviously, Thurgis is going to bring a fair amount of pets with it. The two Sorks, the Minstrel, that's a lot of pets to fight through when you don't have any spell damage from your back to take those out. Everybody in forward trying to get rups doesn't leave much opportunity to clear those pets. It looks like we have another fight starting. I'm going to go see if I can jump over to that one. It's quick cast. Unfortunately, it looks like it's quite far in. Yeah, we have quick cast down already, so it looks like the end of this fight, the Reanimate Kaz group cleaning up quick cast group right now. So that is the Hib group getting their wins against the mids here. So yeah, we do have some wins on the side of the Hibs here against mids. I wish I could have seen a little bit more of that fight. It probably would have been a little bit more interesting than the last one we witnessed, even though that was a long fight. It was pretty one-sided. I think everybody would agree. But this fight here, oh, and it looks like they are done with their 3 matches as well, maybe, unless they just had some LDs. Let's see. No, yeah, it looks like they have more fights. They just had 2 LDs on the quick cast group on that port, which is unfortunate. So let's take a look at those damage numbers. Yeah, okay, maybe this wouldn't have been more interesting. Very, very dominant showing by the Hibs here over the mid group, running a traditional hybrid, but with the Savage Valk, which is a strong comp. I see it on EV relatively often. Plumbers play something similar to that some of the time, not always, and it's a strong build. I don't know if it's the strongest here. Doesn't seem like it is doing incredibly well against the Hib. This isn't quite a 4-4. This is, oh, it is, actually. It's exactly a 4-4. What am I trying to say? The Hib 4-4, double bard, just a lot of control up in the front. Usually you need one bard back a little bit, but against this mid setup, probably both bards are going in on either flank and just covering with those amnesias. It's just not going to leave a lot of opportunity for people to cast. Druid can hold the heals. Warden can kind of be a 5th DPS, well, not real DPS, but a 5th annoyance up in the front and kind of catch the heals that he needs to. The champ, I'm sure, is probably performing here a lot of debuffs that are going to be really hard to fight through on the mid side. Those very, very strong debuffs from champ can really hamper your ability to fight back. And then, of course, the Hero Blade Master and Veilwalker applying the damage pressure. Hib 4-4, been good almost at every level of DAoC's history. Classic 1.65, maybe it's a little bit lighter in traditional 1.65, but even moving forward to like kind of Phoenix 1.65, 1.69, into the 1.8 patch levels, great performance from those groups on Phoenix, into this patch level, even though it's kind of a different environment with new RAs and access to TOAs. Still performs at a very high level, even with Root being moved over to Warden. I know that's extremely contentious between the 8v8 community, but gosh, a group design like this, it doesn't seem to hamper them too much. Getting access again to this season to Mez dampening. 2 bards can keep everybody demezed, right? Single purge at rank 8, having 40% or so Mez dampening, even if you can't get a clear from somebody, a Scald insta-Mez or something isn't going to take one of the bards out of the fight for very long. you get out of something like that fast enough that you're able to recover. A hard mez on you probably needs to be cleared, sure, but something like a 20 or 30 second mez, which could be fight ending at other patch levels. Just having that 40% mez dampening, it's enough to overcome. Okay, I may jump over to another fight because we're waiting for LDs here. Let me see what I can find. Oh, yep, we have a fight in progress. Clown is going at it again against... Gosu here. So yeah, because we are in round 3 here, we do have new matchups. Yeah, this is going pretty well on both sides. This is, again, a bit of a circle fight. I assume this is Clown's side of the fight. Yes, that we're standing on, moving southeast into the Gosu group. Yeah, relatively clean window here on the side of Gosu. Not a lot of CC on them at the moment. Their pets wreaking havoc. Onto Clownface group. We do have Clownface on pack mocked at the moment, with Chameleon taking huge damage from Valk over there on the right. So this is the type of damage that you would want to see from the multiple Valks, but with that PBT in the back being local and available, they were able to shut that down. It did not look like this Valk is debuffed at all, right? He's not haste debuffed, he's not Dex Quick debuffed. And if PBT is way over on the other side, the Rune Master I don't think was nearby. You can output on a Spear Valk in that situation, right? If undebuffed Spear Valk, not having to hit through PBT, yeah, there's DPS there. It does look like he's running even champion bases to not be sheared, which is fine. Strength doesn't do a lot for spear damage. It's a strength dex split, and you don't want to be sheared and then have it be missing. So yeah, champion bases. Not saying I would disagree with that. That makes sense. With a only red base dex that you have to worry about from one of your healers. Probably charging both Strength Con and Dex Quick as well. There's going to be a lot of charges up for these fights with this arena design that we have here. I think that's okay, right? Juggling charges is a pain in the ass, right? In the ideal world, when you go into an 8v8 fight, you want to have most of your charges up. You're going to have most of your charges up in the better fights, right? Having to sit there and wait for those charges to be up individually. There's plenty of groups they think in Season 1, had time to, sit RAs, sit charges between fights, and it would work out relatively well. But this just kind of picks up the pace, right? Having it in Arena here. Maybe everything shouldn't reset, but charges resetting, charges being able to cycle, I think that's fine. He was able to mix in a magic charge here, and I think that's something. There's something to be said for that. Maybe that's a little strong. Okay, we have the Clownface group here again pulling back a little bit on the Anchor. They didn't move in to take space. They accepted the push from Gosu group. They are getting this guy way out here on Scald. This would be a good opportunity to do some damage on the Scald, except that they also have the Valk in, just covering everybody with Cone. Does look like Scald is going to have to come out now, but he's able to do it, right? He's holding this middle ground. He knew that he shouldn't be all the way in, as his group was still a bit back. And now this is the opportunity to get back in. Great play. Fantastic play. A lot of players would kind of see blood, see red in that type of position. Your enemy's running away from you. You just stay on him, keep meleeing, keep your DDs flying, and you can lose sight of your group behind you. But as a player that plays with these other players often, probably didn't even need to be called, right? He was probably able to just know that he was too far forward. We see the sauce by Clownface, but unfortunately it's a little bit too late to get the BD. They do have to sacrifice position and sacrifice that sauce to PR the BD. And that is going to be a real problem because now the BD's out in no man's land and dead again. So sacrificing that position, sacrificing for that res didn't really get them anything, but they had no other choice, right? So now, sauce comes out by the Ghoster group. The big downside to RAs being reset every single time is that you don't have to worry about what you use, what you don't use. So pop everything, may as well. Unfortunate, but a fact of where we are at the moment. Everybody's playing through it the same way. Okay, let's look at the results that we have so far. Oh, looks like Clownface, that was only their second fight. Oh, okay, interesting. Let's see if we can see a different fight between... we have a fight in progress, Polly. This is Big Mex. I see Frick back here. It does look like they are getting eaten up a little bit by the Josh group on their Alb Heretic build. Alb Heretic Hybrid. Can we just call it that? I think we can just call it that. Yeah, at the moment, I think they're pretty well seated in first seed. I could say that we're only in match 3, but also they've already fought the Karina group, who was the other one in contention for kind of that first, second seed, and the only last one being the Gosu group, which I'm really looking forward to. I hope I haven't missed it. Let me check the timing of those fights. When are we going to see Josh versus Gosu? As I take a sip of my water here. Yeah, so we did finally have a 2-1, Marn versus Clownface in round 2, but only the first 2-1 so far. Yeah, so Lael versus Quickcast here, Lael versus Elise. We need Lael versus Marn. They have a bye down here. I missed it. The one thing I wanted to see and I missed it. Team Carino, this is going to be an interesting one in round 6. And we have to wait till the very last round to see Josh versus Team Josh versus Team Gosu. Okay. Yeah, we have the kind of the same situation going on here. A really aggressive push by the Albs. Lots of third pets flying in. Yeah, this isn't much of a fight, unfortunately. Even RA is being popped because why not? There's just so much pressure coming out onto the Big Mex group here. Yeah, they're holding pretty well. But look, see, they have their pets all the way in because. Why not, right? This is the one time where they can just kind of let their pets fly. There isn't any pressure coming back on them here. They have a mock out, but it's really just to clear pets. The third just on the side of the Big Mex group, just not quite able to put the pressure back. He does have mock up at the moment, so he's getting a few pets out, but that initial push by the Coup group just didn't give him the opportunity to throw out some key pets, where on the side of the Josh group he was in perfect position to just chain cast pets, and we saw that with all those pets flying in at once. Don't mean to be harsh, just gotta call it like I see it. This fight is gonna end up lasting 90 seconds or something like that, but I think, unfortunately, it was the first 20 or 30 seconds that had already decided it. That seems to be the second round by Big Mac's group. And we do have an LD on the side of Josh's group. Alright, let's see if we can find another fight in progress. Lael. Fight in progress, Gosu versus the Clownface group. Yeah, this is going to be their fight 3. Similar results kind of going on to the first 2 rounds. Trader Joe, really trying to make it work for them, trying to be in good position to keep reps and stuff, but his group has fallen back hard, just not able to respond to the pressure coming out. Let's look this time. I did see debuffs here this time, that's good, on the Valk and such, but even with those debuffs, it's just not quite enough to hold back the pressure. Okay, what do we have here? We have the Kaz group versus Quickcast. They're still getting set up, so maybe I'll come back to Kaz. Clownface we've watched already, they're done. Did we watch the Karina group? So this would be Karina against the double minstrel, double heretic. So 2 kind of heavy push groups against each other. I think I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt to the Valk group, but yeah, this would be a fun one to watch. Let's see if we can come back to that one. Okay, we do have the start of the Big Mex group here. Oh, this is versus Kuj. I'm going to skip this one. We're going to jump on over to one of the other fights. Oh, and that crashed me. Lovely. Oopsie. We'll get back in a moment here. What did I make? Made spring open casting. There we go. All right. Ah, okay. Pulled myself over here. That's why. Okay, we have fight in progress here. We've got the double heretic group versus Karina. Karina clearly putting on the same type of pressure that they have in the prior rounds. They kind of have to. We do have the first sauce by the Albs. Sauce to pull back a little bit. We've got splitting DPS, which is smart move on the side of the mids here to try and just make sure that everything's erupted that can be. Unfortunately, we do have the minstrel way back there. Wasn't able to take advantage of that sauce the way that the others were. Or maybe he wasn't in range for that sauce. Maybe it was B tier that popped that one. He is able to get back up into a good spot. Great job by whoever PR'd him there. That was a long distance PR. So yeah, he'll be able to get back up and get back in the mix. Being a bit aggressive. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Kaylee in there again. He is going to get left behind. He's been snared, pinned, it looks like, taking big damage. Ooh, the Sork back here taking big damage too on this right-hand side. Yeah, Kaylee's going to get dropped back there and not be resable this time. And that's Kaylee dead. There he goes. But that's going to be very, very difficult to get somebody forward to res there. I guess one of the ticks technically could, but there's just not enough time. Yeah, Cleric's got pressure on him. Good insta. Great group insta there. Everybody was back up, so that group insta hit everybody. Fantastic timing. We've got the heretic here just taking too much pressure. to be able to put any damage back out. The coverage of these Valks, in contrast to the fight we just saw, against Josh's group, where the Valks were splitting and not able to maybe do as much damage. No Friar here, and just the double Minstrel isn't going to be as effective against all these tanks, right? Any one of these Valks can kind of take out one of those Minstrels if they can get them away from the healers. And there's not much that the Minstrel's going to be able to do about it, versus the kind of Friar and a little bit more hybrid design of the Josh group, able to take advantage of that split more than this group is. Yeah, so this was, I think the extremely strong players on Karina's side here. So I don't know that they needed, as good of a build that they have, right, for against this Alb group to be winners here. I think this is again one of the top seed groups in this bracket. We have 5 players from the winning World Cup group, and so they've proven their ability. But this matchup for the mids is just very, very strong, right? Which is really funny because it just wasn't versus the single heretic build, single heretic, single minstrel. The double Sork is just able to, stay alive and put enough pressure back on the Valks, the way that this group is not going to be able to with double Minstrel. Oh yeah, sorry, let me update the rounds. Gosh, we're already to round 3. I have not done that in a while. And this is one of the things about not doing this for a long time. Thank you for reminding me. We need to jump over to that match. Gosh, I completely missed round 2 there. Okay, round 3 is up. Now I do assume that these haven't been changed at all. I don't think that they have. While they're setting up, let's maybe jump over to another fight. Oh, wait, that's what we were just watching. Right? Right. Polly? Nope, they're out this round. Oops. No, that's not the one that's out this round. Maybe they're just done at the moment. Let's go to Kaz. Okay, fight in progress here. We got the Hib 4-4. Wow, this is a... Look how wide this fight is. This fight is 7k units. Well, 5k, I guess. But 5k from back to back. Okay, it is starting to tighten up a little bit now, but yeah, one of the strengths of the Hib 4-4, just, even if you spread out the fight over a huge distance, they're able to keep the pressure and able to keep everybody healed with all those support players. Even if a Bard has to turn to heal and clutch, they can, right? 4 potential healers in the group. Not that that's something that they want to be doing, but they have the ability to. Have the mids pulling back here quite a bit on Quick Cast group. Gosh, the Blade Master all the way in, and he's not really going to be punished here. He's going to take a little bit... Oh, I lied. Yeah, see, you got support open over on the right-hand side that can just, throw heals his way. Support did just get debuffed, so that's good. Good use of debuffs. Looks like they fell off already. That's weird. Just able to cover heals up in front. So many angles that you have to be watching, right? Even what if one of the bards back there possibly rooted? Nope, he's not rooted even. Just holding the back, I guess. We did have a Blade Master finally go down. It looks like the Warden was not able to keep up the push on the right-hand side and keep him up. Oh, this is not looking good for the Hibs right now. Wow, great separation by Quickcast. What a turnaround there for a moment. Let's see if they're able to keep it going. Wow, multiple people sitting mezzes though. Bad timing. Maybe it was just the time between mez timers there that they got a little bit of opening. Yeah, we're going to see Duke drop here on Rune Master. There goes their PBT. And that's going to be the next caster down here. Bone Dancer has no option but to kind of run back towards his healers here, who are unfortunately held back in the fight. Yeah, there's no direction that wins them anything here at this point. Try as they might. So you could see at that point in the fight, I can't hear their comms or anything, but I could expect that, support from the back is saying, hey, I'm stuck back here, you have to come to me, right? And he's way back here on healer, and so BD's running towards him, but, the fight's already overtaken that position. You're going to be running right through the center of the fight, unless everybody does that at once, like Josh's group did, right? Josh's group did that exact thing and did it beautifully, but it just has to be, so well called, and then everyone receives, no one fights about it or whatnot. A lot of times, knowing who's the captain, when a call like that is made, if it's going to be the right call, and everybody just trusting, and being on the same page on which direction, right? You may say run through, and if you don't give a direction or something, and you're playing with people you don't play with all the time, sometimes people can get confused on what that means. In my mind, that always means run back the opposite direction, right? But in a group that you're not with all the time, it's, gosh, it can be a little bit more confusing, and people can run the wrong directions. But cohesion, number one. Let's jump over to Josh's fight. It looks like that one's already done. Yeah. Okay, let's see who else is still fighting. Looks like Quickcast group is just finishing. Nope, they're out too. So that might be it for this round. I'll check one more group here. Yeah, it looks like we're... Oh, Kaz, yeah, it looks like we're all done with round 3 here. So let's get round 3 results up on the screen. If I can find them. Where are they? There. Okay, round 3 results. Yeah, bunch of 3-0s again. Looks like Karina and Ly's group has not, the recording has not got in yet, but I think they're already done. Yeah, they are done. So it's just a matter of getting that in, but yeah, that's coming now. Let's see where we sit on total wins once those go in. I assume that's going to be a Karina win there. So let's just add those fights to Karina's total there. They're going to have 6 wins with 3 losses to Josh's group. Josh's group going to be the only group with 9 wins, and Quickcast group the only group with 9 losses. So a bit of a spread here on total fights. Was hoping for a few more of these, 2-1s. Haven't seen that this time like we did in the last World Cup. In the World Cup, there were a lot of 2-1s, right? 3-0s in a way were actually the exception and not the rule. And then especially in the finals, man, we were getting to round 5 constantly in best of 5s and round 7 even. So yeah, just really hoping for that type of result. Maybe we'll see that in a little bit more of the contentious fights. Some of the fights that are maybe a little bit more balanced in terms of how those groups do on EV, most other days. Oh, did I say getting to round 7 and best of 5? Well, there was best of 5s first, for the semifinals, and we got to round 5, and then getting to round 7 and best of 7 for the finals. Wow, just that's the best you can hope for, right? That just means that the setups and the players are putting their all into it, and there's some semblance of balance in regards to all aspects, right? The game balance, of course, the player balance, and then even how the setups happen to interact with each other, because all those things, all those levers have to be in place for you to have a good fight, right? Any one of those being massively out of whack, would have to be equally out of whack elsewhere to get a good fight, to get up to a 5 and a best of 5, or a 7 and a best of 7. Yeah, I'm really happy with seeing the Josh group come into the table with something that you don't see on EV every day. But at the same time, there were quite a few people who did say the heretic builds are going to be out. So maybe I'm just behind in the meta shift. We run a tick in our 5-man, or certainly did, Afran, exclusively, and I think Tick is extremely strong class. You got the rank 5, you got the DPS potential, backup heals, PR, DI, all things that you want to have as an extra healer. If you were going to add an extra healer class to Alb, right? Traditionally only running 2 heal classes. If you were going to add a third, you'd want it to be extremely versatile and be able to still pinpoint kill, and that's everything that a heretic does. Be able to protect itself. Just a lot of utility on heretic. But not so much that if you do run 2, you instantly win, as we're seeing, right? The group running 2 heretics is struggling a little bit, but they're also running 2 minstrels, which is outside the ordinary as well. I did get a response from Drac. Unfortunately, I asked him a little bit too late. He had plans today, and I asked him just an hour or so before we started here. I didn't know quite the situation coming into the World Cup. Who was streaming and who wasn't. But as soon as Draw asked if there was anybody to do it, I figured I'd be able to set this up quick enough. Again, thanks for bearing with me. It has been 7 years since I have streamed anything, so setting up OBS today and doing all this is not something that I'm doing on a daily basis by any means, but I did stream at one point in my lifetime, so yeah. Thank you for joining in. If you've ever caught my streams before and you happen to be joining now, I really appreciate it. That's those few of you there that happen to be in that cross section. Thanks a bunch. All right, so moving on to round 4. Let me get that up on the screen as well. This time remembering to update the rounds for the VOD later. Okay, it does look like we are going to have some concessions starting. Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing any more of possibly Quick Cast group, unless I'm misunderstanding. Okay, bear with me just a sec while I grab another drink. In fact, it's 1 o'clock on a Sunday. I think it's time to switch from coffee and water to beer. Be right back. Okay, and I am back. Got myself, went with the Asahi. Do like myself some Asahi. I'm not as big on Kirin, but yeah, Asahi's delicious. Of course, there was St. Patty's Day recently, so been having myself plenty of Guinness, but yeah, I think I've only got one left in the fridge. Save that one. Okay, it does look like we have a cross out here all the way through for Team Quickcast from here forward. I don't know what that's going to mean in regards to the buy, if we're going to bring those groups back in to finish a little early. I don't think that would work. It would almost work, but I don't think it would quite work. Like right here, you know, Karina could fight Josh in round 7 instead of round 9, but that would be very complicated. So I think they're gonna just give the wins to the opposing team for those fights and sit them. But that's okay. We'll have 3 fights to watch instead of 4. 4 fights was a lot to jump between. Not that I was able to do so. Thanks for bearing with me again. Oh, we should see if a fight's going on. It does look like the fight is going on. Shoot. Let me just jump to John. Alright, fight in progress here. We have the same situation with use it. Smoke him if you got him. Looks like the third just was popping that just as a throw of death. No reason not to pop it if it's going to be up the next round. Yeah, we've talked about that. But yeah, mid Lael group really putting out the DPS here. I'm going to be interested to see quite how much each group did, or each member did. There we go. Yeah, 12k by both the Bone Dancer and the Valk. Wow, very, very nice damage. Spirit Master mostly debuffing, only 3k damage out, or maybe doing some damage on pets. I don't believe damage against pets right now is registering on slash fight or on this metric here. So yeah. Yeah, lag does pop up sometimes as a speed issue. I didn't see any recently, but maybe there was one up here somewhere that you guys saw. The few times that I've done this casting stuff, I've seen that I get messages about people moving too fast. Okay, let's jump over to the Kaylee fight, but though it does look like it's a little bit far in. I don't remember which one that is. This one, because right here. That's actually not this fight. But we have a fight going on here versus Kaz and against the Multiple DAoC group by Karina. Multiple DAoC group is forcing the circle fight here. Actually, I guess, of course, the Hibs want the circle fight too on the 4-4, right? They'd prefer not to be too stretched out. Their bards can cover, more in their amnesia radius if the fight kind of stays a little bit closer. The DAoC group, though, has plenty of backup heals, if they need it, which is something that the Hib group, doesn't do quite as well against. Normally the Hib group can't have everything covered at once, really just a few support, and then whoever the tanks are on. And so if the mids on their Valks can, even have just a single Valk free, they might be able to heal whoever's being pinpointed. I love this walking, right? So that was a snare, maybe a pin there, and just causing the hero to just absolutely walk, right? Barely move on the Blade Master and the hero again. Gosh, all three of them on the champ as well, just barely even crawling. Got the Bard in the center here, able to get a couple casts out. Landed a Mez, but it was broken already. Okay, we do have a Mez on one of the Valks, pushing back on... Oop, and it's out. How did that happen? I did not see that get broken so quickly. Or maybe it was an insta-Mez and he is... I don't know. Couple diseases. Yeah, diseases are going to be really important. The only disease that they're really going to have is casted CL disease and then from the Mephetic Fangs. So there's not going to be a ton of them coming out from this Hib group. Oh, I guess the Veil, right? They have the Veil. So Veil disease really important for finding targets to kill in this many healer hybrid mid build. You're going to have to find those opportunities very akin to disease. Close that window, right? That's going to be your only chance to find damage because you just don't have enough coverage to have everybody locked down, right? When you have a bunch of pets in and covering people for you, you're not doing it manually one-on-one, then sure. But in this situation where, there's just 4 of them, I don't even see a druid pet out. Maybe it's just he hasn't been able to get it back up. It's all manual rupt, right? And so your kill opportunities are going to be, with disease, finding a 2-on-1 and dropping it and hoping you can keep everything else rupted for just long enough. What the Hib group has going for it is, of course, that PBT, Warden walking around here, able to, just keep pressure, be a rupt bot. I don't know that this position's ideal, but they did just drop a Valk, so, he was close enough. He wants to be towards the center of the fight so that he can provide his healing and stuff, but of course he wants to be open enough to be able to heal, so I guess you gotta kind of be on the fringes a little. He did decide to mock there, it looked like, at least. And he did take a single target casted stun there, but that wasn't enough to hold him back. Yeah, wow, the Veil did drop on the Hib side. I didn't see that coming. But they were able to sneak in. Oh, maybe that's why he mocked, right, on the Warden to try and get that Veil up. But no PR available for the Veil right now. No insta-res. Maybe everybody's low on power. Let's look. We've got the Warden at 30%, so just not power available. Druid's at 50, but that's going to cost him everything to cast that res. if he doesn't have PR available, which it doesn't seem like he does. Okay, they did get the Veil up. That looked like a, what was that, a res by the Druid. Druid was able to keep his power up there. So good recovery. Got buffs out immediately. Bard taking a bit of heat. I don't know if he's in position. He's not in position to heal the Bard. Oh, wow. Just barely made it into range with the insta. That was really, really close. Bard was almost at nothing there. That was a really good kill opportunity for the mids. Again, mids, sitting with one mezzed, disease out. Hibs are put enough pressure in that they're just not able to, stay open all the time, right? Demezzes aren't coming fast, and that's a win condition for these Hibs. Here we go, 3 mezzed. So they're looking for that kind of, remez a few at once and put some pressure on win condition. I don't know if they're going to find it here. It looks like everybody's out already. The same is happening to them right now with the Hero and Blade Master mez, and Bard does go down on the opposite side of the fight, way, way, way in the back. Yeah, this is not looking good for the Hibs. I think this is it right here. They're just too tight. Remember that radius on the PBAE from the spear is going to do some damage. If you get that many people that close, it's providing rups, it's providing damage. Hard to recover. Those cones are able to connect, with people as far as 700 units away. Yeah, it is definitely a W battle at the moment with the setup of Karina here. It's if you can keep them real tight, right? I mean, if you can force a circle fight, keep them real tight, you can put out a lot of pressure. Indeed, yeah, I think this they really did well on the Hib 4-4. Replying to chat here, that's I think they were the underdogs coming into this fight and made it a long fight for the mids, and that's I think I saw they got Valk down in the middle of the fight there. I don't know if they got anybody else down, but let's take a look at the damage totals and see how it stacked up. Alright, so mids fighting through PBT, we're still able to do 27, 24, 21, and 21k. So, pretty balanced. Another 18k here. Gosh, even the Scald. So, why am I only seeing one Scald? So this is a little buggy, no? Oh, we have a, what do we have? Is that a Venice?
Yes, evening.
That is Lehischen. Let me turn you up.
How are you? Which fight are you looking at right now? Karina?
Yes, we were just watching the Karina fight, and let me get you to a level where everybody can hear you there. Go ahead and say something.
Can I jump on the fight or not? Because it said unable to spectac.
Uh-oh, okay.
Right. I mean.
You're in, good. Yeah, maybe they were just between rounds. Okay, let me know in chat if you guys can hear him okay. You going to be joining me for a little bit of this casting?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm there, flying in, flying back.
Ah, c'est bon.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah, I see the 3 Valks in here, but I only see one of the Scalds in the report here, which maybe means that maybe one of them LD'd early and didn't get listed here, so we don't quite get to see his damage. I could see it. Actually, no, I can't. I think there is a herald for the PTR to see /fight info, but I don't know what it is. So.
See, how it looks like this Valgroup.
This Valk group is doing pretty well. Obviously it's a W group, has been said in chat multiple times, right? Just they're looking for the heavy rups. They're trying to make sure that nobody's casting, not too dissimilar from the way that a Hib 4-4 plays, right? A Hib 4-4 plays very similar. They're trying to make sure that one of their DPS is on, any caster, anybody who could put DPS back, and that their bards are covering support, and nobody's able to do anything, right? Nobody's able to cast. So, kind of similar goals from the 2 builds. I think in this particular matchup, those extra Valks being able to turn and heal when necessary, PBA heal as they run by, is pretty valuable. I don't know if the Hot's been kept up. The one valuable thing that a Valk can do is kind of do a little bit of hotting between, between damage and stuff like that. It does cost them a lot of power, but that's probably another thing that they're bringing to the table here. You have multiple single target. There are only 20 delve hots where you could do the group hot, which is a little bit more, but you have to stop to cast that.
Yeah, otherwise, do you think they really need it? Well, they got like 1, 2, 3, 4,
Right.
5 and stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Do they need it? Probably not. Right. Yeah. You're exactly right.
Hot as well, which can work on each person.
And I wonder, right, if with RAs resetting every round, I wonder if the Scalds are going high AM, right? Let's check. I would imagine there's a good chance that they are. AM4, yep, no kidding. So, I think that's a really good choice, right? Is to go high AM on the Scalds and really try to, AM4 on both. So, valuable ability in a situation like this. Very, very similar to what the Friar's doing in the Josh group, which is running, a heretic hybrid, keeping that hot up. A long fight where damage is spread over everybody. It just does so much fucking work.
How many fights did they do for now?
So we're on round 4 at the moment of 9, and there's been 3 fights per group up until now. So let's see. So we've done 4 times. Well, we're in the 4th round. So by the end of this round, 4 times 4 times 3. So my brain's starting to turn to mush, but I think that's 64 fights by the end of this round.
Right. Let's see. What we got?
58. All right. So, yeah, just kind of collapsing here immediately into kind of a mosh pit in the center. I would call this a circle fight. It will be in a second here, but really it's just a clash, right? This is akin to what you see in all of those medieval movies where people just go at it with swords in the center, right?
Go up a bit more to have a more overview.
Sure. Go up, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can see a little bit more of the fight from above. Yeah, I guess in a mosh fight like this, it's probably just fine.
Show me behind the healer from the healer perspective, so we can see exactly.
Sure. Yeah, we have some of the bards hanging, way, way, way in the back here, trying to harass one of the Valks here. A little bit of pressure being put on one of the healers up front. Let's see where he's at. He's way up in here. And we have the champ in the back. What's that?
Calmez on the bard, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a solid mess on the bard. He is out now. It looks like he demezed at the end there, but maybe it just ran its time because it looked like he stepped out ahead of time. Maybe I'm just lagging a little. So maybe that was just a clear.
Watch the setup. Double bard, Jude,
Yeah, very traditional Hib 4/4 with Veil Walker, Blade Master, Hero, and Champ. So just kind of the Champ being the only slightly abnormal part of the Hib 4/4. But then of course for the Karina group it is Trip, Valk, Trip Valk, double Scald, healer, Shaman. No Shaman. Which is again, kind of a choice you can make here in Arena. It's not going to work as well out in the open world because keeping those charges up all the time is a lot of work.
I bet 20 plat it's a shitty group with a triple or four Valk. They're doing okay, but they need more control there. But
yeah, the Warden taking a little bit of heat there. Again, we're ending up with this situation where there's lots of coverage coming out from just 2 Valks. Maybe a Scald in the center here. Good use of ST by the champ. Created some room. Right now, the mids aren't doing much of anything. They're able to put out a few heals. They've got 2 mezzed out. Both Scalds are mezzed out. One coming clean. This is the opportunity right here for Hibs to put some damage in. They've got Korth on the ropes in the center of the fight here. And, but gosh, I don't know if they're going to quite be able to clinch it. There's a group insta. We have the AUG messed out. Oh, but he just got broken by guess what? Goddamn poison. Or the dot was on the healer. Yeah, the dot from the VDub, it looks like. Possibly. I don't know for sure. Because the a bleed would give you the same.
Yeah, but bleed don't broke Maze on this server.
It certainly looked like it broke there, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know for sure. He might have purged or something.
Sure.
I wasn't watching, but yeah, it certainly looked
Maybe
like
it. Maybe a weapon with bleed? Like a kind of dot, whatever.
Gosh, I think that was another one right there. Gotta be really careful with that Veilwalker dot because, yeah, it's 1 rupt, but it's 20 seconds of CC immunity, effectively.
So who is assisting the Veilwalker for now? Because should be the MA there.
It looks like the Champ at the moment, but it's been going back and forth. Champ was in earlier, and Veilwalker was back, but yeah, there aren't any pets for the Veilwalker to kill. But yeah, I agree that the Veilwalker is MA here because you're going to kill off of that disease against this group.
Then otherwise, like, who's controlling Nival, at least for peeling and shit? Because they look like getting control of these tanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that the hero and the BM are trying to, counter peel, but they're just not able to do so reliably. They should be able to because of PBT, but that all depends on.
Get me the Valk almost dead, maybe.
Yeah.
In the middle with the BM and the Veilwalker.
Indeed, yeah. But he's healed back to full. Now let's watch their health here. Gosh, it's just not. Those guards, right, from the Valks, right? One of the other Valks gets nearby. They make sure that nobody else has guard out, and they're able to just cover, right?
Yeah, the idea is to control the Valk and put the CC out, and after kill the healer.
Indeed.
Not sure they could handle this.
Yeah, I see the Warden's out here again trying to find some space. He wants to get some heals out. He doesn't want to be, probably needs to be meleeing at the moment, but doesn't really want
healer,
to be doing much of that, right? He's just being, covered by this Scald over here. N'Golo, yeah, N'Golo doing a great job of covering that Warden, giving him a really, really hard time. It hasn't bought them any kill windows yet, but it will, right? Given enough time, it will buy them a kill window.
He cannot do not much than him, so.
Yeah, the hot from the Warden just keeping him up really well over here. They don't have to do a ton of healing because the damage from the Valks is quite spread. Good CC by the Bards. Gosh, this is a really long fight.
Something can happen. They need to assist. Get me the Dwarf in the middle.
Oh, some damage coming out on Korth. Good disease. This is a kill opportunity on Korth. Nah, they can't get there. They've got a stun on the Blade Master here. Yeah, but not for long enough.
I think DCs should be the K as well, because they have no shaman. They should just cast DCs on everything on the Veilwalker. Like DCs cast and after get something and let's go.
You're exactly right. Yep, that's what I was calling during the first fight that these guys had, or an earlier fight. And that the disease is going to be what opens them the window. No shaman on the mid side means they don't have a group clear. It means they have to single target clear. When you're pinpointing damage, that shows you who needs to be cleared, more immediately. But I think you're right. I think the Valk needs to stop and start casting some diseases, some AE diseases, to make sure that that their support, is playing whack-a-mole with disease. They have to constantly be curing disease because they don't know who's going to be pinpointed next. Damage on the Valk, or on the Veil. Wow, not much damage coming out. I think Rodri was there, or Rodiz, rather. Which
and I'm guessing the cured disease cast is a lot of mana, so they're gonna be.
It's a lot of work to do, indeed. Yeah, I've done that a lot on Druid, and single target curing is a huge pain in the butt. There we go, the cure on Korth.
Can happen. If
they could get another disease right now. God, this is their opportunity to kill Korth. There's no purges available here. They have 5 mez. 6 mez. 5 mez still. Korth taking damage. Come on. Oh, God, look at Karina just blocking every attack. Incredible. Okay, Karina finally took a mez. Hopefully he drops. Yeah, hopefully he drops the... Oh, man. No. Oh, God, here it is. There's the disease. That was an insta in there. Oh, look. St. George is out. He's just casting some CL nukes while he's rooted over there. And it's enough. It's enough. Oh, my God. God, that is a lot of pinpoint damage on Korth, and they still cannot get him down. They got 4 diseases out, though. There's still opportunity here. Man, another insta. Actually, that might have been a casted casted heal by the Valk over on the right-hand side.
Yeah, you think it's a 40-man Zinc Valk in the group or what?
Yeah, maybe. You know, I think most of them are shield spec, but maybe one of them is. They're probably mostly 35 spec.
At least.
Okay, not too.
Taking forever. Not sure it's good for him.
Right. Yeah, not too much to say at the moment. The fight continues with you know, I don't know where the CC cycles are at the moment. This is where, you know, you start to run out of of mindfulness about who's CC immune and who's not, especially from an outside perspective. If you're playing Bard, you know, that's really your job to make sure that you know those timers as they're coming up. I haven't seen much coming out on Hibs at the moment because they're just holding Korth, which is the pack healer, and he has no mock left. So he doesn't have any insta CC he can finger roll. He doesn't have a mock, and so it's only available from the AUG to maybe get a mez out. But good luck, single target mezzing more than one person.
And no one is helping the Bard to be free. So sound like. And the Bard is running around, not going to tanks for a slam or stuff, So it's the problem, actually. When you're looking at the Bard, he's just running around instead of going through the one tanks for one slam. Look at him. He's doing not much. I'm not sure he's doing amnesia when he's running like that.
Well, I hope he is, because that's super duper important. But yeah, so right now, for sure, CC immunity is far exceeded on the mid group. So this is the time to get some CC out. If they can find a break here, they've got the AUG under control. They've got Korth covered. I mean, this is the win right here. If they can get some CC out right now, they can take this round. So there's one Valk mezzed. We need another mez here. There's a second mez. Rotail unfortunately got mezzed himself. They have 3 mezzes out. Oh, they got broken. Fuck. Actually, I think that was casted demez by Korth. Korth got free and got a casted demez on Lankia. Elch might have been broken. Gosh. Okay, so only these 3 are CC immune. We have 5 on the side of the mids that are not CC immune. But I think Hibs are starting to show some signs of wearing down at this point.
Not much idea on how it's going, for sure.
Yeah, at this point of the fight, you kind of switch over, right? It's like a long run or something, right? You start to switch to autopilot. And at this point of the fight, I think we've already kind of switched to autopilot on some of these tanks. They are still, just focusing Korth, which is the right move. It's just really beholden on the Bards right now to make sure they get that CC. And they just got a demez, and they got another mez out. This is really good. This is really good.
Something is happening.
The pet's sitting on one of the Valks, but he's going to be able to kill it, obviously. Get out of there, Druid. Still a mez sitting on Lankia. There it is. It's out. Wow, this is a particularly long fight. I think we're coming up on like the 10-minute mark here, which is somewhat to be expected by these two matchups, right? You've got just massive healing potential out of both groups. Not a ton of pinpoint damage, and even if there's probably somebody open that can get some heals out. Gosh, Hibs just are taking no damage anymore. I think. Oh, you know what? Look at this. The buffs have started to drop on the mids, and and they don't have time, right, to pop their charges for their buffs. They've got one buff Strength Con. He's got his Dex Quick, but let's check everybody else. Yeah, I see just Strength Con, no Dex Quick, unless I'm blind. Neither Strength Con nor Dex. Oh, just Strength Con. Oh, wait, who am I on? Oh, what happened? Oh no, do we really have an LD or something?
For real?
We do. No?
Forever. Yeah, probably. Sad.
Oh, there it is. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm getting to the point where I'm on autopilot too. I didn't even see that LD on the right-hand side from Kaz. Gosh, we're at least on the second fight. We may even be on the third fight here.
So how it's happened for now? Do they reset the fight, or it because it was like 15 for now, 15-minute fight at least?
So yeah, I think that's what they're going to do there. Mize is telling me going to give it a 1-1 for that round due to the crash, and I think that's fair, right? Just give them both a draw, which is a 1 win for each of them. I think that's fair because we were already on. I think this was the second fight, and I'm sure this is the last fight. So I think this is the last group still fighting for this round, so it might be a good idea to just move things along. This is the standard Valk versus solo Valk versus solo Warden out in the world, right? 30 fucking minute fight.
Yep, sad. So, beside of this, how it's going tonight?
Yeah, let's see who else is still out here. It looks like only these groups are still in management. Oh, nope, another couple groups just ported in. So let's see about that.
I hear Gozu is doing good.
Gosu's doing a pretty good job, yeah. Gosu's doing very well. Obviously, Josh group is doing very well. Karina's group is also in contention up there towards the top. Let's see where they went off to. Looks like they went back to the home world, so I think that's them done for this round. They're going to go straight into their next round. Oh, I didn't even port because they were still porting. Let's see where anybody else is. Oh, and that crashed me again. Lovely. Okay, well, give me a second to get back in.
For some reason, I cannot port me as well. I think the fight, because the fight start, but I don't know. I cannot port. Like that. All right, I'm inside already.
Oh, okay. So apparently I was porting to Camelot, and that seemed to have LD'd me. Josh is here. Marn is here. Poly. Let's try the Poly group. Oh, I need to update. We're moving into the next round here. Okay, looks like they're waiting. So who's on Manon? Nobody. Okay, so everybody ported off Manon.
And I need to port out, or I can stay there? Out of EV.
I'm sorry? What was the question?
Should I stay on EV, or I need to port out as well?
I would stay on EV as a regular player, but if you're in spectator mode, then yeah, pop out.
All right.
Okay, give me just 1 second, guys. Let me update the rounds here. We're moving to round 5 here, and we'll post round 4 results up as soon as they come in. Just 1 moment here. All right, so we're going to be moving on to round 5. Round 4 results are in. There's a little contention on exactly how it was going to work for Karina, but looks like it's been decided that Kaz will get 1 win off of that, and Karina will get 2 because they did win the initial round, and so they're going to give them 1-1 for the others, and so that we can move on to round 5. Remember that Team Quickcast is out. From here forward, it looks like Lice will also have a bye, like Polly, for this round. So we're going to be looking at Team Martin versus Team Karina. We have another ALB group, kind of traditional ALB design versus the 3 Valk group. We have Kaz versus Lael. So Gosu mid-caster lineup versus the Hib Tanker, and Clownface versus Team Josh. And so Team Josh really dominant up until now. I think Team Josh is sitting at the cap of 12 wins, 0 losses. Marn is at 11 wins, so really, really good. Lael also at 11 wins, or 12 wins. I didn't realize that until now. I guess maybe I had missed that they hadn't been updated in that way until now. So yeah, a couple of groups with just very, very dominant numbers here. 2 of the expected groups, quite so. Team Karina not quite doing the level of expectation going into this, but close, really close, right? So let me rephrase that. They have done extremely well with their only real losses to Team Josh, which sometimes setups just don't jive, right? And with not being able to change setups between fights, their build is just not going to mesh well with what Team Josh brought to the table. So can't really fault them on that too much. And the only other loss coming from that draw just now, which is not really a loss. So still also doing very, very well. But Team Marn, the half Italian, half Spanish team, that I really, really was impressed with their performance in the World Cup. Really wish they could have made it to the finals. Just a few points shy. Just doing an amazing job here with an 11-1 record. Let's see who they've played against so far. Team Polly, Team Clownface. It looks like they played against. They had a bye in round 3 already, and then Team Lise. So it looks like they have some groups. Some of the strongest groups yet to face. So that may start to kind of bring them back into the middle of the pack a little bit. Maybe it's just more who they've faced up until now and how their setup has kind of matched up with the groups that they've been fighting. But really impressed with their showing so far. They got the right matchups to just really put them in contention for the top at the moment.
All right, I'm ready.
We are ready. Let's see. Mannon's group. There's Mannon's room. There's a bunch of people in. Let's. Right, Quickcast is out. Let's take a look and see who Karina's fighting. Karina's going to be fighting Clownface. Marn is going to be fighting Josh. I think Lise and Kaz is going to be the most interesting fight out of any of them. Let's see if any of them have started yet. Oh, no, it doesn't even look like Lise is in there yet. Looks like Kaz is already in there, though. Am I tripping? Okay, weird. Alright, so Kaz is fighting. Marn. Wait, who are they fighting? Mezbaby. They're fighting Gosu. Okay, so Gosu is fighting Kaz at the moment. I swear that's not what's on the roster. Am I tripping? So 4-4 Gosu against Lice. Okay. Maybe I'm losing it.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. So one of the fights has been delayed. We're just doing a different fight in the meantime. I see.
I'm looking the controller console fight.
The control council fight.
They're fighting Karina.
So Marn is going to be fighting Karina instead. All right. So this is kind of the first of the kind of top seed groups that that Marn is going to be having been fight. So the first fight is already over, I assume? No, I don't see any stats. So they're starting their first fight soon. So I'm being told that the delay is because Marn had to redo his bars. There was some issues with an LD, and all his bars got wiped, which is very unfortunate. It can happen. Looks like Marn is standing here at the moment, so thankfully, if it is Marn, it's just Thurgis bars, which are pretty freaking quick. Not too crazy of bars as far as bars go. We do have, looks like John fighting over there, so let's jump over to that fight if we can. This should be involved in that fight. No, it's not.
I see this fight standing there.
Okay. So this is fight in progress, the Hib 4-4 versus Gosu again. I want to say Gosu got the first round. We jumped in kind of towards the end of it, but we've got, again, a bit of pressure being put on. This isn't the position you want to be in on... Oh, actually, okay, I didn't understand the direction of the fight. So this is Gosu pulling back. Okay. So let's look at it from this perspective, from the pull perspective of Gosu. And yeah, we have the Blade Master, kind of in front position. We actually have all three of the tanks up front here. I don't see a Bard local. There he is, however, on the right. And this Blade Master taking huge damage, but he's in the center of the fight. This is a great... Ooh. Would be a great place to be if there was somebody open to heal him.
Oh,
look at these diseases. Gosh. I mean, it's just look at these pets, right? I mean, you just don't have the open players to cover these pets. If you don't take them out early, if they get them back up, it's going to be really, really hard to control them. SM about to get free. Yeah, there goes another one on the side. Yeah, this is over for the Hib 4-4. Oop. Sauce, because why not?
It's over.
Yeah. And down they go. Yeah, Gosu the favorite in this matchup, but able to show how if you can get some distance, even with all the reps of the Bard and the tanks being right on top of your casters.
I'll cancel. It's happened. I'll cancel.
Okay.
Alright, let's go. I wanna see the push and the pull. Cab is in front.
Oh,
I like
this
it.
one.
And it's happened.
There we go. I'm here.
Sound like Mark Charge.
Okay, so yeah, wow, look at this pressure from Al's.
Already.
Oh, this is okay. No, this is mids flying in. So we've already curved literally half of EV, rotated all the way around past mid-mile gate here. Albs have been pulling very, very, very hard with this kind of entourage of Valks. There's a charge from Elke right here. One of the Valks, he's all the way in their back with really no pressure on him. A little bit, but he has his PBA heal for himself. He's got the Merc back here on him. He is going to have to start to look for heals now. He's already used his PBA heal. That was a good stun. That was also a good purge by the Merc there. Ooh, and there's the snare. So now the Merc is not going to be able to get back to guard anybody right
Like
now.
five.
This could be
Thank
really
God.
damaged. Yeah.
Yo, the tank is so deep.
Yikes. Gosh, look how deep this fight is. They still have a warrior and a
Purge de Mez.
warrior and a Scald all the way back there. So this would be the time, if they could, to land a CC or two in the center here and kill these players in the back. But they're under too much pressure. They can't turn it around. Marks was able to get out of that snare a while back and get back into position to cover here. Didn't quite get the snare on Lakia. Maybe he was root immune.
The Mistral got
Not root
outstunned, but
immune.
it should be
Oh, he
like
was stun immune.
Jesus. And doing work.
Oh, and there
Okay,
goes the third.
Yeah,
third
yeah,
was
was
way back there. He did get a PR. It looks like up onto the left here, but he's going to get dropped again. He
In a
did get his
sec.
shields up.
You need to get the other one as well. Getting base decks. So whatever mock, Mia Khalifa, Sork.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, trying to make something happen with that mock, but
Trying to
and
kick force.
he's buying time, but
Target. They're killing Stummels, probably the Saint George.
yeah, but there's just no damage coming out from the Albs. The Albs are just taking the brunt of all these Valks. Oh, they kept almost kept the Cav alive, but Sork's going to go down probably next. Oh, Mia, in fact, different Sork, going to go down. I think this is going to be just a matter of moments here before there's nothing left to fight about. There's a sauce there, but they didn't get the Sork up before that. There, the Cleric is not going to be able to get in position. Oh, they called a pull through, but not everybody heard the call. The Sork got left behind over here, as well as the Minstrel. They are able to try and kill the pet. Albs did go all the way through. Maybe they did hear it, they just didn't get the sauce. Gosh, if they can keep Scani up here, they can recover a bit. Looks like he's got his rank 5 up finally, this is the right time to use it. I mean, if he used it before, he wouldn't have it for right now, and this is saving his life for sure right this minute. Nice quick cast demezed on Master of Healers. Good example of playing together, very often here. I think Karina has kind of an oppressive group in regards to the matchup here, but Albs are hanging on.
They're doing well. I've got as much ammo.
Here comes Mia. Save Mia. Somebody get a guard over to him. No, there's no shield available.
They have as much ammo team player on control.
They do, but unfortunately, I think that it comes down to probably the matchup here more than anything. I think Karina's got extremely strong players on the group, and also just a stronger design, at least versus the Alb hybrid.
Keep going. Keep the cab alive.
But this is just attrition, right? There's no damage coming out from the Albs. It's just
No
how
pet
long
from
can
the
they survive?
charges.
Yeah.
Anymore. No capet alive.
If we look at the damage at the end, I don't think I'll be surprised if the Valks are pushing 30k or close to it, and the Albs, maybe the Merc had 20, right? Maybe, and nobody else from Alb probably had really any output.
Will do damage here? I don't know.
All over but the crying.
Yeah, they need to play better the Alp for sure. Because the Turk flop it. It was way too in.
You want to preserve immunities. You want to make sure that the Merc's able to peel, but at the same time, you only have a Merc peeling, really, right? You don't even have the Friar or anything that's able to peel on your side. So I think you kind of have to use those roots to try and hold back those Valks, and they did early, but they didn't later. It's very tricky. That Merc was doing the best he could to peel. He was doing the best he possibly could. Lots of guards, lots of peeling, but he's one guy, and they got 5 tanks in on that mid group. 6 really. 6 tanks, 2 healers. It's going to be a little hard to keep them controlled. Sounds like something I would do, Dirty. Sounds like something I would do. Yes, it's precisely that. Okay, we do have a LD on the side of Karina, so I'm going to go ahead and jump groups here. Let's see who else is fighting. Clownface is currently fighting. They're fighting the Cougs group, which is.
How you do to switch?
You don't. Only I do.
Ah, you got the Jesus account.
I do. Mr. Tribute, kind enough to share. Alright, so we have Clownface here. His group is, probably mix-matched a bit here. I think this is going to be, if they can hold on here, that's already a win in my book. Albs are just, wow, putting on so much pressure from this Josh group. They are standing a little close. If Clownface had some time here, and if he wasn't having to heal, things that are just being killed left and right, he could probably take some advantage of this clump in the center, or the clump that was there. But they're just far enough apart that they're not really giving too much opportunity. Yeah, a little bit as expected.
Second round on Karina and
Okay, let's jump over there. So we've jumped over to Karina. Karina's sitting out of stun at the moment, it looks like. Just coming out of the stun. Remember, they've got 6 tanks, 2 healers, against a single tank defender. I guess you could say that the Minstrel could peel occasionally, but you got double cleric, no friar for peels. You got your Sorks and your Cab and such, which are going to probably try and use roots at some point, but that's if they ever get the opportunity. And the Sorks are going to want to use their quick cast for mezzes and demezzes, so obviously don't want to be prioritizing a quick cast on a root, especially a root that's only going to last, 8, 9, 10 seconds on a Valk and start to fade. At the 50% mark of a root, you start walking out of it. Okay, the sauce out of the rank 5. God, the timing of that sauce was beautiful. The third rank 5'd, and whoever popped that sauce popped it between the ticks of the Thurgis rank 5, which is just incredible. Fantastic timing. So anybody affected by it was able to then run out. I only saw it get 1 tick on a few people, and the rest of it was unused. Yeah, see, even if the Merc just sits on one of these guys, he's still able to be effective, right? He's still covering Marn over here. Look at this. He's just sitting on this Valk and trying to cover as best he can, and yet Marn still cannot cast through this Valk that is, just playing interrupt bot from afar. A little bit of damage went in, but it was healable. Marn's now out of position, unfortunately, kind of stepped in a little bit. Thinking maybe he might mock or something, but I don't know what this is about.
Karina almost dead. Karina can die.
Really? Oh, damn.
Almost.
Oh, yeah, he is far. Karina's very, very far.
Islam! Nuke, boys, nuke!
This is the time.
10,
and
2,
dead.
dead.
Nice.
You target. Healer in front.
Yeah, sure. Get Lanky, I guess.
It's
Disease came out. Karina's back up. Karina's getting buffed back there. No, didn't get any heals though. Gosh, look at the spread. That is 5k units back there.
They have good route.
That is their AUG all the way back there. He cannot get in. Karina has enough power to heal himself, though. He's going to be able to PBA heal himself up.
Nice core. Something can happen.
It came out of it just as quick, though.
Korth can die, maybe? Not sure.
I think Korth is safe over there at the moment. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, that was a
See?
debuff root, but it instantly broken.
Oh.
Debuff root instantly broken. Wait,
Then
I
you
don't
can
see the,
course.
there it is. There's the root immunity.
Left. Assist left.
Yeah, but
Didn't see.
look, Marn's gonna. Oh, that's Mia over there. Holy crap.
Where is the third pet?
I
For
know
real?
there's one third pet here. He just hasn't been able to get free, right? In fact, I don't even know where he is at the moment.
Ah, Kong 5.
Oh, there. Yeah, he's in the back.
The guys left didn't got it?
Yikes! Yeah, but he's got so the cleric's got the merc there for him. The merc is now stunned out.
All right,
Didn't
third
quite
pet out.
connect
Let's
though.
go. Let's see.
Couple of third pets. We got 3 third pets out, but they're just snare nuking.
Yeah, I don't like it, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't think it helps too much at the moment.
Look, this third pet is like, you see?
This one's not doing anything, and it's gonna break the CC. No.
Yeah, he's gonna break the anything.
Oh, it didn't, but somebody else broke it, or somebody else got it.
Look, the DDs happen.
Mm-hmm.
And good question. Don't they go forward just because he was CC and didn't cast? Asking for a friend? It's a good question on it.
I mean, I think that's probably right.
All right, he's free.
Yeah.
Nice climb. Nuke him. Stop work.
No. Yeah, they just can't get the damage out. They're just too
We
covered.
need another record, something.
We've gone almost completely around EV at this point, almost one full circle with this Valk group pushing the Alb hybrid.
Look, behind. It's 2 dwarf alone. Like something need to happen. It's late now, but look.
Yeah. There's another
in the
Icor. This was a good Icor. Now they can reroute. Now's the time to reroute. Reroute right now. Reroute right now. Ah!
It's coming back.
Okay, that's a casted mez. That's fine. Nobody break it, please. Oh, he's demezed, and the caster of it is mez now. Sork's mezzed. This doesn't look good. This might be where they die. Here comes Tebrix. Tebrix doesn't have any toys for himself. God, he lived though. Yeah, I don't know why these Valks just split right now. The Valks had Tebrix dead to rights, but they split off. But whatever.
Speed for now.
I guess.
Coming back in
they're
charge
just
behind.
dying.
Yeah,
He's so
look
far
where he is.
back. God, he's way over there. But so is their cleric. Oh, that is their Zergist.
For one fucking pet, like for real, dying for one pet,
Yeah.
dead, they're dead in a
They're
sec.
dead. Yeah.
Too much risk.
Well, I mean, for the, cab Sork build, that was very resilient. That was a great job by their support, keeping everybody alive. Great job by Marks to, peel an unrelenting amount of enemies.
You see how many root out there? So it was a lot of dwarf out any time of the fight. So
there were a
it's
few.
just-
There were a few in the back, but usually there was somebody from the Alb group also stuck back there too, right? So even though you had somebody rooted out, they weren't doing nothing. Yeah, it was a great showing by the Albs, but unfortunately just a little too much pressure. Setup wise, the Rupt group is going to, be favored over a traditional Alb caster.
Of course. All right, it was a good fight.
Great fight, everybody.
Best of 2 or 3?
I think that was the second round, so they're probably going to do a third fight after, but I'm going to try and see if I can catch a different fight.
All right. Go ahead.
Oh, that was what we were just fighting or watching. I think that's it. Let me just check. /who. Manon. Yeah, this is the only fight that's left. So I guess we'll watch this because there's no other fighting at the moment. No, Gosu versus Josh is coming up. Unfortunately, that is not until the last round. So you'll have to wait for that one for a while, Soup and Casper.
I need to watch this fight.
and we are finishing round 5 right now. Marn versus Karina. Everybody else has finished their fights. Looks like Team Lice got 3 wins. Josh got another 3 wins. Lael got another 3 wins. Cows and Clownface were not able to take any wins that round, which puts Lael and Josh in the winning seat of 15-0. Marn hopefully is going to be able to get a win here against Karina, but unfortunately right now Karina has 2-0 against them. It's going to be very difficult. The opportunity, I think, right at the beginning of the fight is where they have a little bit of opportunity, but at the same time not, because of instas on the side of the mids, right? You got both healers, both group insta, single target insta, insta CC that they can finger roll, and God, they're good at it, right? Korth's just an amazing player. So, I don't see him leaving anybody open for long enough to put that damage in. If it were with me, I'd probably be telling them to push a little bit at the beginning here, take this space, don't leave anything behind. Like right now, you only have one person casting on all these mids. They do have sauces. Yeah, they just sauced. Okay, so maybe that is a good call. Because if multiple people were casting, multiple people would have lost their speed. I guess if they were going to sauce anyway, that was the right call, to just have a single caster up in the front. But now that single caster is in big trouble. It is at least a Sork. He can rank 5. It looks like he has. SOI has a few seconds left on it. Man, that was a quick SOI, man.
Dog is playing passive now.
Minstrel's taking some damage.
Look where is the Terg now, it's playing massive.
No damage to speak of coming out from the Albs. In fact, I'd say, if anything, the mids are playing even better this round than they have in the previous rounds, which is unfortunate for the Albs. You're looking for your enemy to be a bit worn down by this point, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We got a Thurgis rank 5. No. Oh, there's the sauce again, but it was a little late. So somebody broke it instantly. Scald taking a little bit of damage, not much, but a little. I still don't think that any instas have been used on the side of the mids. I think. Oh, they have an LD. They're going to continue the fight with the LD. It looks like.
Okay, the last one, and we know who's the.
Oh, they did yell. They did yell. All right, so it looks like they're going to try and reset. I'm going to take this opportunity to use the bathroom. I'd recommend you guys do the same, because we're going to be right back at it after this. This is the finish of round 5. We're going to be moving on to round 6, and then there's so 4 rounds left after this fight. So still quite a few fights to go.
Take your AFK.
Alright, I am back. It looks like we are almost back. Team Karina has their last player back in. Looks like they're just about rebuffed. Maybe one or two took a short AFK themselves. Looks like they've repopped a couple of their charges. Dex Quick Charge just repopped. Again, the Karina group is definitely taking advantage of the arena-ness here in regards to charges, which I think is a pretty good way to metagame this out, right? They're not running a shaman. They are charging everything. Leaves them without group cure disease, which puts them at a little bit of a deficit against this Cabalist. This Cabalist needs to take absolute advantage of that. We were talking about the same thing with the Veil Walker when they were fighting the Hib 4-4, that you want to look at your opponent's setup and see where they're vulnerable. And one of the few places that this group is vulnerable is in their cure disease aspect. I don't know if all of them are running cure disease charges every 30 seconds, but they should be. If they're doing that as well, then they're a little bit short up, but yeah, disease is going to be the key against this group to keep them at arm's length and also give you any sort of kill opportunity. No diseases come out, unfortunately. In fact, not much in the way of mezzes either. They do have to, wind down this charge time or just kind of survive these first seconds here. Mids are taking no damage at all, but Albs, Mule Wallace, taking some damage in the back there, trying to find some opening, probably screaming for marks at the moment. Yeah, right. Okay, down to just one Scald on her at the moment, her, and Cabby now taking a bit of the brunt of Karina there, but Marn is there, Marks is there rather, to help her out a little bit, help him out. We do have Thurgis pets this time. These Thurgis pets are non-zero. I won't say that they're doing a ton versus Korth right now, but they are doing something. So here comes a couple more casts. Yeah, they're working. They are starting to die. We do have one of the mid players committed back there to that. Unfortunately, the damage target right now is the warrior, which is not great. As the Sork back here is just getting peeled to hell. Oh, he was able to get a step. He got a step on Lankia there. So Lankia is no longer in range to keep meleeing. Good job. Great job, Scania. It does have to come back in at some point. Can't keep running forever.
Knock happen.
Indeed.
Carton was dead. Carton 5.
Yep. Oh, damage. Oh, but damage back on the Sork too. So Korth rank 5 has come out. I don't know if any other instas have come out on the side of the mids. I feel like I've already seen one.
And the Mock alone, or like...
There's a Valk rank 5.
Mock as well.
Gosh. Okay, yeah, there's an insta on Korth. Oh, Korth is able to find some LOS over in the corner over there. But he is still being hit by this Merc. Group PBA insta. The Korth is going to... Oh, wow. Insta to full. Oh, that was his rank 5. His rank 5 just went right now. He hadn't used it earlier. All right, great pull by the Albs. Again, fantastic call. We didn't get to hear it ourselves, but everyone followed the call. Everyone knew what was going on. The sauce came out, and they all pulled together.
It's good.
Marn is baiting people to hit him up here while he was in sauce still.
Good mez.
Yeah, good mez. Yeah. All right, we need diseases right now. Where's that? Cab's right here. Where's the disease, buddy? Disease. Hey, disease.
Need to nuke now.
Hey, disease on Korth. Oh, took a mez. Oh, it was a Scald mez, so really short. Got cleared already. Okay, a couple diseases out. They are going to try and take the Scald here, it looks like. Yeah, and they're going to... Oh, I thought they had it there. Okay, nice insta saves him. Okay, mids are back free. We got Valk coming in. We got Korth free in the center there. Not quite free. He's held here with the insta stun.
Something is deep. Need to be CC out.
So the Merc is mezzed out in the center. He's not going to get a demez, so he's going to have to sit that one, but it won't be too much longer. He's out already. Tebrix, gosh, they're starting to get overrun here. They're not really in position to turn to do any damage. Marn is in big trouble on the side, and ooh, there's a nice heal. That was a casted heal.
Someone is out.
And Scania dead. Yeah. All right. PR comes out. They did get a mez on Lankia, but it was a little bit too late. Marx is all the way out over there. They just got a I-core on the cleric and the Sork over here. I don't think that Marn is going to be able to do much over on that left-hand side with the warrior on him. Unfortunately, this is starting to turn into what we've seen from the other fights, where it's just a matter of how long are the Albs going to keep living. Damage is not really coming out anymore on the Albs, on the mids. The mids have, kind of taken.
But to be honest, and I'm right.
Yeah.
They don't play it properly because they have plenty window to make something happen and win. Like when tank is overextended like that, like it's happened one single mess or a route, everyone like take position and blow him up. Shit will blow him up.
Mm-hmm.
So and the Turk is too aggressive. It's so not much pet out when he's aggro and stuff. It's also they don't play it properly. But for me, the all group should get the dubs there.
Yeah.
For me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in a vacuum, if you had the exact same skill players on this Alb setup as you do on the mid setup, maybe you're right. Maybe if you're able to take advantage of those opportunities, if they were taking more advantage of their disease, right, and the mid's lack of clears, they might be able to keep the mids more at arm's length and take those kill opportunities, like you're saying. Everybody turns at once and drops a Valk or something. But I just got to hand it to Korth and their AUG on the mid side. They have the instas ready. They don't use them early. There's a lot of heals that are coming out. When somebody's very, very, very low, but they still get the casted heal, right? They didn't have to resort to the insta. They were in position. They were able to get the heal out when they needed it. Got a couple of stuns here, and Thurgis is already down way out of range. Not going to be able to get him back up. So this is a game of dominoes, and we're going to see them start to fall here any moment. There's 2. There's 3. Mia holding on. Oh, got a step. Marx was able to get a peel there and get Mia the step, but Tebrix will be in the crosshairs now.
Sadly, you see, it's kind of some little addition of little thing, When they mock, they didn't mock together.
Right.
Like, they got some plenty good route out, but didn't use the advantage of it. Probably it was healer. So, the opportunity and window was there, but after this, you need to handle, the rest, because they just take a little advantage of it by taking time, and who's die, and only one guy die. Not sure. So.
Yeah, I don't actually know if they got any kills this round. Maybe they did. They're all starting to bleed together in my head, but yeah, only one kill in some of the prior rounds as well.
Pretty disappointed about the. They could do better, my guess.
Sure. And they've done great all night. Absolutely fantastic all night. These were their first real losses on the evening. Let's go ahead and bring that up. It'll get updated in a second here. But yeah, they were sitting at 11 wins going into this. Their only loss was a 2-1 that they had versus Clownface. So Plumbers and Friends were able to take a win off of them. In one of the fights, but other than that, they had won every fight tonight up until now. But this was also, it's worth noting that they hadn't fought, any of the 3 top seeds up until now. So this was their first fight in the top echelon of other players that have also had, very good nights so far.
So yeah, first flop of the night.
Yeah, first flop of the night.
Alright, let's see.
So going into round 6, we will be looking at Marn getting a bye, Kaz getting a bye, which in a perfect world we'd be able to match these two because sometimes they may not have played. But with Quick Cast kind of dropping out after whatever it was, 3 rounds, it makes it very, very difficult to reshuffle. But yeah, great job, Marn. Really happy with the results so far this evening. Very, very hard group to fight, right? You know, just so much pressure in your face with those Valks and Scalds and such. You know, it's a very...
Thanks to peel all this
Mhm.
critter farm, pretty hard.
Right. So, so we're going to be looking at Karina fighting Lael, which is one of the fights that we've been looking forward this evening, as well as we're going to have Clownfaces versus Polly, which should be a good matchup, and Lise versus Josh. So we've got 3 fights on the roster for round 6 that I think are all going to be pretty good, especially 2 out of the 3. How is Lace done tonight overall? Yeah, so 9 losses and 3 wins, but yeah, nonetheless, the other 2 fights should be very, very good.
Don't get the number, just get the inside. Who cares? It was the first edition to see how it's going, so maybe it gives some idea to make more teams. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, it's, you know, I mean, watching this, I think that you can get a really good idea of where the meta sits at the moment, and how to, you know, how to counter it, right? If there's any opportunities, you know, we've been talking about this this Valk group and how they are vulnerable to certain types of CC, to disease. You know, not everybody has high stoicism, just 1 stoicism 2 class, and the rest stoicism 1 or 0 on the 2 Scalds. You know, those sauces can get them in, but and they're rank 5s as well. But if you can kind of survive that opening and then hold your CC until after that, you know, they're going to have a hard time clearing it. They're going to have to use those purges.
It's like, to be honest, fightable. It's not like you fight for BD. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
It's fightable because things.
We're not seeing much of that tonight, right? We've only had you know, 1-2 BD group, and they haven't had the highest performance. Didn't have the highest performance before they dropped out.
BD player need to be played.
Indeed. Oh, darn. Oh yeah, Marn's out. Ah, and that crashed me again. God damn it.
Where you go? I'm gonna fight Jebu. I'm going for Jebu.
Okay, I'll be there in a second.
Here we are.
Unfortunately, when I'm in spectator mode and I teleport myself to the mainland, I have a very high probability of crashing because you're not really supposed to be able to port as spectator.
The Reds? Ooh, like for real, who is in this group? Besides Josh. Who's playing what actually? It's more than this. So Kug is on Merc. Brogs. I see Knezo. What's Knezo is playing? Okay, Terg. The Ali is Minstrel probably. Or Sork.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure. Mason is on Heretic, I believe.
He is, yeah.
The Mason. It's fucking ugly. Heretic inconnu.
Indeed. Okay, so the Josh fight, I don't think it's going to be quite as interesting as some of the others. So, we have an LD on the Clown group, so we'll jump to another fight. So that's Clown.
It is happened. I see a river in melee. Never see that in my life.
It's not actually a Reaver.
It's a heretic? Meletic?
Yeah. Is there... No, I don't think there's a real Reaver tonight. I think there's somebody called Reaver that's a tick.
Yeah, it's a tick. But sound like a meletic.
Yeah.
Sauce, not
Maybe.
dead.
Oh, jeez. Let's get over to that fight. You're watching the Josh fight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fight is not going good. Nothing to see there. 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead.
Yeah, I think I'm going to jump over to the whale fight. Let's do that real quick. Oop. Unfortunately, it's already pretty far along. Oh no, it's not. It's not. I was still targeted on the old group. Okay, so we do have BD Pets dead from the BD group. The triple Valk group has been able to kill one BD Pet against Lael. Alright, Jion getting some distance here. Fossil Guardian over on the right, the BD. He's not able to get his pets back up, but he is able to find... No, he's not getting any casts off there either in rank 5. He's kind of standing still trying to cast at the moment. There, he has an opening right now to maybe get some pets up, but he's walking right into another Valk. I think he was maybe panned back. Okay, he has a domain here on Valk to try and peel him. Does get a step, but he turns around. Probably not the right time to turn around. SM over here doing a good job at playing keep away. Oh wow, he got free. Valk got, the BD got free, but now he has another Valk on him. He didn't see that one over on the left, I guess. But nonetheless, he's doing a great job continuing running. That was a good root off of, but there goes the Purge off Jion. So now they're going to have to CC this another way. Maybe the Valk can slam it or something. How did he just peel that? The fuck? Okay, maybe I missed an Icor. Alright. So, yeah, I mean, this is still pretty balanced at the moment. I'd like it if the BDs could get, or the BD could get his pets back up. Karina group, just, holding that W key. He has one of his pets back up on the BD. He sent it over to hide to his own healer. Pretended like his healer was the BD. And there's a Scald Mez on the Gosu AUG.
Alright.
But yeah, they're doing a good job. They're not really taking too much damage here versus all these Valks. The Rune Master is in good position to provide PBT all the way around. Scald's a little bit out of position up there. He's gonna get peeled out, but he'll still have targets. He'll still have targets back there he can do something with. Their pack healer is all the way in the front, but though he got some mezzes, they got cleared. Wow, Karina's one of the Valks in Karina group, French, taking quite a bit of damage. Mr. Woke. Lael over here now, the target on Bone Dancer. His pets are up though, for at least the moment. Pets are at 30, pets are gonna drop here again. 31. Group heal for those pets. Nice. Did get the group heal off. Up to 50. That'll keep him up for a moment. SM pets at full. Gosh, great job by the pull on Lael group. This is a really, really, really good job keeping distance from all these Valks. Though their pack is so far in. I mean, I don't think there's much they can do about that. They decided to run through. The call was pulled. The call was made to run through. Only Valk is back here. They did a great job running through too. I didn't even see the sauce. They must have been there though. There's no way they could get through that quickly without a sauce. One Scald now going to get left behind again on this side, but he's got Korth in them. He can be a nuisance. So he wants to snare Korth right here. Yeah, don't get CC'd. There's the snare. Leave the snare. Snare him and fucking leave. Notrollo. I can't even face. Taking some damage on the... he must be back there. On the mid group, the Valk group from Karina. Karina himself taking huge damage. He does pop his rank 5 on Warrior. That's the Testudo. So he's not going to take any more damage here. They've switched. I still don't know where Notrollo is. Must be all the way at the back here and can't get heals. I think this is a loss. This is a loss for Karina group if they can keep on the gas on the Lael group.
I mean, they keep going nuke down.
This is it. Yep, boom. There it is. Nice quick cast. Good damage on Lani there to make sure the last damage comes out.
Stay on course.
Yeah, he's on him well enough. I mean, Korth is doing a good job at still doing something while he's being hit. This is, just key signs of an amazing player, right? Even when your whole group is in trouble and you have somebody on you and you can't cast, you're at least meleeing, right? On the healer to make sure that you're doing something. You're taking 2 people out for your 1. Unfortunately, it's There's no way that that's going to save them, but in some situations it might have bought them time.
You see how the mid handle the control way better directly. So what missing to the
Looks like I'm being summoned to make a pet. Do I know how to do that? Let's think about this. I think I know how to do that. One sec. I don't know the pet number though. How the hell am I going to look that up? So they need a pet on Josh's group. Oh, they're fighting though. Maybe she didn't mean Josh. Josh team needs a pet respawn. It looks like they're okay at the moment.
yeah.
Maybe somebody did it already and got it up and going again. I'm gonna go probably back to the layout fight in a moment here. Let's see the who was I gonna look at? I was gonna look at the clown fight real quick. Oh, yeah. So clown is doing work against the Alb double heretic. No, this is versus the Alb Cab Sorkthurg. Then the Tumurk build. So singles. No, it's double Sork. What am I saying? The Tumurk build Albs, led by in the group Big Max. I did just see somebody down on the side of the Albs, and it looks like Cleric's taking a bit of damage here. Man, everybody's free casting on Clownface group. This is not good. But the Albs are able to pull away enough here that even though these guys are open, they don't have any key targets. Oh, Netis is going to drop. Yeah, Netis was stuck in a root, couldn't get out of it, ended up being the first forward player, and they're going to drop Frick here in a second. Nope, didn't quite get him. They're not unscathed, but they're getting out from underneath the suppression. Big Mech's almost dead. Bolts get him. Yeah. This
Joe in front.
yeah. This pressure is just a little bit too much for the Alps to handle at the moment. They don't have quite enough pets out. The BD pets are just going wild. They're split and annoying the heck out of the backline of the Alps. They can just sit on these mocks for just a little bit longer. There, the mock is just about to fade on the cleric on the side there, and that's going to spell the end for the Alps. So it's just about staying alive for a little bit longer. Okay, let's jump back to the Lail group. Oh, it's already in progress. Nobody dead yet, but oh, Karina and Trollo is going to drop in the front. Wow, we caught it. Got over here just in time to see Trollo kind of forward, but you know, he had support, right? One of the healers seems to be rooted out way back there. Everybody is pushing past him, so he's still able to do a little bit from that distance, but not much. Yeah, that root is just coming out of the root now. Great root on the pack back there. That is Korth. Korth made do with it. He was still able to cast a few spells and be at least somewhat useful in the fight from that distance. Jion, wow, Leah's over there, but he doesn't have his pet. I don't know how he's surviving. He's got 2 tanks on him, and he's just not taking very much damage. Must be pretty high PD or something. This should be a devastating amount of damage that's coming in on him, and it's just not. I guess debuffs and stuff. Yeah, I see Strength Con debuff, attack speed debuff on all of the tanks. Everybody that I click, at least. So, really good job keeping those debuffs out. Strength Con as well. Red Dex Quick. But not the same on the Valk on the side of the Lail group, obviously, because the Karina group doesn't have access to really any debuffs. Yeah, Maiza commenting that I'm losing a bit of steam, and she's not wrong. Definitely petering out a little bit here. I should have had more lunch. I only just snacked on something before the stream started. bowl of oatmeal is not going to probably carry me too much further here, but do the best I can. Yeah, the mid-caster group here just doing a great job at sustaining. BD pets do fall. That's a really, really good sign for the Karina group. Though they have a few diseases out, see, this taking advantage of the disease vulnerability. I think the mid-caster group has been able to pinpoint that as a vulnerability a little bit more. There's a good twiff that they all need to run through to buy themselves some time, though the cones are going to still keep them covered for a little bit more. Here's a good cone opportunity. Gosh, they're just on top of them. No Trollo way back there on Scald, rooted. And we have both Scalds rooted out way back there. If they can pull hard right here, but they have 3 targets. Three of the people from the mid-caster group, the Lail group, are still stuck in the back with all these Valks, with all the support. They're not taking much damage though, right? Again, they're spreading out that damage real far. Korth getting another Mez out on Lail, but it gets cleared pretty quickly, and BD gets a pet back up. Spirit Master pet also back up, protecting the from the Scald here. Scald doing effectively no damage at all, with this pet taking all of the damage. Oh, debuff, here we go. Damage on this Valkyrie in the back. It's diseased, it's dead. There's no way. Nothing saves that. See, that was a beautiful, multicast. Everybody turn and just pinpoint kill on that Valk. That was what I think you were looking for from the Albs earlier. The same type of thing. You still with us there, Venice?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm on the phone. Give me 1 sec.
Yep. Couple of near sights out. Near sight clears. The AUG has a lot to do in this situation, so it's going to be really hard to clear these near sights on the 2 Scalds. The Scalds are just probably going to have to sit them. Wow, look at that disease from the Shaman. Beautiful PBA disease through the center of the fight as the mid-caster group pushes back through. Hands them the reverse card, the Uno reverse card, and runs through. Yeah, this is really, really good for the Lail group here. They've got some very good distance. They do get down the Scald, St. George, and I think they're going to be able to put Korth down here too if they're careful. And if they do, that's the fight. Man, they have like 4 people low. 5. This is really, really hard to deal with. Wow. Okay, so rank 5 from Korth. St. George back down. Another Valk down. AUG's about to go down. AUG is down. That's it. I don't think Karina comes back from this one in this particular situation. Gosu, man. People called it before this started. I wasn't keeping too much track of all the banter coming into the Spring Open, but there was a lot of people saying Gosu would put in some work over the weekend here, and they sure enough have done that today. They have a group, they have people that they play with often. Unfortunately, another LD on the port there. Okay, let's take a look at the damage. Gosh, only French woke with even over 10k. So this is very much the opposite of what we were looking at with the Albs being pushed over by the Triple Valk group. The Albs weren't able to get anybody over a few thousand damage, right? They weren't able to put enough pressure on the Valk group to make them have to stop and heal, right? And the opposite is true here, where even though the Valk group is pushing against the mid-caster group here, Lail's group, they've been able to, occasionally stop and nuke and force the Valks to have to turn to heal, the Korth and the AUG to have to find position to go heal and not be putting out DPS, not be putting pressure during that time, and that really holds the multi-valk group at arm's length. The use of disease, the use of near sights, really like to see that. I don't think I saw enough of that from in the Marn fight, or as much, I shouldn't say. I don't, it might have been as much as they could do at the time, but it wasn't nearly as much as it is here.
No much disease, no much near sight. No, it wasn't.
Right. Yeah, disease really good. Oh, nighttime. Yeah, that's a very good point. I'm going to try and make it day real quick. Somebody gave me the thing.
Big mess on the BD pet. Let's see. You got the mess out for some reason.
Doesn't. Oh, I need to be.
Caldistic 2, Gion. One master rank 5 already. BG rank 5 already.
Not working.
BG route, nice route. Don't block it! Okay. Purge the route. Can be mez anytime. SM mez as well. Flank is coming. But the good CC, good DC is out. Something can happen. Balcon most bad, Chi.
Oh, wow. Yeah, look how much they have to deal with no grip cure disease. Wow.
Yeah.
Ugh.
And
You're
now
just
it's
crawling as you're walking through that disease and just stuck with disease on you the whole time.
It's ripped to his range as well, so that
Exactly.
for the cure.
Yeah, good range rupt on top of the fact that it leaves behind, something that makes it difficult to chase with.
Yeah, it's getting chain DCs. Something Twift for himself. Donkey almost dead. Flying out.
Good cone by Elge here.
Alright.
The use of the snare there, good to probably get distance. It's very tricky. I mean, Lael was going to eventually have to stop, but he is going to be snare immune now. Oh, maybe that didn't... Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did land. So he will be snare immune going forward. It looks like they're going to turn the fight. Yeah, I see Lael going back in. No, maybe not. Call was not made. Oh, there it is. There's the call. Yep. They were just waiting for everybody to be in range for the sauce. I get it. Gosh, beautiful, beautiful call.
The sauce true.
Combat. Yeah, the counter sauce by the Valk group, who has 2 of them. Who's getting left behind back there? That is one of the Valks. It's okay. Yeah, Valk back there is not in too much trouble. Look, we have a healer and a Valkyrie so far back. This is the opportunity, just like you've called it before. And Trollo's in big trouble here. Oh no, he's going for somebody over on the right. No, Gion, look over here. And Trollo.
He's about to...
Oh, he had it, but he took a miss. Okay, he's got it now. There's... Look, left. Well, he's being covered pretty well. This healer in the center, Korth, of course, is just doing a fantastic job. And now he did get a tank on him. St. George was able to finally get over there.
Going back.
Yep, they gotta try again. Kite away again. There's still 3 in the back line over here. That is the Scald and their Pacular Mezbaby. Way in there. Oh wow, look at this control. Look at this control. Yeah, this is over. Look at that line back there. They have everybody pushed all the way back. St. George is next. St. George, you're going the wrong way. Oh.
Retarget.
Yeah. Well, good piloting by the Krina group. Ghoster group had their number here. Is able to, assuming that they clench this, which it doesn't seem like there's any opportunity to lose at this point. This is going to be a 3-0 by the Mesmer group. They did get everybody back up. Yeah. God, how were they not able to finish this right here? Look, this is like 5v3. Oh man. Yeah, they're still taking a lot of damage though.
Yeah, but no one is on the ground.
I think they're going to go through again. Oh, they should have though. Look at these 2 all the way in the back. They should actually go through. Oh well. I think they're okay either way, but that's going to prolong the fight here a bit.
Good feel.
Yeah, good opening. St. George is going to drop. Group Insta. Wow, that Group Insta timing. Yikes. That was amazing. Pew taking a little bit of damage in center there. Lael, gosh, these guys just aren't doing any damage to him. It's crazy. It's like he's wearing fucking plate or something.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, Domain's there, okay. Had a guard on him. I see the guard now.
Nice route, but use it.
Yeah, and here comes the use. What are they taking? What are they taking? They're taking French. No, they're taking St. George. Oh, I didn't see him. Right next to him. Oh, right, French. Yeah. And they're trying to take somebody, but he got out of range. Yeah, but N'Golo. Now it'll be N'Golo, right?
And George dead.
Yeah, here's the quick cast debuff. It didn't land. The quick cast debuff didn't. Maybe that was a mez or something. Yeah, no, he's CC immune. There. Oh, he's not. Very lucky. He just got very, very lucky with those CCs. Maybe he was rank 5 there and I didn't see it. Everybody's diseased again. This is just... wow. Oh, wow. But look, that was a beautiful Ichor. What did that Ichor get? 4 people?
Too far to see.
As over as this fight should be, it's not over yet.
Right.
Good job by Karina. Unfortunately, I think it's a bit of what we've seen from some of the other fights. It's just how long can they survive. They have finally decided to go back through. I called that for a while. But yeah, it was a matter of time before they were going to have to flip this fight again. But as soon as they do that, boom, they get St. George. Korth's going to be next, and Korth is down. Oh! He still had his rank 5. Are you kidding me? That is incredible that he was able to hold that all this time. They do have 2 mezzed out, so the AUG and one of the Valks is mezzed out, so Horse could still die here, and he gets a heal. He gets a heal at nothing. Incredible. So French is going to die first in the end, even though Korth had all that pressure on him all that time. Ooh, he takes a mez, and he's going to sit it. The AUG just doesn't have time at the moment. He's got Valk sitting on him. I think that's a Valk. Scald. It's a Scald. Yeah. Well, good job, making it last another 3 minutes here.
All right, not bad.
Okay, I gotta imagine that was the last fight of this round. We didn't get to see all the fights that were going on, but these ones were at least interesting. The Lael group taking 3-0 off of Karina, who up until this point had been doing exceedingly well, only having lost to Josh's group, but now that brings them a little bit further into the middle of the pack. Let's bring up these results for round 6, and we're going to be moving on to round 7.
Oof.
Let me pull round 7 onto the screen here. It sounds like we're going to have... oh, and there he is. Silence, how's it going, my friend?
All right, team. I'm so hyped and ready for these friggin' tournament wins.
Heck yeah! I thank you for coming in with energy. I'm starting to peter out myself. So if you can bring some juice back in, at the moment I start to feel for these guys that do these streamers that do these 9 and 12-hour streams.
That's real. A little known fact, maybe not that little. There was a universe and a time where I did a lot of streaming, and I had to stop because I developed vocal nodes from the long hours of streaming, and I had to learn to read, talk, and breathe again. It was a lot of fun. There's actually physical therapy for talking, believe it or not.
Yeah, I got pretty good at it in my old job. So I sold Harley Davidson motorcycles for 11 years, and I would be on the sales floor talking for 8 or 9 hours a day. But it wasn't monologuing the way this is, right? It wasn't.
Yeah.
You had some back and forth. You had some time to, I don't know, listen.
A good salesman will tell you most of the job is listening.
Indeed.
Let them sell themselves.
It's very true.
But yeah, streaming is a lot of talking to yourself, and man, I don't want to hear my own opinion. But apparently these beautiful people in the chat, I'm seeing them talking quite a bit. They're hyped. They're having a good time. This has been a very exciting first few rounds here. I know we're like halfway through at this point. We're
getting pretty
beyond the
far
halfway
along.
point.
Yeah, so this is going to be round 7 of 9. So we have 3 left. We've completed 6 rounds, which means that we're 2/3. We're 2/3 of the way through.
Nice. Do you have, just as a stream update, is there a new updated like little round team versus team image?
We are keeping it the same as from before. Okay. It's just that the quick cast group will be, whoever's fighting them will be out with a bye for that round, or they'll get 3 wins automatic for that round.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. So it looks like we're going to have both the Karina team and the Josh team with buys.
Yes, I believe that's what's going on this round. We'll bring that back up for round 7. Yeah, we're going to have Team Josh out and Team Karina out. Now, ideally, they could technically play and then not have to play in round 9, but that might be difficult to set up at a moment's notice. But
yeah,
nonetheless, we're going to go 9 rounds anyway, so play then, play later. Doesn't really matter. Oh.
Well, I'm
I got a call from the wife. I'm going to hop off for just 1 second here.
Not a problem. I'll do my best to keep everyone entertained in there.
Thank you, sir.
Venice, are you here?
I'm there. Hello,
How
baby.
are you, man? How have you been?
I'm there. I'm good. I'm chilling. I show up very late, but I show up.
Well, Venice, I personally miss the energy that you bring to every one of the groups we've been in together. If I can get more Venice yelling in my life, I'm personally considering just hiring you to come work at my job and yell at people there. I think it adds a lot of good motivation. A little intensity never killed anyone. And yeah, that's my DAoC career has benefited from your yelling and screaming, and I assure you, perhaps my professional career could benefit from it as well.
Every time in the good way, I wish.
Every time in a great way, Venice, a great way.
Sound good. Good motivation.
What while we're waiting for these fights to start, everyone's always interested in the DAoC gossip. When are you planning to make your return to the DAoC universe?
Waiting on the beta. I'm a beta man.
Man lives and breathes the beta. That's true. That's true. Listen,
beta.
You're an alpha male who lives in a beta world. That's all I'm saying.
To be honest, it's like the PvE. Like, I'm bored of it too much. So I'm hold the beta. Beta is just I'm logging. I-50 flop. I'm in the mix where we fight. But I cannot PvE anymore. Stick. Grind.
Yeah. The only reason, I usually set a goal for myself to get a few characters in each of the realms so I can play with different friends and groups and I got 2 characters up in each realm, but I have to I could not have done that alone. And so huge shout out one to the people who've helped, but also special shout out to a DAoC fan favorite, Barbecue, who does constant like Soba Kite runs, and another shout out to River on Hib, who also does them. Without those 2 guys, I wouldn't have been able to template my characters in a way that wouldn't have made me pull my hair out. I would have been bald by the end of finishing templating my characters. So shout out to the PvE community who really helps us PvPers get out into the field faster. If you were going to come back when you come back in the beta, what class are you most excited to be playing in the next beta?
You know, on this career, I played everything, to be honest. So what else new?
Well, Venice, I know you're French, but you're like a Swiss Army knife. You really can. You're versatile and can do a lot of things. What do you enjoy playing the most?
I think it's healer, because you always have something to do on healer. But after it's bard, it's same. But no, I think most fun for me it's healer, probably. But I didn't play it for long.
So I'm back for the moment, just doing kind of a first-person point of
right
view.
Now.
Yeah, sticking at the bottom. We're watching Kaz versus this is going to be the Clownface group of mids, who's getting pushed pretty hard by the 4/4 Hib tanker, but the 4/4 Hib tanker did just lose the Blade Master. Trying out the first-person view on the ground here, sped myself up so that I can keep up with these guys as they walk around. Even in stealth. Yeah. There's the wife. I gotta go again. 1 second.
Not a problem. I didn't even know that these guys were already in the middle of the fight. Let's see if I can get myself teleported to the same fight that's going on here. All right, looks like we've got the Hib tanker here making a big push. Champion goes down really quick. Diseases everywhere. We're going to want to see some of those getting cured really quick. Not sure if that warden's going to be able to get free to get those cured. Res up on the champ. Veilwalker gets mez, and Blade Master's already down to 50%. Starting to get some damage done on those diseases, but a big mez comes out on the mid group. Rune Master's starting to head down, and we have 3 mezed on the mid side. Rune Master below 50% health. Bowden Dancer going down. Bork is going to be able to get a heal here. He's group insta back to the top. Everyone's back full life. That was a really close one there for the mid side as we're moving back to check out the Hib health. Hibs are just making a push. Everyone's doing pretty good. Starting to put some damage back on the Bone Dancers. Both Bone Dancers hitting about 50%. Clownface gets mezzed, and Champion going down 90%. 20%, 30%, starting to get some heals. Still disease, though. No cure coming out from the mid side over here. Hibs are doing fine, not taking any damage. Bork down back to 10% life, 2%. He's down. A Bone Dancer at 50%. Disease is spread across. We want to see some cures here. We're going to get some cures. Bork back up. Bone Dancer goes down. Rune Master's it down, back down again. I don't think they're going to be able to make a full recovery on here. This one's probably going to go to the Hibs. Not a single point of damage on any of their characters right now. They're living clean. Mids are just really gonna be delaying the inevitable here. Fantastic assisting.
Who's the Hib, by the way?
Looks like we have a Space Face. This is Kazara's group. Man, they're still holding on here. Clownface not giving it away easy. Trigger Joe, everyone's favorite Scald. Smexy living the big life, tanking on the world. Can he pull it off? 1v8. That's all right. The legend may have gone down, but he still lives on in our hearts.
Yo, I'm pretty surprised they lose.
That, you know, it is. It looks like the Hibs, even though they won, just had an LD, so it might take them a second to get back in here. But they do take the win there on that fight. It looks like an LD actually on both sides as we come out of that fight. So we're going to have to wait for both of them to get back together. Uh-oh. I'm starting to look at the stream. I see we are changing stream direction, and because I'm not in the group, not getting pulled along with this, I might have to find out which one we're moving to. Let's look at spectator off.
Wait, Now we're back on clone. Never mind. Yeah, clone face. We're back on it.
Oh, I just jumped out. I'm gonna have to. Looks like we're back to the same one. Okay. It is interesting when you go to spectate the match, you have to click on the second name, because if you click on the first one, it says you cannot do that. All right, got Trigger Joe back in the group here. Hib side, got Meeg X on Hero back in the group there. Oh no, he already swapped again. I'm getting trolled. We're on the DAoC fight now. All right, I'm gonna need to buy me some.
I'm back for the moment.
Oh, hello. Which fight are you back on now? Did you swap to?
Lael versus Marn.
Okay.
So we have
Swapping on over.
Lael mid-caster versus the Marn Alb caster. And Minstrel's dead, not going to be in a resable position at this point. Yep, and there goes the Merc. This is just when the mids, Gosu, have been able to take over kind of the center of the fight here. We'll jump over here to the back of the fight. Yeah, even at the back of the fight, they've got control. Both their tanks in, putting pressure on the back line. That was a bit of a domino effect, starting with the Minstrel, Merc, and then actually jumping all the way from, you know, the back from the mid's point of view all the way to the very front of the fight, where they were also doing some damage as well. Gonna go ahead and jump back over to one of the other fights in progress. Let's try the Kaz fight, which is just starting here. This is the Hib 4-4 versus Clownface Trader Joe, Trigger Joe. Not Trader Joe. 3 mezzed in a clump here in the center, including all the pets, or at least one of the BD pet clumps, the other BD pet clump. Over on the right here, it's sticking to him. Unfortunately, it's not in. It's not really doing anything at the moment. He's trying to keep it safe there. Now they're casting. Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Is it possible to, if you were to invite me to a group, that I would just get ported around with you?
No, but
okay.
I could potentially port you, but remind me your name.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
It's just site PSYGHT.
Mm-hmm. Are you already in spectator?
Vision. Yeah, I'm in spectator mode now. I just swapped over to the that fight.
I'm gonna move over to the side before I do it.
All right. In the meantime, it looks like we have the mids still able to hold up. They're at full life right now. They're on top. Hibs just lost 2. Bart and Champ both down. Hero is mezzed out, unable to get a cure on the disease on the Blade Master. Blade Master 50% going down, 20%, 10%, 8%, 2%. Can they close it out? He's down. However, they got one more back up. The champion is rezzed, but Mez not able to go further from here. Warden going down. That looks like all of their base buffs being removed. I don't think there's any way the Hibs recover from that final kill there. They had some good reses going on, but they're down, going down 4 people, 5 people, 6 people potentially down, and it's just up to the Druid and Hero. Mids take this one. Hats off to Clownface.
Yeah, so the Clownface group, again, I don't know if they run this exact setup in the evenings, US prime time and later, but I know that they fight a lot of Hib 4-4. In fact, this group that they were just fighting, you know, some the Wagyu and team that also run US late night, there's a pretty common presence of Hib 4-4. So this is something they're used to fighting. So they know how to do it, and so it's just a matter of execution. They've been having a bit of a hard night fighting some of the strong seeds early, and but this is where, you know, they're going to perform, right? Fighting something that they know, something they fought against in the past, and just putting out some of the tactics that they're, you know, they do on the daily, and putting those in play for the tournament here.
Yeah, absolutely. I can speak from experience when I can say Clownface does like to run this comp, though instead of a Scald, he's usually running a Valkyrie, but he wanted to fit in sexy smexy, so we got the Scald in here today. But normally it is a Valkyrie, as you said, has the experience playing against the oh-so common Hib for tanker setup. Not surprised. that with this group, they're going to be able to put forth a lot of damage and a lot of interrupts. Those two Bone Dancers combined with either a Valkyrie or a Scald is going to make it a living hell for any of their support team, because they're not going to be able to sacrifice the resources in their tanks and damage to focus down those pets like a caster group would. Yeah, Veilwalker can do some damage to pets pretty quick, but it's a huge sacrifice in time, especially when that Bone Dancer can spend maybe 2-3 seconds getting those pets back up.
Okay. I jumped over to the Lael versus Marn fight. Think that they might even be in the third round here. I'm going to jump you over as well. Oh. Maybe not.
Oh.
I think you're porting currently.
Yep, I'm in there right now.
Oh, you're in here? Okay.
Gosu versus Control Alt Cancel.
Yeah, indeed. So I think that Control Council is behind the eight ball here a bit. Maybe not in this particular fight, but I think they're coming off 2 losses at least, or at most, possibly only 1. But the mid group here definitely, again, they've got their pets out. They're not feeling a lot of pressure from the Alb group. There's not a ton. There's a few third pets coming out here. I think he's mocked in the center. Yeah, I just saw him take Erupt and cast through it. So yeah, I'm sitting on a mock for another 7 seconds. The couple of pets coming out, but he's the most forward out of anybody in the group. They're not going to be able to punish that. He's going to be able to be just far enough. I almost ate my words with those bolts. And he's able to get out of range there, but nobody can really get in at the moment on the side of the Albs. Not that anybody necessarily needs to in caster v caster, but they'll need to deal with their back and be putting pressure out front. This is a good way to do it. Big stack Demez like this on 4 of them. There's a Purge.
Yeah, the Scald actually goes down. That's actually a big hit in Gosu. You're not used to seeing them actually lose any people. The healer's going down too as well, hitting 50%. He's bouncing back and forth up, trying to keep him up right now. The Albs are actually putting together a good pressure here. You don't usually see Gosu on the back foot at any point. Starting to stabilize a bit, but that Mez goes out on the background healer. They're going to be able to keep NFCTP up. All right, there comes the sauce. Big aggressive move going to be made. You're going to see everyone making those aggressive moves. Sork gets Mez, Cleric gets Mez. Sork's already going down. Cablus is going down. This is what you see from Gosu pretty much every time they get that aggressive jump, and 3 people immediately down. That's a 5-second sweep right there from that sauce to 3 deaths. That's the kind of coordination you like to see from a mid group. That might have been an LD though. I see everyone sitting down.
Yeah, the Albs at that point, they were still, even though they had killed the Scald, they were still mostly focused in their own back, and all that the mids needed there was a little bit of distance to move up, and even without this, whatever happened here, maybe an LD or whatnot, even without this, I think that would have been just an incredible amount of pressure to deal with. Where is everybody? Yeah, one of the players is missing, but he's also still in group, which is weird. Okay, well, they'll deal with that LD. We'll jump over to another fight, I think, in the meantime.
Sounds good. We'll wait for those guys to get back to the group.
Let's see if there's still any more Kaz and Clownface going on. No.
Are you able to pull me to that one?
Looks like, unfortunately, I'm porting out, yeah. So
okay.
It looks like that's already finished. Let's try a different one. Lice versus Polly, right? That's the only other one that would be going on. Oh, that's over too. So it looks like we're only going to be having the Karina, or not Karina, the Marn versus
Control Alt Cancel.
Right. That's the only fight that's going to be left here for this round.
It looks like it was the Minstrel that went LD, which makes a ton of sense. Your interrupts go down as soon as that sauce hits from the mid-guard aggressive move there. You're going to have a bad time.
No Quinter for this.
All right, looks like that Minstrel's making their way downtown, walking fast. passing mids, and they're home now. Perfect. Everyone's getting buffed up. I don't think they're going to have too much to wait in terms of res sicknesses at this point. I see 30 seconds on Scania. So they should be ready to start here in just a minute. Oh, definitely. The fact that these tools are built into the system for anyone to use is an incredible advancement in just about any MMO game. And I know I've said this multiple times. I'm sure I can be easily found quoted through the Discords, but this server is probably the best position DAoC has ever been in any of its incarnations across any servers, and that is a testament to the hard work and dedication put in by the entire dev staff and the fantastic community putting together great events like this. So shout out to everyone. Looks like this fight's getting ready to kick off, though. Immediately the snare goes on to Mia. Sork's caught a little bit, but they're still holding their distance. Minstrel goes down already. Best part about having the Minstrel, though, is you can get that PR going. Maybe a power pot, and you're back in there doing enough interrupting. My Minstrel might go back down again, though. Nearsight just went on the Cleric Diseases on both Sorks for the Albs right now. Minstrel's popping up back and forth from 27, 100, 2%. He's down again. Mids are just making an all-out push right here. You're going to see a lot of aggression coming out from the Gosu team. What they want to do is push past that Minstrel and make it impossible for them to get that res. Third just gets mez. Cleric is still nearsighted. That goes to show just how strong those interrupts are. They aren't able to get any of those cures out right now. Other Cleric's Ignore is about to go down, and he's down right there. Cleric, Master of Healers, still nearsighted, unable to get past. No cure diseases coming out right now. This looks like a closeout for Gosu at this point. It's unfortunate that the link dead wouldn't happen on that previous round there, because that was an exciting fight. A lot closer than this one right here. You hate to see it. Yeah, I had a little more hope since they had just finished using the sauce right before they called that fight. So the aggression was maybe going to be even a little tempered. I think a lot of it, though, like you stated, it's not just about having the SOS. It's about having your insta CCs. It's about having your purges up. It's about having your defensive RAs, which Alb is known for having some of the strongest caster defensive RAs. Those not being up was going to put them at a huge disadvantage going into this fight, even without mids having a sauce.
I finally did it. Unfortunately, all that time talking was not on the stream. That was just between me and you, and here I unmuted one, but I did not unmute the other, and that comes from not streaming in a while. Sorry, guys, but yes, me and Sai have been talking for a while. I was just saying that I think a lot of their tools were down on that ALB group from after the reset there with the LD, picking back up. I think the mids had most of their tools still in their back pocket that they could pull out and take advantage of on that push.
Yes, and also all of the trash talking you and I did about Dirty while we were muted wasn't on air, so that's great.
Yeah,
he'll never know about it the entire time. So
right until until I copy this this other recording that I have of
perfect.
has all our voice on it. Yeah, as you can see, just tons of damage out from this BD. 23k damage, 15k from the Val, 12k from the Rune Master. Highest in the group was the Mercenary from the Albs at 14k. Just not going to be a lot there. It looks like it was the Minstrel that was LD, so we're not seeing his numbers there, but I don't think they'd be that high in regards to DPS.
Yeah, those caster numbers are going to continue to just get higher. I think it's going to be difficult for the Albs to put out those numbers unless they're able to really get free as a team. I mean, you can see the Merc putting together almost as much damage as all of the casters combined. Casters just aren't able to get free, and I think that's just a testament to the amount of interrupting capabilities that a Scald, a Valkyrie, and a Bone Dancer can really put out there. If the Albs are going to be able to have an opportunity to win here, I'm going to want to see a lot more Roots coming out. There's only one Mercenary, so who's going to be putting together a lot of snaring potential. There's no way that Merc's going to be able to snare every person on their team. So more Roots is going to make them give the Albs the advantage they need.
Gosu being very aggressive here. Unfortunately, Sorceress getting caught out on the right-hand side. Took an Amnesia, took a Slam, and came out of it right into a bunch of DPS coming his way as a Blap.
He's already PR'd, though. Nearsighted, but PR'd.
It's going to take him a while to get back up and running.
Mezzes are coming out. Good nearsights, though, on the Shaman and the Scald. Hopefully that slows down their push just a little bit. It seems to be giving the Albs a tiny bit of breathing room. Exactly what they're going to need here. Ice Pets are flying out on the tanks. I'm going to want to see some more, looks like some good lockdowns on the mid support in the back. They're finally coming out right now. No damage blaps being taken advantage of. I see the Albs are mock there from the third. You're going to see a lot of interrupts coming here. I'm going to see some of these collapses from the Alb group on some of the backline. There are some people so far out from the healing area on the mid side, so overextended. It's a good opportunity. Near side on the Scald still. Valk starting to take some damage. I don't know if they're able to close that out here. Alb's still on the retreat. Marnie going down to half. Marnie going down to 20%. Insta on him to keep him up. He's still in that mock right now. Minstrel's down to 50%. He's diseased. He's going down to 28. He's down to 8%. Still diseased, but going back up to 60%. And he's down as the healer. The cleric gets nearsighted. What a great interrupt there from the mid side. Gozu does lose their shaman, though. That's a huge hit. Huge hit to the mids.
Yeah, that was a good trade.
If they can keep that going, there's not gonna be any buffs for them. I want to see these Sorks spamming debuffs. I want to see stat debuffs. Strength, Con, Dex, Quick. It'll really punish these mid damage output.
Oh, here's the mock from Teprix, but he's gonna take too much damage and die in it. Ouch.
Yeah, you hate that from the cab.
Yeah, he was probably a little bit too far forward with that mock. Everybody was open on him on this right-hand side.
Those stat debuffs really can make a comeback here. Without that shaman being able to buff everyone. Everyone on Alb is still alive, and that Sork, even though he's taking a lot of damage, being kept up, Cab gets rezzed and immediately goes back down. These near sights are going to be killing them pretty quick. Great Realm rank 5 from the Thurgis there. All the Albs are still on a full defense. The Sork goes down. The Cleric about to go down. Cabalist is nearsighted. Thurg is nearsighted. Mez on a Sork. This looks like Gosu's just really outplaying them on the crowd control game. We're seeing a lot of, and I'm not just saying on the Mez, it's a lot of the nearsights, a lot of the diseases, and a lot of the snares, just making it so they can't get that distance they need to perform a blap on a target.
Yeah, I think you got to give a lot of credit to the two tanks that are in, just messing with their backfield and enough that they're not able to, take them out, right? So they're able to keep themselves kind of self-sustained. The pack's not having to overextend to go heal them, and keeping 4 or 5 people busy in the back, at least some amount of the time, where the 5 or 6 that are left on Gosu are then able to just kind of walk forward and kill whatever's close.
Yeah, I think that really speaks to the meta of DAoC right now. When you are in an aggressive state, you don't necessarily need your crowd control to stick. You just need it to be effective enough to buy you time and slow them down. When you're pulling, you absolutely rely on your crowd control to stick. Otherwise, it's not buying you anything. If your mezzes are broken, people aren't staying rooted.
Right.
You're not really getting anything out of your crowd control when you're pulling. But when you're on that offensive nature, which I think why the meta is heavily favoring a push meta, you're going to get a lot out of just the tiny windows created by an aggressive set of tanks there. I mean, that Scald and Valkyrie are able to just get maybe a little snare here, a tiny mez here, and you're just slowly chipping it away at their gap. And as soon as that backline from the aggressive Midgard lineup pushes forward and is able to get clearance on any target, it's just going to die out.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. All the way across. I think in this particular situation, the loss of the Sork early was just really, really, really hard to recover from. Even though they got him up, even though they got him some semblance of buffs, just all the work to do that, right? The insta, the rebuffing, the heals, having to cure his nearsight because he got nearsighted immediately. Any CC immunities that he had from just before, like stun immunity and stuff, were gone. That reset on him and not getting anything out of it, right? He wasn't able to get an ACC up there as he pushed in on what was his left-hand side on our right-hand side of the fight. That was a big loss, right? That was really, really hard to recover from. I think that was the reason why this fight was so much shorter than some of the other ones that we've seen, is, losing a key component and not getting any CC out of him at that point in the fight. You'd have to be in a winning position for the rest of the fight just to even get to the middle, right?
Yeah, I don't know what the specs are between the two Sorks. Maybe you do, but if Scania is their primary crowd control Sork, that's a big hit to really their entire team's performance. Not being able to get out those bigger, more powerful and potent AoE mezzes, especially at the start, trying to get them rebuffed back with power, back able to be effective.
Right.
That's a lot for a cast group. It's a lot different than when you lose your tank. Like I said, losing the Minstrel, losing a Scald, not the end of the world. A PR and a power potion gets them out and about to being almost as effective. Losing a Sork, that's a lot bigger of a lift to try and recover from.
All right, so round 7's on the books. We're going to be moving to round 8 here, which is going to be Marn versus Josh, Karina versus Clownface, and Lice versus Kraz. So just this round and one more. I'm going to be probably trying to watch a bit of the Marn Josh fight and the Karina Clownface fight as much as I can, but of course the Lice fight is going to be good too. So let's go ahead and get started. I'll put the new stats on the screen for round 7.
Excited to look at the standings here. You have Team Josh 18 wins, Team Lael 21 wins, and neither of them with a loss at this point. I think that's going to make the round 9 fight. I'm not sure if that was done by intent, but it's going to make round 9 absolutely entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I think that's the fight. That's the main card or whatnot that people have been looking forward to here. It's interesting that it ended up happening in the last round. I'm sure that was by accident, but at the same time, it makes it particularly interesting.
The serendipity of suspense. That's what we're all here for.
Yeah, I'd like it if there were more 2-1s, if there was a bit more back and forth here, but I'll settle for the final round having quite a lot of pressure on it, right? If they'd fought early and it was already decided, then what does the last round matter with one group being quite a bit behind the other one? But it's going to be anybody's game in round 9, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. While we're waiting for these games to start up, I do have to say I am very excited by some of the unique team compositions that were brought here. Obviously, you have a lot of standard ones. The Karina 3 Valk 2 Scald has been hilarious to watch, if nothing else. Effective, actually, but a fun change of pace.
So I jumped over here to the Control Cancel fight versus the Josh group, just to at least get a moment of it on screen here, because we are going to jump away from this for some of the other fights in a moment.
Good call out. I'm swapped over here as well. Looks like J-Bo's mezzed right now. An aggressive push being made on the Albs. They do counter with a mez on Master of Healers. Marnie was about to go down there. Great heals from his clerics. At this point, it's really anyone's game at this moment. Not much damage being put out. Kuj going down a little bit. He's at 50% on the Merc. Mez goes out on the Sork. Seems to be pretty clear for Control Alt Cancel, though. No damage being put on them yet. No pressure.
Yeah, there's I think in another world maybe they were able to capitalize on that damage that Coog had already taken, but he didn't seem worried at all. Seemed like he still had something in the tank. If anybody needed to move forward to insta him or whatnot, he was sitting pretty at 50, and there was no advantage to be taken. But
I think this is the point here where Control Alt Cancel is going to start being finding some trouble. There's a lot of mock Thurgs going on back and forth right now. Pets flying both directions.
Tebrix is mocked in the center with an ST on top of him.
Yeah, great call out there on that. He gets slammed. He purges the slam while he's sitting there mocks on Tebrix. It's just mock central right here. Everyone really trying to make something happen. Marnie's mezzed. Control Alt Cancel about to lose the cab. Gets an insta there. Catches it very clutch. He's still going down, taking a lot of pressure. Sork on Mia's actually just barely getting out of some damage as well. Each team right now still just holding strong. I mean, you can see this all-out brawl. This is not what you would normally see out of a caster fight, where they're just both sitting here staffing each other down, mocking.
Tebrix is fully ramped. Oh, the pet finally got him.
Great interrupt on that. You're expected to see him go down, but he manages to stay up. Huge pull. Is that from the other team? Is that Sauce? Yeah. Great Sauce.
Yeah, that was a good
Minstrel
call.
Does go down though, unfortunately.
Didn't really get to use it. They're
Absolutely.
not going to be able to get him back up. He's going to be left behind as the march forward by the Josh group just seems unstoppable right at this moment, right at this juncture. CC can't land on him while the Albs are trying to deal with everything that they've got going on in their back. They're able to get some space here. Oh, Pet is going to break that mez, but that's not really going to help him.
No, once that Minstrel went down and they were unable to be in res range, it was pretty much just a matter of time before the aggression of Dad Crew here was going to take the advantage. Control Alt Cancel did put up a great fight. The Heretic composition here is a difficult one to push into, especially when you're running a caster group yourself. Great performance though, both sides.
Okay, we're going to jump over to the Lail fight. Oh, maybe that's not the Lail fight. Oh, Lail has the buy, sorry. Lice fight. A little too close in name.
Are you able to pull me to that one, or and just swap over?
Yeah. All right, looks like they're just about to start, and they've just started now. Kaz group, I didn't notice that they were named Space Force with their HIB 4-4. Really putting pressure on. They got a couple mezzed. That was the Thurgist and the Tick. I guess this is the double minced group by group leader Reaver. Kylie kind of in the center here, trying to hold back this this forward march by the HIB 4-4. Let's go ahead and watch it from this perspective so we can step back. They are kind of holding here on the Alps. I don't think that they're gaining anything from it though. They got a few pets out. Maybe there was a mock or something by the Thurg. Let's see the Thurg.
Yeah, Thurg just got a few pets out. I don't know if he's mocked, but he did get free there for a sec. He's got tanks on him now. Space Face making a big, huge push. There's the Realm Rank 5 from the Thurg to hold him off, buy him some time and some room.
Yeah, you know, even though that they're kind of controlling here, they're not. There's not really any damage coming out. Oh, here we go. Here's an opportunity. A little bit of damage, but this is a hero. So, yeah, he's got Fury up. This isn't doing anything.
Even when you got 2 ticks fully ramped up on a hero, not going to be putting out much damage.
Well, that was just tactics.
Great defensive use of the R abilities there.
You know, actually, it was just innate. I didn't see any. Crazy.
Hibs are Mez there. Thurg Mez, Sork Mez, and some diseases that are not getting cleared right now. Hibs are in a pretty good position. They're still on top of the Albs the whole time. Albs are still struggling to really get that semblance of space they're going to need to collapse here. You're going to want to see some pressure put on by these heretics. I'm not seeing many AoE DD snares, not seeing a lot of crowd control being put out yet, but we do see the Druid being mezzed out right now. Okay, we're getting some single target mezzes. That's what I want to see. I want to see some CC sticking on the back line so these Albs can make space. Sauce goes up, absolutely needed because that space was being made. Great call from one of the bards there. Thurg is getting down to about half life.
Another this time.
Yep, another ramp here onto the hero. But still getting great heals. That Sauce did pay off, kept everyone alive here. They did big that space that he wanted to see. Bards are casting freely. Heretics are starting to get their focusing going on. Kind of stalemating, but now that the Mez comes out on the Albs, 2 Minstrel and Cleric Mez, Reaver's Disease is going down at 50% life. Disease still. No pressure or damage being put on the Hibs yet again. Minstrel gets Mezzed. Alb's really struggling to make this space back out again, and now that you have Kaylee over here being CC'd so far out on the Minstrel, I don't know if he's gonna be able to get back into this fight without getting a demez.
B tier is gonna probably drop in the back over there. No, he's got a heal or 2, but that's gonna leave the Thurgis vulnerable. Here comes the disease on the Thurgis. There it is. It landed, and that's probably gonna spell his
disease
death.
on both the Minstrel and at the Thurgis. Other Minstrel's about to come back in here though. Now maybe they can actually collapse and make some space. The champ does get Mez from that, so you're going to see Kaylee come back in here, throwing Mezes, creating that gap and pulling off some of these tanks with the Mez.
It looks like they've stopped the pull. They're probably going to go back, if they're really on it, they're going to go back through to the northeast here. It looks like they've figured that out. No, they haven't. So they're going to circle fight this as the Alps, which I don't think is the play here.
No, I don't know if they're going to be able to actually make much of the moves. Ed's is starting to go down. Third is starting to go down. They're both sitting there at 50%, just dancing back and forth. Diseases are coming out. We're starting to see a ramp here from one of the ticks, though I don't think it's going to get him very far. Only a couple of diseases here on the Hibs. But you have those health bars just bouncing back and forth. 25, 75, 50, 100, 50 on the Albs. Reaver gets mezzed out. Cleric is diseased. Thurgis is starting to go down now that there's no heals coming out on him. He's diseased again. Disease is down on 2 very low targets.
Yikes.
Thurg goes down first.
And
Cleric goes down second. And that's probably going to be the game. This is just a matter of time for the Hibs to close this out.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to jump away from this just because we got other fights to watch. Let's go ahead and jump back to the Marn fight in progress, which is more everybody up at the moment. We have Kuj versus Marn. We haven't watched this fight at all, I don't think, or maybe we did at the beginning.
We watched the first part of this, yeah.
We did. So quite a bit of separation here. Not nearly as tight of a fight as the other fights we've been watching, with a little bit more tank heavy on both sides. But actually, I guess that these are a little bit. This is a caster build versus a hybrid in this situation. So I guess I should expect there to be quite a bit more space open up here. This is a little too tight. This could be punished by some CC, though most people, there really aren't immunities out at the moment. So this is an opportunity for a re-CC here. Oh wow!
Big Mez goes out against Dad Crew there. Yeah. 5 people Mez there. It's starting to slowly get cured out, but that was a great space maker there on that team.
Yeah,
they're starting to get some assist, hopefully. But the same mistake it's made on the other team. Both the Thurgis and the Cowboys get Mez standing on top of each other.
Ooh,
they're going to be spending some time.
Pet's dead, just like that. That was almost insta-kill on the Pet. 2 ticks and oh man. Yeah, Koog just in here putting pressure on Tebrix, even with marks on top of him, guarding for him and stuff. He's still able to be efficient. There's the mock. He's far enough back this time that he shouldn't get too hurt by this. That was a Thurgis rank 5 in the center to buy a little bit of time. This mock he needs to do something with. You're mocked, bud. Wow, they're just rank 5 back on them with the Heretic ramping this time. That's going to probably take out Mia
ramping
here.
on the Sork, that's gonna really put out some pressure.
Oh, Mia was able to... Was that a sauce? Must have been a sauce to counter, to pull away from everything that was going on there.
They end up leaving Scanny behind, though. Other Sork's about to go down themselves. He's just barely holding on to a life right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they did leave him behind. He is sitting with Mock up, which didn't help him. Mock just ended. Does that mean he could rank 5 now if he hasn't used it yet? But I don't think it's really going to help him either.
But Mia just barely escaping, getting caught again by the Heretic here, stunned,
Tebric's just
getting
being
ramped.
held down.
I mean, this is what you're going to see, though. In an Alb v Alb fight, the Alb group that's pushing is going to have the bigger advantage just because those Thurgis pets are going to make a bigger impact.
Yeah, I think that you're very right there. The group that's on their heels, especially with just a single tank to guard, is going to have a very, very hard time, unless they're able to just take out whatever's in their back and move back the other direction, which I haven't seen any opportunity for them to do.
I mean, both of these groups are running one Sork, one Merc, one Minstrel. And so the amount of offense that each of them could put out is the same. You never want to be the Alb group that's backpedaling.
I'm hearing that Clownface group has actually gone 2-0 so far against Karina, which we have not caught, so we're going to need to jump over to that more or less immediately. It looks like this fight is over, more or less. I think it's just a matter of how they die for Marn's group, unfortunately, at this point. Not a lot of damage coming out on the other Alb group, Josh's group. So let's go ahead and jump over to the Clownface fight, which is still in process. We have one of the Valks down from Karina. French Woke about to go down too. Nope, it looks like they are able to save him there, but Clownface is free to get a heal or two off. He actually gets both heals off. The cone does not hit him. Runemaster taking some damage. I cannot face him, so he's all the way in over here, but he does have somebody up there with him. Looks like the Shaman is up there with him, and the Aug. Are you kidding? Okay. So Clownface's Aug is on the other side of the fight over here. I think that they're going back through. Yes. Okay, so they figured it out, and they're going back through to the north. Clownface group has switched directions, so now the pull direction is going to be north.
I like to see this. Look at this Aug healer here in the center, actually turning around and doing all the crowd control.
Indeed. Yeah, he was the deepest one in just a second ago, and before they flipped the fight. They're
actually
really
isn't Clown the Aug healer technically?
Is he? Oh, maybe I have that backwards.
Yeah, I think Clown is the Aug healer. The only reason I know that is because he makes me play pack. That jerk. I group with them for cops. Oh, Big Mez goes out on the Clown group. 3 of them locked down, including both healers. This is a bad situation. That Spirit Master's got to get a D-Mez before he goes down, and he's not going to make it. He's actually down right now. Clownface gets broken, but Living Hell's still Mez'd right there. Bork still Mez. Spirit Master gets PR'd. This is a bad situation here for the Clownface group. But looked like a really strong offensive move from them. That Mez really helped out quite a bit.
Yeah, and
Mez goes out on the Scald.
And you're exactly right. Clownface is 50 mend. So you're exactly right with him being the mend in the group. Shaman down, so that's going to probably spell disaster for the Clownface group here. Previous to this, supposedly they were 2-0.
I mean, I do love seeing this again, this unique group composition here of 3 Valkyrie, 2 Scald, really trying to play against the mid-caster meta. Or just caster meta in general right now, where you're going to be seeing these very aggressively built caster groups designed to push with the multiple Bone Dancers or the Thurgists and Mercs. This counter composition is actually seemed to be paying off for the Karina group.
Yeah, I'd agree. The only one they had a bit of trouble with was versus the 4-4, but they still won that one. The Hib 4-4, but they still won that one 2-1. Well, actually, we don't really know for sure. 1 win and 1 draw, but it was starting to go too long because, too many healers in each group.
Yes, when you have 4 to 5 healers in every single group, and not enough damage. That fight could have lasted forever.
So if it's true that that Clownface went 2-1 here, I'm going to be very pleased with them. That's fantastic that they could arrange their group, which is a very traditional mid-caster, against this group that was built to kill them. Right? You were just saying that this Valk, double Valk or triple Valk, double Scald group was trying to push over this type of group, and if this type of group specifically that was targeted was able to then win 2-1, gosh. That's fantastic, but it does look like they're set up for another round, so maybe it's 1-1.
I mean, it did look like it was about to go a win in Clownface's side there until that big mez came out on both healers and the
shaman dropped.
RM. Yeah. I'm excited to witness how this opens up here. I can't imagine that the Karina group lets them gain too much space the second time. They are running 2 Scalds versus 1 Scald. I think this SOS just differential should play into their favor very strongly.
All right, let's just check maybe Lice versus Kaz real quick while these guys finish setting up. Oh, it looks like that one's done, and that crashed me. Yikes.
I'll do my best to paint a very vivid picture for all the people on stream. If this fight starts before we're able to get going. It'll be like those old school radio baseball games. You don't really see what's happening, you just hear about it.
Yeah. Okay, so I hear that there was just a bit of drama in the first fight, or in one of the fights, where apparently one of Karina's group was AFK. So apparently it was a bit of a blowout, but somebody was AFK, so the fight got reset.
The fight is just starting out right now. Groups are taking positioning as you expect. Defensive positions from Clownface, aggressive stance from Karina. Smexy goes in there and tries to start getting some snares. But immediately the pack healer is getting CC'd out, left behind a little bit. Not able to make its way back to the team. Smexy's trying to help him a bit. Big aggression coming out from the Karina triple Valk double Scald group right now. Big damage going out on to Shammy and the Bone Dancer, while the Spirit Master's Mez gets demez. A great position there. No real damage being put out the other direction right now. The healer just taking a little bit of damage from the Karina group. Valkyrie taking a little bit, but they're holding up pretty strong. I'm not seeing the big assist potential, which is probably the problem, but as soon as Clown gets mezzed, we're going to start seeing some aggression here. He's not catching the demez here right now. That's putting a lot...
Yeah, Trigger isn't really accomplishing anything here because the BD pets are already on this mocked healer, so he needs to move on to another target. This healer did, in my opinion, mock a bit early, but then I didn't see that the BD pets were on top of him, so he wasn't able to cast anything before that Vidge is just about to end his mock. His mock is over, but he has plenty of pets on him. He's got a full contingent of pets. This is looking very good for Clown's group. I see just BD pets everywhere I look. And they're all casting.
Yeah, on some level, you're going to need to see either some crowd control going out on those pets or some amount of quick breaking or damage.
So this is really bad, though. There is a healer, the pack healer, all the way out. Korth has mezzed it all the way out in the back over there and is now re-entering the fight. So this is a 7v8 right now from Clownface group. So this AUG healer is going to have to make sure he stays as safe as possible. Korth has now come in and gotten some mezzes, but he himself is mezzed without any ability to be cleared.
Yep, so it looks like they're just basically putting 2 healers out of the fight right now. It's a 7v7 for all intents and purposes.
I don't know where that mez came from, but great job whoever did it. It must have been from Clownface. Single target mez.
Actually, I thought it was the SM, but I could have been wrong there. I didn't actually look on it. Yeah, looking at the immunity, it looks like it came from the SM.
Ah, gotcha.
Mobilis.
Oh, he's out now. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It was short enough that it would be an SM mez. Bone Dancer taking a lot of damage here. Looks like the pack is finally re-entering the fight. Living Hell, I see way back there on the outskirts of the fight. Orc taking some damage here, but nothing too critical yet. Trigger peeling off of him, gets the peel, but gets.
While you do
himself.
have this group here with 5 essentially healers between the 2 healers, the 3 Valks, their biggest weakness is that they have no good disease clear. The one thing I've noticed that's been hurting them the most is you'll see 4, 5, 6 people diseased, and it takes them a while to get that taken care of because they don't have a good way of dealing with it.
Yeah, that is their massive vulnerability. Also, kind of the lack of hots going if the Valks aren't using their single target hots, which I don't think that they are.
Spirit Master looks like it's about to go down. Bone Dancer's about to go down here with good heals coming around, but Mez on the skull. Trigger Joe locked out, and Spirit Master going back down to 6%. He's down again. Bone Dancer sitting here 50%. Is he going to be able to get away from Carapino?
Kept alive. No. Yeah, so the BD pets are back here doing a bit of work on Vidge, but it doesn't matter if they can't get that SM back up, which they cannot, and the Bone Dancer goes down, or one of the 2.
Yeah, whatever hopes and dreams of a damage train that they might have had is down in the moon.
By Living. Good messes here. If you can get everybody back up, which I don't see how. Oh, he takes a mez himself, and that's it.
Yeah, another Bone Dancer goes down. The Rune Master's going down right now. It's basically going to be 2 healers, a Shaman, and a Scald, trying to have a 4v8 here in a second. Great combination coming together from the Karina team with all those BD pets that were keeping them locked down. The healers really did a good job of getting free at the right moments to get some heals out.
Right. So, I'm glad that the Clownface group got a legitimate win, and possibly, another one that they felt like they earned in as well. But Karina does win this according to the stats with a 2-1. Jumping over to any other fights in progress, I don't think we have any other up.
No, I think you're right. I think they're all it's all empty right now.
Yep. Okay, the scores are coming in for that round 8. So we're going to be moving on to round 9, which is the final round, and the card that I think everybody's been waiting for, Josh versus Lael. This is going to mean that Karina is done for the night off of that, as well as Quickcast would have had a bye. So we're still going to get 3 fights. But I don't think we're going to have too much time to watch the other ones, maybe between the breaks in the Josh and Lael fight.
I'm going to take this advantage really quick to go and grab a new water before my voice disappears. But yeah, we're going to... I'm excited for these coming up fights. I will be right back in about 2 minutes, and I will leave all of the entertainment my good friend Gavin.
Mm-hmm. Well, there won't be too much there as I update the screen here for round 9. Oh, I hope I didn't not set it up for round 8. Looks like I did not. I thought I did, but I may have missed that one. Okay. Nobody on EV, or rather Man and McClure's den here yet. We're going to be coming up on the finals here. So Marn versus Kaz. The final stats going into this, Marn with 11 wins and 10 losses. So, kind of as I expected after fighting some of the top seeds going into this, the 3 groups with either perfect scores or getting pretty close to it. Finally seeing some losses on the half Italian, half Spanish Alb group, who's really been doing a good job today. The Josh group sitting at a healthy 21-0, as well as the Lael group sitting 21-0. A little bit surprisingly, but also not unsurprisingly, considering they went with an unconventional build. Karina with a few losses here. One of these is still a draw, mind you, and one other loss just now to Karina, but really the only other losses on the night coming from the fight with Josh's group, who was a contentious fight. I was hoping to see that one go 2-1, but the setups just didn't match up in a way that was going to happen. with Josh's group taking that 3-0 in a sweep.
Well, while we're waiting for these fights to start up here, you've had a little bit of time to see the groups ahead before the tournament even kicked off. Are there any surprises or anything that was shocking that came out of any of these, either wins, losses, upsets, turnouts, anything that stands out in your mind from what you were expecting coming into this?
Not a ton. I did expect Karina's group to be just a hair stronger without seeing the build. I really thought I gave them probably the top slot or the second slot, and they ended up, it looks like they're going to be in third place here. It's going to be possible for somebody to take out. No, it won't even be possible for anybody to take out third place. So the best that can happen here is. So they're guaranteed third position, and we're really just fighting over first and second at this point. So that was a little bit of a surprise, but that was before I'd seen the builds, right? After seeing the builds, I knew there were some weaknesses of the DAoC setup, and that it was going to be hard to do everything that you wanted to do with that build. It has some vulnerabilities that could be exploited and were exploited. So I think that was probably the only major, kind of, I don't know about major surprise, but partial surprise on the night so far, where everything else has been kind of by the books. I think Josh has done extremely well, which was expected once kind of the full roster was understood. Lael's group, I don't know as well, and but Gosu just, apparently does extremely well night after night, and this is what everybody said was going to happen. So I believed that somewhat going in, that Gosu was going to have a fantastic night. I just didn't know it was going to be in contention for first place this tight. So that's really impressive. I was looking for them to do that, and they've done it.
I think those are pretty base takes there, especially in terms of the Karina group. I've had some opportunity to play with a lot of these people, and I've played with Karina quite a bit before. Fantastic player, great leader, and I really do think probably more than just the gaps in the composition itself, that's not exactly a composition you can practice, right? That's not one you get to see a lot of FaceTime with. So the fact that they were brave enough to bring out such that's arguably a very unique comp. Again, not one you're going to see or get to run with any consistency. And the fact that they did so well with it, I think, is a testament to the skill of the players being able to adapt quickly to essentially a theoretical strategy, right? And I think you're right. I don't think anyone's too surprised that there were going to be weaknesses exploited. But shout out to really all the groups, one for those finding the weaknesses, but two having the courage to bring such a unique composition to a tournament.
So it looks like the Marn group may wait for this fight to be well underway to start. It looks like they'd like to possibly watch as well. I jumped over to them, and they're still in the capital city, which leads me to believe that they kind of want to watch this fight a bit. I see here on the stream a mention of that. So I think that would be really good. So we can watch a bit more of this fight. I think this is kind of the this is the hot ticket this evening. So let's put our focus here. I will jump to the other ones while they're buffing, but only for a moment.
No, I think you're right. This is definitely, looking at the scores from this set of the is this like what we're calling the round robin stage, essentially?
Indeed. The qualifier for the second day, but yeah, definitely round robin at the moment.
So looking at these qualifiers, I think the scores speak for themselves. These are the two juggernauts that have come here today. I know a lot of people, including all of the participants, who did a fantastic job. Really looking forward to this fight right now. So no surprise that people want to take their time, get to enjoy this fight. This will be like an odd combination of hyper aggressive, but with players who know how to play defensive. Both these teams know how to push. with a caster composition. So it's going to be a pretty brutal onset. Big mez coming out on the mids. 4 people already locked down. Great mez by Brox. Counter near sight's coming out right now. They're still trying to recover from those mezes. You're going to see this Heretic be able to prevent a lot of the damage when that spike comes out. There are Earth pets, Third pets all over the place. Third gets mez though. Cleric gets mez. Diseases on the Albs. You're going to see some damage coming out here, hopefully from the Gosu crew. No real pressure being put on yet damage-wise, but a lot of interrupt potential here on the mids as you start to see the damage flying into the Alb group right now.
Yeah, I think both groups are holding their ground really well. The center is just being established just now, 30-something seconds into the fight, and now it does look like the Albs are actually they're moving forward finally.
That Mock gets hit on the third.
That ground, yeah. Maybe not the best time to Mock with the stun immunity available there, but he's still going to get a good amount of use out of it, starting in any second. Here we go. He does have red Dex quick debuff on him, so he's not going to be casting too fast with those pets, but he's got targets, even relatively close. In fact, a mocked healer here that he put a few pets on, that's not going to do too much from his mock. Let's target Stick Brokes here for a second. And
those stat debuffs do make a big difference, and you're going to see these diseases really starting to chip away. Not a lot of cures coming out from the Alb side right now, as the mids start falling into that trap of pulling while against a Thurgist. Hopefully the Scald and the Valkyrie can continue to keep that space going to just give a little bit of breathing room for the casters, because as soon as that happens, some heavy damage is going in. Not a lot of pressure though either direction, just a battle for control, not a battle for damage at this moment.
Yeah,
no one's
BD Pet back up, Vargas Pet still in there doing some work in the back on Lael. That's probably the targets at the moment. I don't think there's any player target that's available right now. I think it's a pet target. You do have at least a couple of pets towards the back that would be opportune, but at the same time, the Albs are, still the aggressors here, like you're saying, and they're trying to take pets while their own pets are being healed and such. So yeah, this isn't looking great for Gosu right now. They really need to do something special here to find an opening to take some advantage. That is a nice route on the Friar, but it's not going to last too long. I'm sure he's running at least some debt. Yeah, it's only popped up as being 20 seconds to start with. That's close to debt 9.
Leaz goes down, Spirit Master down. That's a really big win there for the Ob group. That's a lot of the debuff damage that's going to be coming out. They do get the PR. I don't know if they're going to get a recover really quick, because there are mezzes out. Mez on the Spirit Master, Mez on the RM, Mez on the Shaman. Not much of that Gosu can do right now. They're going to need to start to make a big play. I want to see some counter mezzes going out, some counter CC. Otherwise, they're just going to get eaten alive by this Heretic here. Bone Dancer goes down next. I'm not sure if Gosu's going to be able to recover from this. They're going to try, though. They're going to fight. But with all these BD pets or Earth pets flying around on them and low health on 3 different people, SM down, RM down, BD about to go down, I'm not sure they're able to make a recovery on this one. First fight's going to be going here to Dad Crew. Shout out to the both teams. The one thing I like to see here as this wraps up, I am most excited that both teams made an aggressive start. They both pushed forward a little bit and did not just give up space, and they played aggressive until they had to start moving backwards. But again, the first team who starts pulling back is going to be the team playing literally on that back foot.
Right. At the very beginning, I want to point out that they did, a common tactic on Arena here is to, spawn a pet and give it some CC immunity on the way in, and that's what they were all doing. We're smacking the pet to make sure that it was out of CC to go in, and they timed it perfectly with the Mez. So it is something that Minstrels have been doing in real 8v8 for a while, even on EV. I saw it even in at the beginning of beta, even from a couple of the well-played Minstrels. I'm trying to think of the name off the top of my head. He plays a Minstrel on like every server. It was the first one that I saw it from.
Venice. Oh.
No, Minstrel and Scald player. It's not coming to me right now. But, the first time I'd seen it, I was like, whoa, hey, wait a minute. But it is a tactic right now with the state that Minstrels are in. I think it's probably okay. Minstrel's not exactly, the highlight of the group makeups at the moment, even though this particular group here is running 2. The other group on their side, I don't begrudge them for it too much.
No, the minstrels I've seen that do that, and maybe it's one of the ones you're thinking of. Woke. I've seen Woke use that tactic before. A very great minstrel player. I'm trying to think of like some other minstrelly scald players as well. But yeah, it is a tactic that you see commonly used in this arena setting. I will say, Gosu did take out the Barghest in that fight. So they did find an opportunity to make that clearance. Unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on it because they were already running backwards, and that's right. They killed it right before those big mezzes came out.
So I'm gonna jump back to. No, they're not quite ready. So I'll go back to your Damar. Actually, who was that I was just watching? That was Lael. Nope, that's Lice. Yeah, too close in there. Okay, so we're still in the Lice fight here until the Gosu and Josh fight resumes. They're still in buffing stage. They'll be out in just a minute here. But yeah, hey, this is the first time that we've seen really the push be very effective by the double minstrel group here. Double minstrel, double tick. They're not quite getting the pets down. It looks like they may have gotten one down at one point. I see only one sub pet. No sub pets from this one. Oh, actually, no, here's all the sub pets. So yeah, they haven't been able to successfully get the pets down yet, but the pressure that they're putting on has been enough to force back the mids, and they're not really doing anything back. Oh, here we go. Here's some opportunity. SM damage.
Yeah, one thing I'm not seeing a lot of these groups do, and it may just be me not witnessing it, but I'm not seeing the sub pets be CC'd out. I'd like to see more AoE mezzes on them because I feel like they're getting free and staying free.
I'm going to go ahead and jump fights, even though this one is getting quite interesting. And I think there's a really good chance that Reaver Group here.
If you like, I can let you know when this one starts. They're still in the waiting.
Great, great. Thank you. Yeah, so as soon as that one starts, we'll jump back. But in the meantime, I do want to see if this Reaver Group, which is a double Heretic, double Minstrel group, is able to take a win off of Clownface Group here. I think Clownface is slightly favored just by the numbers on the night. But this setup is doing really well against them. You know, a double caster setup is somewhat vulnerable. Ooh, this is a nice mez in here. So, oh, and huge diseases. One of the minstrels goes down B tier out in front.
This fight just started. You'd like to switch over.
I am going to go ahead and switch over, even though this is kind of going on at the moment. All right. So back to Josh versus Gosu. Team Josh versus Team Gosu.
It is starting out exactly the same way as the last one. Both teams being aggressive on incoming. That Valkyrie flying deep into the back. Near sights both on the Sork and the third just getting cleared right away. But the Heretic, lots of near sights just flying out. A lot of control coming from the mids. They're taking a bit of a different approach right now. Being more aggressive with the caster crowd control.
They were not able to keep up their Barghest this time. So Barghest down early.
Great position there for Gosu. Fantastic idea. I want to see them try and roll this into an advantage with those BD pets now that their pets are still up. You can see this here, like this clump here of all of the sub pets being CC'd out. That's a huge win for the Albs, and you don't see a lot of the groups doing that. And diseases being thrown all over the Albs right now. Mids holding strong, only Mez on the Valk, Mez on the Scald. The offensive front line being locked down. Realm Rank 5 comes up from the third. They're going to try to make an aggressive redirect here from the Albs as those Earth pets start to fly on in here. Heretic making the focus, not able to capitalize much on much of that. Brox gets mezzed out. I need to see D-Mezzer getting a D-Mez on that. He's free now. Disease is still on the Merc, Sork, Thurg. Thurg just gets mez. That's not something good. They're going to try and take this Dreadlich out. Heretic's ramping pretty big. Dreadlich pet goes down. It's pretty even now right now with both sets of pets being locked down. Gosu a little bit on the defensive as the Merc and the Heretic start to ramp together. Not a lot of offense being put onto the Alp so far. And are they able to kill him? Nope. Great melee interrupt. One thing you want to see from your support there, just meleeing things down on the healer if you need to get an interrupt on that Heretic. Mezzes start coming out on both sides. Merc is mezzed and the Bone Dancer is mezzed. The ramp starts to begin, and maybe we'll see a death here pretty soon.
Yeah, Shaman was mocked there. Did take a stun during the mock, but purged it. So he used up his purge and his mock there, but he was able to get at least a little bit of rupt time and do some protection on the Spirit Master during that time. Spirit Master did not go down, but is taking some pressure now. BD Pet was back up, but it doesn't look like it's going to stay that way for long. Here comes the Heretic Carrots on the BD Pet, and it's down now too. We do have both these Templar pets going kind of in on both sides. It looks like that one of the Templar pets was stolen by the Minstrel, so a good move by the Minstrel to take the Templar pet after the loss of the Barghest.
That Spirit Master goes down again as the first target, and you hate to see that when you're the mid group because there's so much of your damage, your stat debuffs, your dehaste out the window there. At Minstrels, or that Thurgis is getting a little bit free, which is a dangerous situation to be in. The Spirit Master low, Bone Dancer low, Spirit Master goes down again. Bone Dancer getting close to going down. Not a lot of heals able to be put out by that support because those third pets are just staying alive. Templar pets are staying alive right now. No damage pressure being put on the Albs. They're in a good situation. That Rune Master now 12% about to go down. He goes down. Spirit Master gets rezzed, but that Bone Dancer taking his place on the floor. Rune Master gets rezzed. This is really just a cycle wash of all of the casters back up and back down again. It is an exercise fiesta of just doing jumping jacks up and down for these casters. Not sure they're gonna be able to make a recovery on this. Second fight may end up going here to Dad Crew. But again, a great start from the mid group. They just weren't able to capitalize on that Barghest going down early.
Yeah, I was really hoping that this would be more of a 1-1, and so we'd have the last fight to see who's going to be the winner on the night. But at this point, it has gone to Kuj Group. It has gone to Josh Group because they have now situated enough wins to take the night away from Gosu. But I do want to see if Gosu can claw back one win here. I think that they have the opportunity to do so. They're making some choices early in the fight that I think are good, but they definitely need to capitalize. The kill of that BD pet was great. The Barghest pet was fantastic, but then the loss of the Templar pet wasn't the best ever. So it's actually, I don't know where the hell that Templar pet came from now that I think about it. Oh, it's stolen from the Sork, of course, right. But he had another Templar pet. Are they making extra pets back there? Or is it... Alright, no, it's double Sork. Okay, yeah, so they just gave him over. So not stolen, but given, I should say. Given up by the other Sork.
Yeah, it does look like both Sorks are able to run the yellow pets.
Yeah. Which
is
makes sense.
A smart move. I'm looking at the mid group, and I think the biggest advantage that they had off the start there was they got that Barghest down, and they were doing well with the aggression. I hate to say this, and it's maybe I'll eat my own words, but hot take, I would like to see them be even more aggressive. If you're going to get Thurgis pets on you, you may as well be in there smacking something and stopping it from casting any further. I don't think the Thurg had mocked that round. The fact that it was able to get so much out. I think the mids would benefit from having all of the pet advantage that they had at that moment with their interrupts. If everyone was just being that much more aggressive, could have really flipped it the other direction.
Yeah, I did like seeing the pack from Gosu doing kind of the inter, being in there, taking out his one-handed weapon and smacking things, when he was covered. I think that's really valuable. We saw Korth doing that earlier as well. And maybe that's a tactic, to get that heretic not channeling anything because somebody's in there smacking him, even if it is a caster. What kind of tanks does this Alb group really have, right? We've got the Merc in there that can do some damage, but if the heretic's covered, they don't really have that much output. I guess there's some between the two Sorks, if they're both able to run yellow pet, they're not debuffing, right? So we're not looking at a matter debuff train between them. What damage do they have? Whole lot of nothing.
The trick, especially with that Barghest going down, once that Barghest goes down, so much of the damage potential from that minstrel shrinks heavily. That was probably the best opportunity for the entire group to just be full on aggressive. The casters themselves probably could staff something down with all those pets being alive.
So I did also see two things there. One is Koog's been able to successfully bait twice in a row the root in the center of the fight and still be in range to CL nuke. Just probably 1500 range CL DD. Snare nuke has been nerfed down to 1000, but if you're using regular DD nuke, it's still 1500. So he was still in range to be, kind of effective in the fight for that 10 seconds or so, 12 seconds while he's, rooted and then stepping out of it slowly. And in good position to then, kind of collapse a little bit once he did come out of that route. He was able to take it right in the center. He wasn't off to one side. He didn't have to go chase anything. He had plenty of, target opportunity from that position forward. So I think that's an interesting choice by Gosu to root so early on the Merc, but maybe it's the right choice, especially if you can follow it up with an I-Core or something to reroute.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're going to see that again here coming out. Kuz is already flying in pretty deep. Not getting. There's the root again. Oh, and it's immediately broken.
Ouch. Yeah, that's really going to hurt. Oh, he was charged actually, so I don't. Oh, I do see the root on this bar. Wow, man, he was able to charge after the root and the break. So he didn't really need to do that, but at the same time, maybe he thought he got it before the root landed. But that's a big mistake, unfortunately, on their part, breaking that. It was a debuffed root. Vargas.
Yeah, it is one of those opportunities where they might have been able to make something. I think they're hoping that if they could just root and push the tank, since it's only one real tank that they have to worry about, that the Albs would be defensive. But the problem is that DAoC is smart enough to know that you should never be pulling if you do not have to. You should always be pushing. As soon as you start running back, you're giving away the advantage of free casting to the enemy team. It looks like turning out to a pretty big brawl here. Disease is heavily covering the Alb team right now. I'm expecting to see hopefully a group cure disease or something from the Friar, but Jabo does have people on him. He's not able to really make much happen right now. Mids are actually looking pretty fine, even though they're pretty covered in pets right now, but they're not taking a lot of damage. I think a lot of it is they're being aggressive.
He finally got the pets off him. Oh, wow, he's still being casted on. Oh, there's one BD pet back here. Oh, it died because the BD died. Or the BD pet died. Yeah, the BD pet died.
Yeah, BD Pet died. Everyone is still up right now. Great Mez there on the third. He is mocked right now. He is trying to lock things down. His mock does fade. He gets the quick cast off on that end. Looks like pets are starting to get cleared. That Bargus, unfortunately, still up right now, which is not good with the BD pets going down. The Bargy's up. Realm rank 5 from the third comes out. That's going to buy a lot of space and time. This is where you're going to have to be worried because damage is going to come out hard and fast. Bone Dancer going down to 50%. Rune Master almost at 50%. Albs are now making the big advantage as they took time and effort to clear out those pets. We still see almost all of the Alb pets are still up right now. I see 2 Templars and a Bargus still running around causing havoc. Bone Dancer is about to drop 40%. Gets a heal instantly, back to full, back down to 70%. No real pressure damage-wise now going on the Albs. They put in the work at the beginning to secure that pet advantage, and they're reaping the rewards right now. Bone Dancer's health just keeps bouncing up and down. You're going to see hopefully some ramp coming from the Heretic as he goes up the hill. Sauce comes out, and that's going to give them a lot of space.
Yeah, are they going to use it? They're kind of going in with it, to be honest. It's a little strange. Looks like Lael has decided to take this position over on the side over here, and then he meleeed this pet, so he lost his sauce.
As long as those Alb casters are free, they're not going to be able to make a lot of leeway here. You're not getting a lot of free way here from the mids. The healer gets mez, but it does get broken. Bone Dancer still bouncing back and forth from 50% to full non-stop. Again, no damage pressure really affecting the Albs, which is allowing their support to be more aggressive, helping and supporting in the interrupt efforts. You're going to see a lot more people getting locked down. The Spirit Master gets mez, the Rune Master gets mez, the Bone Dancer has to take another insta to stay alive. Albs are really just freely doing what they want at this point, even though, Gosu's doing a lot to fend it off, but they're not getting any advantages. Again, every single yellow Templar is still up right now on a target. The Bargus still up on a target right now. They're not taking any of these little wins to grab space and advantage. Rune Master about to go down. It goes down. Bone Dancer about to go down. It goes down. Healer is about to 50%, 30%. Mez goes out on the Scald. Healer doesn't really have much life left in him. He goes down. And again, I think that's going to be a 3-0 sweep coming in from the Dad crew as a victory sauce is played. That's really just adding insult to injury at this point. Scald is still mezzed out. Valkyrie going down. And that is the match. 3-0 Dad crew. Great fight, both sides. Honestly, well played from everyone there.
Yeah, we do have our winners on the night. Technically, from the previous round, we were just hoping to see if maybe Gosu could take one off of him. But real real methodical by the Alps there. Even at the end there, they weren't pressing the advantage so hard that they would ignore a pet or something. You saw them taking the BD pet off the right-hand side, even though they had him on the ropes, right? Even though there was opportunity maybe for a kill there, they wanted to make sure that they were at advantage the whole time, start to finish, and they did just that. Very, very well played. I would say that if there were playbooks like they are for football and stuff like that, I think that they were really considered here on how they were going to handle mid caster, and they played it to a T, right? I mean, Kuj had the positioning that he exactly needed. I mean, obviously, it doesn't sound like there's a lot, to going into the center there, but there is, right? To put that pressure on the position that you need to take that route early. He was able to get it all 3 rounds, and then this last round with it being broken was a really, really good tactic to make sure he's free for the next minute of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. The sacrifices have to be made at some point, and it's about taking the little victories, the small wins throughout that fight that build up and add to the overall battle victory. Taking the time to whittle down owned answer pets and SM pets, and make space between the Valkyries and the Scalds that are in there flying in. The Gosu interrupt oppression. Even with their setup, it feels just as strong as that 3 Valkyrie 2 Scald group sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And Dad Crew really did put in the effort to make sure that those pets were going to be dealt with and they weren't going to be coming back up, all while simultaneously keeping the Bargus and both Templars alive the entire fight. I think that's equally as impressive as not just being able to put down the enemy pets, but keeping up your own.
Yeah, it's a really good job tonight. Huge amount of fights, obviously. 108 fights potential, a little bit less because we didn't get all the quick cast fights in, but really, really good job by everybody. A bit of a marathon today, but thanks for everybody for coming. Unfortunately, I did crash on the last click there, but trying to port out from there while I'm in spectator mode. They're not technically supposed to be able to do that, and I'm kind of cheating the system to do that. So these crashes are not indicative of normal, even though there are some with the instancing here. But the final results here: Team Josh in the lead, 24-0, followed by Team Lael, which had 21-3. Their only losses to Team Josh, and then followed by Karina in 3rd place with a 15-7. With an asterisk there on that. One of those losses is not a loss because it was a draw, and so one of the wins possibly missing as well because they could have won another one here, but wouldn't have changed the fact that they were able to solidly take 3rd place there. Nobody in contention close to them there except for Marnix, who did a beautiful job tonight. Probably one of the least known teams in regards to the US players that were around for this. They're definitely more of an EU group, and of the EU groups, I think that they are very consistent being out there and playing together. But man, that performance was fantastic, garnering them 4th place in this. There is some updates to be done to Clownface's numbers, so actually I don't know if that's exactly right. Waiting for an update there because it seems like they're missing a bunch of fights. So whenever that gets updated, I guess I'll be able to say those statistics total. I can't upload those myself, unfortunately.
No, that is very true. A lot of the teams there are very well known, and I've had the privilege a couple times of getting to pug with Marnie and the group there. Fantastic players, great people, a lot of fun. So shout out to them for putting out such a strong performance. I think all of the teams here really were able to come together and put on a good show for everyone. You don't get to often see this much DAoC hype on the Twitch stream. So thank you, Gavin, for putting in thank the entire team of the Eden staff, all the community people who helped put on this event. Gavin, all the effort you put into streaming. I'm sure your vocal cords are going to be very sore tomorrow. You're going to sound like someone who's been smoking cigarettes for about 40 years. But we all appreciate the sacrifice that your vocal cords are making for the rest of us. But yeah, great performance and show out by all the teams. Fantastic support from the dev team and the community team here. Thank you guys for having me on to help Shoutcast. It was a good time.
Yes, thanks for coming. I really appreciate it. Thanks for bringing the energy in. I know I'd started to run out on hour 3 or 4 here, and thanks again for everybody for watching. I believe somebody else will be doing next weekend, so look out for that. And I assume it is next weekend. Let me get the numbers down right, or the information correct for that. Schedule for next week. Yeah, April 14th, same time, but not the same place. Will be somebody else streaming next weekend, so probably Stunning Styles, Thule, or one of the other common streamers. Maybe Drac can step in, or maybe somebody else can throw up a stream and have some commentators. I do not believe I'll be able to participate in that one, but thank you so much, everybody. And getting up to 150 plus viewers was fantastic for an event like this, and I hope some people watch the VOD later on. All right. Thank you all, and good night. Gavin signing off.